IHSA High School Championships, and then we've got the big Esports Conference Championship as well.
Yeah, so many teams and players packed into this venue and competition to be held. And it's fantastic to see local competition for a very large region within the Scholastic esports scene. And I'm very excited for all that we have in store today. But first, quick little recap of what we went through on the day prior. We completed the group stages for Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Super Smash Bros. All of our teams are now seeded into that playoff bracket, most of which being double elim. And then today, we're going to play through the majority of that bracket, leaving tomorrow for our best teams to battle it out for the Midwest Battleground title. And now, with that all being said, Llama, we're talking a lot today about our Rocket League teams as kind of our jam. That's what we're going to be focusing with, especially starting with our Midwest Battleground Invitational teams.
Yeah, and it's pretty exciting, right? You talked about that round-robin stage. It was fun because no team was eliminated yesterday. Even if you went 0-6 in your bracket, you were slotted into this invitational bracket, which is still a double elimination. So you've got yourself a second life here today. Obviously, of course, if you lose 2 more, your invitational is done. But all these teams trying to hoist the trophy, and this first match we get to watch, it's Carthage versus Carthage. It's the same team facing off against each other.
And I can guarantee to you, this is a familiar matchup. Having 2 Rocket League teams at the same school, you've bet to have played each other again at some point. So, a little bit of friendly rivalry going on. Of course, as you said, it's not an elimination. One of these teams will move on in our upper bracket. The other will continue in the lowers later on. But Carthage's A team on Carthage Red will be playing their Firebirds Black. On the very first matchup of the day, as we're heading straight into Game 1.
This one is a best of 5, so you've got to win 3 games before you lose 3. You want to move on and stay in that upper bracket. For both these 2 teams, they had a lot of different paths to get where they are. For this red team, obviously we talked about the main varsity team for themselves. They've got this new kind of 2K player and joined up crew of offense from X-Ray. Was just going to talk about him, and they already scored the first goal.
Yeah, this Carthage Red Firebirds team has quite literally been on fire, and a large part of it has been this synergy. X-Ray, a star player and one of the newcomers to this roster, has been lighting it up.
For X-Ray and crew, we were talking about their path. They were the ones that went 6-0 throughout that round-robin Day 1 stage. They only actually dropped 2 games through the whole thing, but look at this contest. Blaze is going to drop one down low, and all of a sudden we're all tied up.
Yeah, this Carthage Firebirds Black team, they may be the B team, but by no means is that going to count them out of the fight. They finished 4th in the Group 2. They're looking to give their A team a bit of a run for their money. They're already warmed up. They played a game against UW River Falls earlier this morning, swept that away in a 3-0. They got the hands warm, but they're still not ready for this valet play across field.
This is really good, especially from X-Ray. You find this corner touch, and then you follow it up with a secondary. A beautiful pass inside finds that beautiful paint touch, and the Firebirds red team will find themselves back in the lead. Now, this is going a little bit back and forth for game number 1, but it's as to be expected. Obviously, it's a LAN environment. It's not just you guys playing in this esport room. There's a lot of other teams. There's a lot of other titles going on, so communication and keeping those comms clear is going to be absolutely number 1 on the to-do list.
Making sure you have your ears open for your teammates. You're keeping an eye out for plays that are happening as all 3 players of Carthage Red swarming the net, prepared for Pixler's shot as they're going to look to fire it back down. Intercepted by Blaze Cupid, but a great play off the corner for Valet, looking to center. And nobody from Red is there to pick it up. So this back and forth that we're kind of used to seeing has started to slow down. So we've gotten through the first 90 seconds without further goals, but a great bump from Core will secure a 3rd for Firebirds Red.
Player just tries to get a little bit too fancy with it, and Core's like, thanks for the drop down, I'll take the bump as well. It rolls in right at 21 miles an hour, but still scores. So for Carthage Firebirds, the red crew has found themselves not only the lead, but the extension of the lead. They've now built up a 2-goal lead, and Core follows that kick up off with a victory. Unfortunately, can't get to the boost in time, so it's all left to that midfield play. With that 1v1 taking up to the sky for Valet. They're going to go on the back pedal. They still get an extra touch off of it and make things relatively safe as they cleared out towards their teammates.
Pitch downfield as we start to field. The Carthage Firebirds Red, they're getting themselves in the game. Core dropping it down to Vale. Bounce off the wall. X-Ray attempted pinch, but that one will be blocked and sent back to the opposite end of the field. Firebirds Black, after this first minute, have really struggled to get the offense going, so they're doing their best to make the most of this opportunity. But Flair cannot keep the ball through midfield, gets pushed out of the way, losing out on the 50. One more shot again in from Core, but it's going to hit the crossbar and move away.
Such a good opportunity, though. This red team once again looking mid, they'll find it! Valley's got it through a beautiful pass. They've got a 3-goal lead now.
You feel really comfortable now if you're the Firebirds. You can tell unrelentless when it comes to this offense. They've been beating the Firebirds Black to the ball more times than not. That's got them in an incredibly safe position as they head into the back half of Game 1.
For the Carthage Firebirds Black team, this is the moment where you've really got to step up and change things around. Again, even in this upper bracket, still only that best of 5. Nice little bar down action on the shot. Pixar couldn't get the follow-up, though. Does steal that corner boost on their way out. The Black team, though, they need to make sure they get more offensive time and try and take advantage of what this game number 1 is. It's such a short series. Nice little demo to take them out of the play.
Core been incredibly aggressive today, seeing him get these bumps, get these demos, and kind of destroy the one Firebirds Black offense that they had, and is going to go ahead and whip it around and secure a second goal for himself, the 5th for his team.
This is a good long-range shot, too. Just puts it on target, realizes the defense is out of position, and all that forward midfield pressure, they're getting Firebirds Black to bite on some of these midfield plays and really punishing them on the back end. Firebirds Red team now up 4 goals here after what was a good 1-1 start between the inner battle of schools here. The Firebirds Red team, of course, with that 6-0 start, trying to not even drop any games here at this point, trying to not give anything over to their opponents throughout this playoff bracket. For the Firebirds Black team, once again beat through the sky. Core's going to look for the double, but won't find it.
Flair now again still looking to get some offense going for the Carthage Firebirds Black team, but again, these bumps, we're seeing that time and time again from the red squad. Core in particular have been the main target of that, but it's popped up again. X-Ray off the side. Nice little push from Blaze Cupid will deny a push. More demos be happening on the field. Leaves the opportunity open. They're spawning right where the ball was for Firebirds Black. So they're going to manage to break through, or rather hold off for a tad bit longer.
Keeping this offensive time up to a maximum, though, and really making sure that Firebirds Black don't get any chances. And even when they do, it's X-Ray who goes right back to the sky, steals it away, looks for a drop down to the teammate. It is Core who's got a 1v1, and Flair gets to first. Doesn't even allow the 50-50, and I think that's important for Firebirds Black, making sure you get to the ball first, and making sure you deny some of those outbound opportunities. But, boy, this Firebirds Red team is just demoing everybody in sight, and Valet's going to put another one on shot.
The shots racking on up here for the Firebirds Red as we approach the final minute of Game 1. Again, off the crossbar, attempted setup, and the double commit won't go the way Firebirds Red want to, but minimal boost available on Firebirds Black. Blaze Cupid looking to run it down completely by himself. Will be stopped just short of the goal line. Vale loses control of the 50 thanks to Flair, but that's where Core is going to come to pick it up. Pixlr dropping off the ceiling. It'll be X-Ray to again get this offense going for Firebirds Red.
They've definitely got this game in the bag, and now are just taking their victory lap as they want to try and keep this control up throughout the series. I'm excited to see how Firebirds Black tries to answer back with all these, again, midfield aerials, the 50-50s. There's a goal from Flair, so they won't walk silently into the night as they walk away with a second.
I think this is very important momentum boost for this team, even though Game 1 looks to be all set and done given the 15 seconds that are remaining. You take what you can, you get that positivity, you know that you can score on this Firebirds Red squad, and now you can look to set that up when the scoreboard is wiped clean for Game 2.
That's the nice thing about Rocket League. You get the clean slate in between games here, and for the Carthage Firebird Red team, they have been able to generate better and better series from what we saw in their round robin stage. It was actually pretty impressive that they were able to improve from game to game to game, but now facing off against a familiar foe against themselves, they'll walk away with that game number 1 victory. So a good start. Of course, it is a best of 5, so have to win 2 more, but definitely a good start.
Yeah, Carthage Firebirds Red, they want to run it all the way back in this bracket. And honestly, they're looking like one of the favorites to win it out, them and NIU from Group 2. are the two undefeated rosters that we have at the moment. And, for Carthage, this is now the second year. They made it all the way to third place. It was the Michigan State versus Michigan State matchup last year, but they already beat Michigan State White in their own group. I know this team is feeling confident for Firebirds Red, and, it's unfortunate that they have to play their B team to take it out, that they have to take this matchup, but it just means that you're going to get one more challenge out of the way on the pathway there. And as we head into game 2, scoreboard wiped clean. It was Carthage Firebirds Black. Managed to keep this series close at the beginning. Let's see if they can maintain that throughout the next 5 minutes.
Got to do something here in this game number 2 especially. And we talked about it so much. I mean, across any esport title, but especially in Rocket League, if you drop that second game in a row, you put yourself in a reverse sweep or lose the series type position. It is a tough one to be in. And Carthage Firebirds Red already starting with a demo. Nice little backboard shot there on the contest. X-Ray's going to pick up the double, and Core's going to go for the triple. All this backboard control, a tight angle shot. Just doesn't find the power behind it.
Core is on a mission right now, just playing bulldozer. That is 3 demos in 30 seconds for him alone. You can tell the Carthage Firebirds Red said, hey, you know what? Just don't allow the other team to play the game, and should be easy offense, but even then, it's been really solid from Firebirds Black. They've had to keep close to their net. Finally, they get a bit of a breakaway for Flare, but it's again Pixlr and X-Ray kind of battling it out for this control, and it's already looking a lot more consistent on this offensive end for the Firebirds Black.
Got some good midfield touches, and they've got some good defense. The problem is those 50-50s. As Cupid is going to go down to that low ground and win one of them. And Pixar's got a good read to the side wall. Doesn't get the second, though. And it feels like Carthage Firebirds, again, those rotations are just beating them, and Flare is too far forward! It's an own goal, but it'll count for Firebirds Red.
Yeah, Firebirds will take it. It was going to go in one way or another, so Flare did their best, but not the results that you wanted to see. And yeah, Firebirds Red taking the lead once more, although it is looking much more stable than the previous game. Just need to be careful not to let the Firebirds Red start to run away with this ball control, with this offensive presence.
Shot just barely off target, too far to the right side there. Firebirds Red, although they control this game by only 1 goal, that could change very quickly. Nice backboard work, sets it up for the teammate, and it's a good enough read. Core can't get the shot off in time, and that means a minute 30 off the clock for Blaze Cupid. They're looking for something, but the bump was missed from their teammates, so 1v2 there in the back end, probably never going to win that. But they do burn away a lot of the boost, and taking away some of the resources for this Firebirds Red team can be ideal, especially with how just consistent they're playing, and I say that and their defense disappears.
I was going to say, no boost or not, Vale does not care. That was 3 players on the red. Look at those boost bars, nearly nothing between all of them. And it's still a shot towards the back door, left wide open. 2-0 lead now for Carthage Red.
This is the moment where I feel like the Firebirds Black team from Carthage is going to be truly tested. Whether or not they can break into this lead, whether or not they can hold it off, or if they can't, the game could come out of their control very, very quickly. And the rest of the team, though, you've got to be on point right now. With half the game still left to go, you've got a lot of time still left to score. You're out there stealing boost, you're getting good touches, but the Firebirds Red have just had some better looks downfield, and misses like that just aren't going to help out your cause for Blaze Cupid and the rest of the crew trying to battle through that corner. But once again, it's just a punch downfield. Firebirds Red wastes no time to get a double 50-50 win. He doesn't even choose to steal away the boost, and it's back the other way for Flare.
Vale confident in that push, but the rest of the team wasn't quite there. This time X-Ray. And just to chip it over on that specific 50-50. Vale looking for yet another open net, but Carthage Firebirds Black learned from the previous goal. They'll be home this time around and make sure that that play doesn't get all that much further. Back to this kind of midfield battle that we've seen. Vale swiping it off the hood of Flare once again. It's Blaze looking for the setup, attempt to double tap, but Vale is there first.
It's those backside reads, I think, from Firebirds Red that have really kept them here in this game number 2. The defense, even more impressive than the offense and how well they're rotating. For Blaze Cupid, let's get that first 50 win, but just can't follow it up. It's all back to that third man for Pixlr, trying to go for some sort of crazy play in the sky. But Vale already had it red, gets the double touch forward. And it's those powerful shots downfield that continue to plug it out. X-Ray looking for the double. He can't find it, but it's right back to it. The Firebirds wasting no time to generate offensive time and continually peppering that back of the net.
It's like clockwork watching these Firebirds Reds players move around. You just cannot find a hole in their defense. Okay, maybe there, slight miss on the backside, forcing a defensive push. Pixlr throws it up towards the backboard, but again, a fantastic read from Vale. Halts the momentum entirely and is ready to transition this over to X-Ray. Pops it back up. An awkward touch in the corner. We'll leave 1 minute to go and still a 2-goal lead for Firebirds Red.
For Firebirds Black, they haven't let any more goals go in, but at the same time, they haven't scored anything here in this game, and that could be mentally draining, especially if you're going into a game-deciding or series-deciding game in this next one, and you don't score a single goal here in game number 2. That question is still there to be answered, and with 30 seconds left to go, there's a ton of time still left to score. For Core, passes it down, X-Ray can't quite get the shot off, but it's only half a minute remaining.
We're still back to these big booming shots that we've been seeing just across the field here, and it's been Firebirds Black struggling to keep the read, and Vale largely chilling. He's just chilling on this backboard. He's like, hey, you want to pass it to me? I'll take it. Dribbles it all the way back down to the side, and it's been on Black to stop the plans of the Firebirds Red. Now down to the final 10 seconds. You would love to get one on the board here if you are the Firebirds Black. Those chances dwindling as these seconds go down. We'll hit that final goal point. Vale looking for one last one. Dribbles it over the head. It'll be a third for the Firebirds Red team as they'll take themselves to match point.
Nice little posterization here to finish things off. A little bit of patience, a little bit of flick. Finds themselves the third. And it is a nice game from Carthage Firebirds Red, not only to get themselves a little 2-0 setup, give themselves 3 chances to try and close out this series, but also, as we said, it feels like an upgrade from game number 1 to game number 2. Their defense does a much better job, and realistically, if Carthage Black shoots 0 times, well, they're probably going to win 0 games.
Yeah, it's an empty scoreboard for Carthage Black. They were on the defense the majority of that round, and you can really see how oppressive this Firebirds Red team is. And, you know, being the A team, I think there's a lot of pressure on them. Like, you know, we can't lose. We can't lose to the B team in this regard, and it looks like they're going to follow on that undefeated streak. One more game, one more chance for Firebirds Black to get themselves on the board this series.
Like that immediately out of the gate, though, they go with some of those demos. We've seen it so much from the Firebirds Red side. You can battle it back, finding demos in good transition plays, or was actually left in dangerous third man, but had the boost to get the U-turn, gets it towards the backboard, as Pixlr will go back to the sky. For Core and the rest of the crew, though, it's failed. It wants to go back, gets a low 50 win, drops it down in a dangerous spot, and these passes continue to materialize out of just nothing burger plays. And Core continues to excite up in the air as another shot put on target.
Yeah, Firebirds Red playing at a completely different altitude from Firebirds Black, as most of the ones initiating the play, but a good shot down from midfield. That will do it for Firebirds Black, as they were going to get themselves on the board first and have their very first lead of the series.
That's a super tough play. I mean, X-Ray not only commits it towards the sidewall, he hits it, but it bounces so awkwardly that Core wasn't able to predict its trajectory. So instead, it's a nice easy shot on the backboard for the Firebirds Black team, and it's the first lead they've had throughout the entirety of the series. I mean, you go back to game number 1, it was tied up 1-1, and, well, I guess it'll be tied up 1-1 again as Core slams one home.
And of course, like, you know what? We can let them have their moment. Just not too long. Great interception from Core. Just a millisecond away from getting that hit across. So Carthage Firebirds Black lead short-lived, but now they have that fire back in them, ready to go as Pixlr gets the kickoff win.
These kickoffs have been a point of strength, actually, from the Firebirds Black team, as they're able to get right to their offensive side. The question, I think, more has been, can they find consistent offensive touches over and over again? Because the Firebirds Red team has just been so dominant through the sky that they never seem to get a chance to get passing plays going or get any sort of creativity going their way. It's still a long game, still 4 minutes left to go, and X-Ray's going to go right back to the backboard. Third man won't get there in time. And for Flair, they've got the other way. They've got the backboard themselves, and they almost get the duck for a score.
So close, but so far as 3 bounces off the backboard and then back out. Plays keeping the play alive. And no more boost from Pixlr means it can't be followed up. But this is so much better than what we've seen in the first 2 games combined. Carthage Black having significant offensive presence and keeping the Firebirds Red on their toes for this match.
It's a 1-1 game, that's all that matters, and Core is literally putting the Rocket League mechanic on overtime there with a couple extra demos. X-Ray's got the steal, and Firebirds have got the lead from the red team.
Just use the opponent's car as a bumper to get the ball exactly where they wanted it. Firebirds Red back in control. You could really tell after that first goal, this team started to realize, hey, we got to step it up. Core back onto these demos, and he's taking it away. Any chance that he can get another centered ball over to Vale. Pixler to block, but the follow-up will not be stopped. It's a third now for Carthage Red.
It's an interesting kickoff from the Firebirds Black team. They send two to that kickoff and one to the right side boost, and that means nobody's really there in time. Nobody's set up in the air, and nobody can get there on the ground side. So it's just a power on the way through, a smart play in the low ground. And the Firebirds Red team, they're splitting these goals across the team really well. X-Ray, a little bit of mustard on the end of that one. Just can't slot it in that left side post.
Turns out the fancy bit of fantastic centering play from Vale to Core. Not exactly ending the way that they wanted it to. Still keeping this up for the Firebirds Red after that first minute. You can tell they're locked in. They want to move on 3-0 and keep that going. But Flair finds a potentially 1v1 here at the end. A great jump from Core off the wall. Denies the shot attempt altogether.
That defense is once again what the Firebirds Red team has used to keep them not only in this series, in this game, in this tournament, whatever you want to call it. Every single game, it feels like they rely on that defense even more. And here's Blaze Cupid, who beats the last defender, beats the midfield presence, and scores, cutting the lead down to 1.
These are the shots that we're seeing work out for Firebirds Black. It's the ones from often before this midfield line, or at least somewhere close to it, where Red, that's the hole in the rotation that you can have. And now only a 1-goal differential, a much more winnable situation than what we've seen in our previous matches.
Vale trying to change that. Won't be able to build themselves back up a 2-goal lead, but immediately off these kickoffs, so we thought was a strong point for this Carthage Firebirds Black team, is set to become a very strong point for the red team. And they continue to build up offensive zone time. They're accelerating the offensive timer, and they're also just building up demos on their outbound rotations. Everything is working. There's a bump. They get the 50 for the third man. It doesn't look like it. X-Ray backed off because he knows Flair's going to try and jump this. Looking for the pass. Nice mustard. Bart down. Secondary. It'll score. We're all tied up.
You can hear the pain of the crossbar, but that is what you have teammates for. Flair, nice flick to set it off, and Pixler to nail it into the back. A tied game now. Firebirds Black thrown right back into this series, and they're giving their A-team a run for their money.
Firebirds Red team under a bit of pressure, under a bit of stress. Nice double towards the sideline, but a little bit awkward on that secondary touch. Couldn't really reroute it towards the net. Instead, we stay tied. 80 seconds left to go. And the Firebirds Red team, they've answered really well to goals scored on the back of their net throughout this series. Now they need to answer again. If they want to sweep the series, they want to get to staying in this upper bracket. Of course, even if the Firebirds Black team finds a way to win this game, it is still a pretty rough path in front of them trying to pull off the reverse sweep. But a game is a game, and any mental boost you can get, you'll probably take at this point.
Yeah, the momentum of coming off of this, no goals scored in game number 2 to back where they are now, but it's on the edge of their seats with this defense. Last second goal line there from Blaze keeps the score even. 42 seconds left to go in both these teams. They're scrambling, they're starting to feel that pressure, all the more important for Firebirds Black. Red, they have room to give. If they lose a game, they lose a game, but Black, this is their ticket to the lower bracket, and they don't want to see it punched here.
That's a bad ticket. Get off the plane, get off the train here. Try and keep fighting here to see if you can keep your stay alive in this third round of the upper round 1. It's a nice little KO matchup. One more heavyweight punch will do it. Single digits on the board, and Pixar an incredible save with little to no boost. Core wants to end it. Backboard, double, secondary, scores! Vale in the closing seconds has found the lead for the Firebirds Red.
Just when there was hope, just when they thought that there was a chance, a high-speed chase with a last hit from Vale will give the Carthage Firebirds Red the lead in the final hour. Unless we see a stellar kickoff here, it'll be a pinch back towards the black side of the field. Blaze Cupid doing their best to keep it up in the air, see if there's one final push left within this team, but low on boost and the disruptions left, right, and center. All that needs to happen is for this ball to cut to the ground, and it's an awkward hit. Black doing a good job keeping it alive. The whip from Blaze makes it a little bit dicey. Veil gonna let it touch, and there you have it. Carthage Red will move on in the upper bracket 3-0.
They take down themselves, their other school team, whatever you want to call it. They take down their B team in a really good matchup to not only stay in a really good overall game differential. They've still only dropped 2 overall games throughout the entirety of the round robin stage and through up to here, but also they get themselves in towards a really nice semifinal position. I do think the bracket becomes a little bit tougher at this point, where you're looking at either playing Dakota State or Maverick Esports, who are in part in their own round robin stage. So I think the matches will definitely get tough for them, but it's a good win to start off your day.
Absolutely. I mean, Carthage, I think they're okay, or Carthage Red, I think you're okay with it. You beat both of those teams yesterday, or at least you beat Mavericks yesterday in a 3-0 fashion, depending on what that result is. Well, we'll see how that one ends up playing out as we get to that point later on in the bracket. And, you know, again, this is a team that they've been stuck behind the Michigan State squads, that dynasty of the Midwest Battleground for years, and perhaps it's looking like this could be their chance to run it all the way to Grands.
I mean, absolutely good job to start themselves off. They've been clean through the bracket stage, but playoffs are an entirely different beast. It's a good thing you've got double elimination throughout the day today in case you lose one, and for all these teams, you get to follow their action and through the bracket. But before we're heading off to our next match, we are going to take ourselves just a little bit of a break. So more Midwest Battleground Rocket League returns right after this.
And welcome back to the Midwest Battleground Invitational for our Rocket League teams. We are moving on straight into our second matchup of the day. This time, we're looking at our upper semifinals. It'll be GVSU Blue taking on Michigan State White for their chance to move even further in our bracket.
Yeah, this one's going to be an exciting one. I mean, these are two teams that overall had similar results in terms of that overall round robin stage. Michigan State just a little bit better at that overall 5-1. Both of these teams did have to find their way through a matchup earlier on, so no buys for either one of these teams. They already have a matchup under their belt. And the good news is both of them won that earlier matchup 3-0. So they've found themselves some already momentum, and now they get to face off against each other. Again, at this point, still is that double elimination. So if you lose here, you're still alive, but would definitely prefer to win through grands through that upper bracket.
Absolutely. And I think a team, especially when we hear Michigan State White, Michigan, of course, bringing 3 rosters to this Midwest Battleground, Michigan State White being the second of those 3 in terms of level. And, you know, they made it to grand finals last year. They faced off against their A team for that, ended up falling down in second. They're going to see if they can make that return again this year with a similar roster from what we have seen before.
Yeah, I'm excited to see kind of how this bracket shapes out. I think it is a little bit tough. We're getting a lot of friendly fire. Michigan State is actually set to collide. If they win this one and their other Michigan State team wins, they might play each other again in that upper bracket semifinal. So kind of excited to see what happens with that. But there's always another chance to win through that lowers. To get yourself, if you're a Michigan State fan, that all-exclusive Michigan State versus Michigan State battle. But I think this year especially, there's a lot of other really tough teams, and we've seen that through the round-robin play. Michigan State did only drop that single game, but at the exact same time, through the round robin stage, it's a much different day. They've learned from that, and now they've got to bring forward what they learned from already winning in that earlier stage of the bracket.
Yeah, they had the success on the day yesterday, and I gotta keep running it down. And I think this will be interesting for GVSU, especially. They went 3-2 against MSU Academy, which is that third-string team. And, you know, you gotta think, I think that gives MSU White a little bit more power if you want to look at that result with how close it was. But on paper, I think there is still a lot of opportunity for GVSU to make a showing here. As we have, again, a bit of Michigan on Michigan action. When you look at our schools, a ton of our Rocket League teams are from that state, which I think is really, really fun that we get so many matchups from there particularly.
Yeah, no, a lot of the schools doing kind of double duty across the day for Michigan State. They're also a part of that, you know, big esports conference, that Rocket League tournament that we've got going on as well. So much Rocket League here and so much across all of our titles. We talk about it's not just Rocket League we've got today. We've got everything from Valorant to Overwatch to Rocket League. We've got college. We've got high school. We've got separate conferences going on. We've got Smash, Rivals of Aether. Feels like there's infinite things going on.
Absolutely. And beyond the collegiate teams, as you said, IHSA, the Illinois High School Esports Association, they'll have their grand finals on the broadcast today, which I know was going to be really exciting this afternoon. And of course, the BEC Esports Conference of a lot of those Big Ten schools is also participating in the event. So it's really cool that we get to highlight all these different aspects of collegiate esports, primarily within the Midwest region that we've been seeing so far. The DuPage Park District has put on a fantastic event year after year, and it's awesome to see how much it has grown and how much these teams have come to enjoy it, and how they continue to put up these fantastic performances and highlight the work they've put in throughout the school year so far.
And it's kind of cool that it's not just esports as an overall whole. I know in some of the side breakout rooms, they've also been having some of these panels. I know yesterday they had an IT space kind of panel with Insight, Extron, and McGarry Consulting Group. But I know today they've got kind of a bunch of those different directors and coaches on a couple different panels to just ask them questions, get their ideas, share kind of how they've found their success, and breed good ideas between all of them so that everybody can take away something, whether you're a parent watching from home, whether you're a kid actually playing, or whether you're one of these directors that's trying to learn and build up your program.
Yeah, I know that they had the professional workspace or workforce panel this morning right before we started our show, and I did that so all of our students participating in the event had the opportunity for professional development. Still a big part of what esports is, and learning what there is outside of just directly competing in itself. So it's awesome that these opportunities exist. We have so many amazing people from the industry within the space. So if you have the opportunity, a little bit of downtime, making sure you take the time, go speak with them, do a little bit of networking, and kind of get to know what all there is to offer. Because esports is one of our favorite things to talk about. Is you might have one player on the stage, but there's 10 other people behind them that are out there helping to support, especially in an event like this.
And if you couldn't make it out this year, this is a recurring event. We've done it for a few years in a row now. So get your tickets for next year. Get ready to go. And it's going to be exciting as we can build up this special Midwest region and especially esports in this area because it's getting bigger and bigger, and you talk about conferences like the Big Esports Conference starting to replicate some of that of traditional sports. It only helps not only fuel those basic rivalries. Now, I'm sad as an Ohio State fan, we don't get the Ohio State-Michigan today, but it's still some of those really big rivalries. I mean, we've got a possible Minnesota-Wisconsin going on later. It's going to be a lot of good stuff.
I love the cross that we're seeing between a lot of these athletic conferences, seeing and recognizing esports for the significance that it is, and it helps bring in, especially if you might not be super familiar with what Rocket League is, well, you know that Ohio State and Michigan don't exactly get along with each other, and you want to see who's going to win that. So there's a lot of relevance to what these conferences can bring into the space, and of course, that'll be a little later on, and too, our high school event that's been competing throughout the semester has been so awesome to see, especially as growing up in Illinois myself, the development that the IHSA has, and they get to have their finals on land for another year.
I mean, that's just awesome. I mean, if you want to talk about the build of what esports can be, sports, we start kids out at middle school running, playing football, doing whatever. So why not start them out at esports at the exact same level? Give them the tools to not only get a LAN environment where they can play in person, where they can get that experience, but also, I mean, how many colleges are here? Think about the recruiting potential of all these kids that could now have a straight up pipeline to all these different schools who are now seeing them in action and are like, okay, maybe that kid's good. Maybe we should have him on our team next year.
Exactly. That's the beauty of having all of these events in the same place. You can build those connections. You can see, as a high schooler, maybe considering going on to the next path in esports, there's a ton of opportunities to play in collegiate. If you're at that level, you may be able to get a scholarship for yourself too. So take the time, watch this event, see what the players do, see how they are preparing for an event like this. It truly is an amazing thing to see, and I'm sure the environment there it looks pretty packed. There's so many teams there this morning across all 4 of our invitational game titles ready to compete for the titles as we get to go on later this weekend, because today this is the long day of our bracket stage. Tomorrow we just have our finals and our top 3 matches up going on.
Yeah, that is a good point, though. There are still some matches tomorrow, so all across Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we've got esports action going on. Not only here, if you're watching here on our YouTube stream, I know we've got Valorant going on our main channel as well, so pretty much getting coverage of everything. And cool to not only see, okay, they're getting to play in a LAN environment, but also a stage environment where your opponents are right next to you, where trash talk can become very real, and you still got to fist bump your opponent right after the game.
Exactly. That's how I love about collegiate esports too, is that a lot of these players do know each other, especially if you're playing in some of these larger conferences. You might be holding your practices against some of these rosters and building up kind of like this little friendly thing that goes just beyond the school itself, like what we had for our Carthage v Carthage college matchup earlier on today. I can only imagine what that dynamic was on stage.
That had to be a lot of fun, and it's got to be tough on whatever the ride back is for themselves if they're taking a bus together in after Sunday after the event is over. But it looks like our lobby is just about full, getting ready for our next quarterfinal matchup. Going back to this one again, Michigan State University coming in 6-1, GSVU coming in 5-2. Let's play ourselves another upper quarters.
Michigan State White is the one favored to win this matchup. We know very well GVSU Blue aren't going to go down easily. Had a bit of a tougher time within their group stage, but they're already starting off strong. Immediate shot on goal. That was only Gribble getting that last second bump, halting them a momentum. The GVS Blue are keeping Michigan State on the toes early.
like that they're generating a lot of offensive time here, and especially getting shot after shot. You're putting really tough save attempts on those backboard, and especially for Michigan State, what we saw from their group stage was it was always Gribble with those aerial controls, getting the passes to Amaz, and if that can happen, they can generate offense. But if you can shut down Gribble as a spearhead, all of a sudden the game becomes much more easy. But the first look at the Michigan State offense, and immediately they're on their back toes having to save a last chance opportunity.
Both these teams, I think, are feeling it. Being on the stage, both had that 3-0 sweep just before transitioning to their new position, so they're warmed up, they're ready to go, and you can really see how that is playing out just within the plays that of itself. GVSU have been very flippy, but the ones in majority of this defense, Amaza, of course, not too thrilled about that. Shoots us downfield, but it's Relic to receive as MSU Spartans looking to break through this first part, but again, GVSU playing on the opposite backboards worked out so incredibly well for them, denying a lot of this field space to their opponents.
They've been playing just a full frontal gameplay straight in the face here of the Spartans that haven't been able to escape their defensive zone. They've been generating these pinches, they've been reading really well. And that's one of their first misses of the entire match. Amaz is going to go straight to the air. It is still 0-0. So for Michigan State, I feel like the good things you can take away is your defense is succeeding. And of course, as soon as I say that, straight to the crossboard, a backboard shot as well. Third attempt is no good. Or is it? The demolition coming through. It is really awkward on that backline. Michigan State needs to get control of their own backline. Sip scores. Okay.
Maybe GVSU needs to get control of their own backline. They committed way too much towards that front ball that all it took was Sibbs getting that pinch off the sidewall for it to roll on in downfield. And GVSU, I think that's going to be a wake-up call to how this aggressive play style can be flipped around in a flash if they aren't careful. That's what we just saw. Michigan State been on the back foot for the majority of that first couple of minutes, and you're firing back. That's a second now. Gribble, the one to take the point.
This is a lovely aerial shot, and boy, the read is just so much better. Gribble's so good at that control, as we said. And the dangerous thing, I think, Gribble starts out these series as becoming such a scoring monster. And then what we saw from the round-robin stage was they would back off a little bit, become that passing masterclass, and immediately winning those kickoffs. After all that pressure that GVSU has put onto that backboard, they walk away in this first half of game number 1 with absolutely nothing to show for it.
Michigan State have been looking fantastic when it comes to that. They're just playing not even almost reactive in a way to the aggression that GVSU has. They've had that very frontal pressure, as you were talking about, and have managed to turn that completely on its head if they see a window of opportunity. It's GVSU now looking to regain control, being down 2-0, but has struggled to do so with how Gribble has been playing, transitioning more towards the defensive end.
Spartans continue to play that backside well, and their defense works off of Amaz there, who finds that backboard save right on the low ground. I do wonder for GVSU how much longer they can go without scoring, and Gribble's got open grass in front of them, but cannot control the ball enough to get the score. The problem is, again, running into each other on that backside, staying on the ground here, allowing the backboard to be assaulted. Ooh. Long-range goal from Gribble. They find their second.
Relentless assault is how you would describe how this point went. It was off the side. Gribble with the hit. Demolition to deny any sort of defense there. Every single piece of Michigan State's puzzle there fit into place. They managed to get themselves a third and are feeling comfortable to take away game 1 as we approach the final 90 seconds.
Can GVSU find anything here in this game? Again, this is the best of 5. You're not out if you lose that first game. But Michigan State has been so good after they control that first game of getting even more control, of fighting their way back to an even better scoreline. And Sibbs, we talk about one of the defensive best last mans. When he is getting up to that midfield and starting to find chances, you know Michigan State is feeling confident. Squishy save there from Amaz, and a backboard setup is good enough from Gribble, even though they smashed their car against the post. Michigan State has found enough defense this game to last them a lifetime.
It almost seemed like Graybon was the one who ended up accidentally saving that shot there for Michigan State. Unfortunate turnaround. There's still a little bit of time to get something going for GVSU. I think anything would be good to set yourselves up for the future of this series. Can go all the way up to 5 if it's needed, but you know, you do not want to get there unless it is absolutely necessary. At Michigan State Another bit of a touch down towards the side, but whenever these clears have been happening, GVSU, they're just so desperate to get it away. They are not often there to receive it itself. An awkward bounce, followed by that. Greybon gets the demo, keeps the play alive, but just barely. And there won't be anything to come of it for this time around.
Clear doesn't score either. 15 seconds to go here. The Lakers are just out of time, or are they? Relic's gonna find one more before things hit 0. And a really good interception read. Fakes they're gonna go for the boost and just scores it off the tight angle corner.
Yeah, it definitely kept Michigan State guessing on what Relic's next move would be, and it'll be enough to get themselves on the board at a bare minimum. 2 goals in 12 seconds. Not impossible, but extremely difficult, especially with the ball being on GVSU half of the pitch. We're going to see this one start to lead away as Michigan State White will go ahead, take game number 1, and look for how they can continue in on this series, having the most dominant control over the ball, getting through GVSU's initial onslaught.
And that first minute and a half was just lovely from the Lakers, but they couldn't score off of it. And because of it, Michigan State comes back, scores 3 in a row, and takes that game number 1. I mean, look at the Lakers in terms of their overall shot potential. They put up 17 shots in that game. 17 shots, but it was that backboard defense that saved them from the Spartans.
Defense wins the games. It applies so much to what we just witnessed. And I think GVSU, after they got that first goal scored on them from downfield, they started to pull back a bit on the gas pedal that they really had. And because of that, Michigan State suddenly realizing they had more room to work. It was then GVSU who instead were flipped more towards that back end. And I would love to see that same sort of energy come out from the Lakers as we look to game number 2. It did them a ton of favors at the start, but again, it's a massive risk that can come with a massive reward.
I do also think the good news from the Lakers is, I mean, you had all of that offensive potential. You started out so fast against one of the best teams in this bracket. But now the question is, again, we always go to this game number 2, and we always ask the same thing. Can you adapt? Can you change? And can you find this game before a really tough Michigan State team can find themselves on series point? I guess we'll have our question answered as we head on here into game number 2.
GVSU will get the kickoff in favor of Relic. Sibs pretty quick on the recovery of that, but this is that same fire that we've seen from the Lakers at this first kickoff. I don't know what starts with them in this game. It's the fresh mindset. If it's just that burst of energy that you end up getting, it's working out for the time being. As a battle out for this corner, Sibs will be popped up on over their head. A centered ball. Relic gonna jump for it. Still a bit high. Has to look for a follow-up. It's so much commitment from the Lakers on this attack. It's what came back to bite them, but this time the rotations will be on point, keeping all bases covered if it is needed. TJV pops it up. Relic once more, but this Michigan State defense has looked like a brick wall.
And TJV has had a really good start to once again this game number 2, but just hasn't found a way to score. And it feels like this backboard is once again under threat as soon as they get that clearance downfield. And boy, it can be aggravating. You shoot that many shots, you take that many chances, and all of a sudden you don't have a goal in either of these first 2 minutes of either game where you started out so well. Dribble felt like they wanted that one going back to the corner. They will get a touch on it, and Amaz can't get the 50 soon enough. Michigan State, that solid defense has once again put them in a deadlock position where Gribble can go to the sky and just absolutely let loose that gauntlet of shots.
Gribble is such a weapon if he can be unleashed, and he's not going to be this time. That is a double demo now for GVSU. They are desperate to get that clear, and it is certainly one way to do it. They know the threat that Michigan State poses. The longer they're able to have this offensive presence, Zamaza now, they can get up the wall. Great 50 there from TJV. Keep this going, but it's just been a struggle for GVSU to consistently get these clears. They found more success taking it slow. Greybon hits it to the center. TJV, though, awkward touch off the hood. Sends it too high.
To put a touch there up towards the upper side, and Man, Sibs just to really good carry out the demolitions. Although they're taking players off the field, they're not really tactical demos. They're kind of just, okay, I'm going to chase this guy down, and I'm going to take him out. It's not necessarily, okay, we're going to set up a play, we're going to get the demo, and because of that, Michigan State is able to rotate well enough around them and build up these offensive drives on the other side. Relic, really dangerous carry above that crossbar, but gets it out if only for a moment. Gribble gets the double touch, and it's a floater towards the backboard. Zero boost on the third man, and TJV almost puts it in their own net.
Almost a huge disaster for the Lakers, but they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief as it starts to clear, but it's not even over yet. As keeping this so winnable for Michigan State, as we have made it halfway through this game now, a little bit over, without any points being scored, and it's been these huge pushes of offense. It's not a ton of back and forth that's been happening. It was GVSU for the first minute and a half. It's been Michigan State the rest, and eventually they'll find their way through. It's Gribble to find the goal.
Gribble starts it, and Gribble will end it. It bounces off one of those GVSU cars, and Sibs gets a perfect infield pass. TJV, look at that boost beater there at the end, just had nothing left. The defensive standstill breaks. Michigan State, again, onslaughted in the first 2 minutes on the defensive side, and Sibs right back to it. If they score another, if they do what they did in that game number one, and just put this game out of reach, we know GVSU can score, but they need a goal now more than ever.
Tying it up here, best case situation now for the Lakers with demos left, right, and center, making it difficult. It's a good setup, TJV, but a great crossbar read from Michigan State denies yet another scoring opportunity, and Relic finds themselves in a very similar situation where they have the Spartans have been keeping them corralled on the blue half of the pitch for the better half of this game, or at least the last couple of minutes. Graybon looking to break through, gets the 150, looking for a bit of a reset, pops it up, centered ball. Relic looking for the goal, nails it in, and that is exactly what Grand Valley State needed.
That's just so impressive from Graybon there to stay on their line after they get bumped off initially on that side wall. Get a perfect pass, get it off that backboard, just put on a tough shot to take. And you said it, best chance scenario here is to get this game tied up. Now you've got 70 seconds to try and equalize it. Now that's unless Michigan State, this University White team, can get it done on that offensive side. We talk about Sibs and Gribble. They've been so good in terms of a tandem connection. But now the question is this one where GVSU, on such slim margins, a single goal could put you tied up back in the series, but a single goal could put you down 0-2.
The margin of error incredibly small. One mistake, and that could be you having to fight for a reverse sweep. And we know that's not what TJV wants to see. It'll instead be Graybon reading it off the backboard. And there'll be a lead now for the Lakers.
Really big. I mean, Relic, what a contest in the sky. Graybon just puts it side post, and Relic does a lot of the heavy lifting there on that goal. But it's now 2-1. Michigan State, for the first time in this series, they've got to find themselves in an answering position. They led for all of that first game, and for now 4 minutes of this second game. And they find that answer with 30 seconds left to go. For Relic and the rest of the crew, they've got to play some good defense. And Amaz already wins a good 50. But it's midfield presence from the Lakers that put a shot on net. And Gribble saves it at the last moment.
Gribble the hero on this defense. When the Spartans need it, he'll show up. But you're going to need more than defense now to win this one, being behind. 8 seconds left to go. It's going to bounce down towards the Lakers' end. Grand Valley State looking to keep it as far away as they can. Let it slip to the ground, and just barely will manage to close it out. We're now tied in our series 1-1.
Michigan State just couldn't get that offense going towards the end, and it was still an out-shooting performance from GVSU. They find 10 shots on the overall game. They find 2 goals, both of which were those players, Relic and Grayson, finding that goal and the assist, finding a double dose of confidence there. But also, I mean, TJV was just a problem in the sky as well. So having Gribble, who was nice and got the goal, that's awesome, but you need to find a little bit more in terms of Michigan State, and that's what we were saying even after game one. Sure, you won it, but you need to do something about this Lakers offense.
Yeah, this Lakers offense, if left uncontested, will just beat you down until you don't have the energy or the boost to get back up, and that's what we started to see in the last couple of minutes there from GVSU, and we know they're going to keep it up. And I think between these two teams, if you look back at their group stage performance, they have had the least amount of sweeps within their series, especially in the series that they have managed to win. So now being at 1-1 makes a lot of sense for where the skill level of these squads currently stands. We'll get geared up, ready to go. Game number 3 now turned into a best of 3.
Let's find ourselves who can find themselves the series point first, and who is going to get 2 chances to try and close out the series to move to that upper bracket semifinal and try and find a way to succeed. For the Lakers, already a little bit different of a start to the game as an almost goal comes in. A steal away the boost there from the corner. And for Graybon, gets punched out before they can get a chance downfield. It is Michigan State slicing through these passing canals, rapid and quick, before the Lakers have time to adapt.
Michigan State, they're the ones this time that will start us off on this first push offense. With the demolition there, there's more room for the Lakers to work. Doing their best to run with it. But Gribble, not too happy about that. And mainly the player sit up on this backboard when it's been needed for Michigan State. White will see it again now as he tosses Graybon's dribble off to the corner, denying any dangerous situations for the team or securing the clear.
I think they're focusing on that. Again, playing lockdown midfield rather than gambling everything in a goal. Backward touch from Relic. Had that really good assist and then a really good goal in that last game as well. So finding continuously successful pushes downfield is good. And again, that's been the motto, I feel like, for the Lakers throughout the entirety of this series is just get it downfield, get it to our power players, and we'll do the rest. An interesting touch there from Graybon. Can't get it cleared down, and it's a shot on net. It's going to be the last man safe from TJV. It's going to be the push forward from this sidewall corner, and GVSU's got to be very careful with minimal boost.
You can tell that the resources to get out of this have been rough. Even Graybon taking a 0 boost to dribble just to see how far that they could push it for the Lakers. The answer is not far. That boost again, almost stolen away. The fact that TJV got it will be good because Relic had a good, solid dribble there to attempt to set up a play. And Michigan State White, these rotations from the backboard on their defensive side and getting the demo onto TJV. That's so much space bought by Sid to Scribble. Ready to set it up. Centered ball will be intercepted by Graybon.
Moss jumped just a half second too early there. Could have been a score, but I think you're still okay with the 0-0. The Lakers definitely favored, I feel like, in a lower scoring game. I mean, saying that, game number 1 was still relatively low scoring as well with a 3-1 overall. But this is one of the most important. Each team has found their momentum. With half the game left to go, nobody has found a goal quite yet. For Michigan State, they need to find something once again to pressure out. They really controlled that first minute, but ever since then, the Lakers have had really good touches, really good contests, and TJV almost wins a double 50.
The goals that we have been seeing scored have been from high-speed passing plays more often than not, and it's about setting up this coordination with GVSU and Michigan State being as solid on this defensive end as they are. It needs to be kind of, you got to keep them guessing. You can't do something predictable. Solo plays aren't going to work super well as it's just fireworks happening on the field by the Lakers. Even more space in the front, but maybe perhaps just too many. Not enough players available from the Lakers to get that final push into the center. Graybon up into the air, denied at the front. The initiative from Michigan State White on this defense, keeping them afloat.
Only for a moment, that backward assaulted once again, and they are finding these 50s in the perfect set of timing. It could be 5-0 at this point for how many of the Lakers attempts they have gotten. With 90 seconds left to go, we stay deadlocked at 0. And someone's going to be heartbroken after this game result, after fighting for so long, after fighting for so hard. Is the GVSU offense that just wasn't able to get it done? Or was it the Michigan State defense that failed to get the job done? That question with 70 seconds still left to answer. Michigan State has a really nice bump on the backboard, but just could not find the shot.
Yeah, a little bit of misplay there from Azza, and Dribble on that front line there denies the initial push and popped it up at an awkward angle. Is that little bit that we got from the Spartans on the offense is quickly flipped back around. It's Graybon, the demo key there for MSU White. They're going to deny it once more. I cannot wait to see the shots and goal ratio at the end of this game. You know it's going to be high, even if the scoreboard doesn't show it.
Both teams have had their chances. That's a touch to the corner. Not a goal yet. Gribble wants to go for the double. He's got the low ground touch, but not the extra. Back center, back shot, and a save from Relic keeps this game alive. But it's the follow-up from Michigan State. They are swarming like sharks. The water has been chummed, and they have to back off just because of this long-range clear. His backboard double. TJV, it's a fake towards their teammate, but it's not enough for the score. Is this how we end game number 3? Is it really a 0-0 overtime? With the demos, it seems like it a long-range clear. It stays up off that side wall. TJV, one more chance. Straight to the side wall again. Relic's gonna keep it down, and it is golden goal to win it all.
Golden goal still remaining at 0-0 after the 5 minutes of regulation play. Both these teams, they stepped it up. They started to understand how their opponents operate and have counteracted each other perfectly up until this point, leaving us in a golden goal. So Moz now with the dribble off to the corner. Raybon manages to intercept it enough, but the ball very much in control of Michigan State. These passing plays again that has set up almost every single point between these two teams.
People knew they were in trouble there. And to go back. That's going wide. It looks like TJV makes sure of it. Gets the save. The setup on the follow, though, driving straight towards the net. It's not enough on the low-angle shot from Amaz. They're going to have to try and find an extra push through for Michigan State. This game is a necessary win after losing that last one by 1. A nice powerful shot from Sibs doesn't end it. The follow-up no good either. And GVSU continues their defensive masterclass, but a demo may change that. Gribble goes to the sky, looks for the pinch. U-turn from Sibs, going to the backboard for the double. He won't find it.
It's been GVSU in the entirety of regulation throwing shot after shot at Michigan State. Now they're the ones under barrage. A clear will manage to relieve some of that pressure. It's Craybon sent towards the net, but 2 players swarming to defend. TJV, now we're back to what the Lakers, their preferred play style, has been, what they've been able to get away with. It's only because Michigan State, they're confident in themselves. They're confident that they can show up when it is needed the most. Shot towards the goal post. Craybon for the follow-up. Denied.
Long clear. Amaz cannot finish it off here. Encroaching 2 minutes of extra time here in overtime for GVSU, trying to hold down the defense. Nice little mid-wall touch. It's going to be a steal away from Craybon, who finds the steal in the corner boost, but it's not enough to keep the drive going. This back and forth eventually has to end. Is it someone who gets creative, or does it fall down from a mistake? How will we get this final goal is the question.
And how well these teams have been playing, you have to imagine it's going to come from an error or the craziest play that we have ever seen. They've been so back and forth. Usually in overtime, we see teams perhaps get a little bit more passive, afraid to make a mistake, to overextend, but that has been the complete opposite of what this match has been. It's been these plays not leaving it up to 1v1s, these heavy commits on rotation, and it's Craybon a little bit lonely towards this front side of the Michigan State net, juggling more towards the midfield. The Sibs clears it down to the Lakers' end.
Sibs has had such a game for themselves already. 4 shots, 4 saves, and another demo to add to it. Already over 500 score for Relic and crew. Need to play the defense. That's a double tie-up in the corner, left for the centering, and Craybon has to be the last man save here. 3 minutes of extra time already recorded as Michigan State loses their front man, and they'll continue to go back and forth with these explosions to cause loss of players from the Lakers, trying to answer, trying to go back-to-back 1-goal wins. Long shot save through the middle.
We've been playing Rocket League so long that we've devolved into Demolition Derby in this last bit of overtime play. Gribble tossing it up. It's been these demos to disrupt the defense. It might work this time with a pinch on the crossbar. Amaza, awkward push towards the side. Couldn't find the angles. The Spartans, they had their opportunity, but once again, Mills flip back over to the Lakers. A bit of a whiff. The race is on for Relic, but one he will not end up winning.
Dangerous backward play as well for Michigan State. Nobody has won a duel yet to find that last goal. Nobody has found that ender quite yet. And again, almost 2 full games of Rocket League already played. And this is still the decider of who's going to find series point first. someone is still going to walk away super sad out of this game and going to have to find a way to bounce back. For Michigan State, they don't want it to be them. Off the corner, double tie-up. That's a double commit. Another save, though, from Graybon. The incredible backline continues to succeed, and a very dangerous front side look from Gribble through the mid. Will look for the pass. Got the setup to Sibbs. The shot was touched away.
Starting to become a test of endurance for these teams. How long can they keep up this high-pressure level of play? Who is going to slip first? And it's these demos, honestly, that have been keeping it going as long as it has. Being down a player for GVSU denies them yet another opportunity. Breaking it past one defender, passing it past to Amaza, has the boost, but the cross potential is far and away from successful. All Michigan State they want to choke GVSU out of their own end, out of boost. TJV being one of those players with minimal resource. Relic conservative with where they're going to commit next, knowing that Michigan State White have the control, they have the power, and denied time after time. It's a clear that will get the Lakers back into the offense.
Sing their way through, just cannot find the goal yet. Michigan State looking backboard. TJV, the setup, the steal away, the center. Grayson once again with a huge last man save. Alex gonna go to the side. There's a setup towards the backboard from GVSU. It's just sitting there! And TJV says, those are my cookies. That's our game. They'll win back-to-back by just a single goal.
5.5 minutes of overtime is what it takes to get this team, or rather this game, set and done. What a fight from both these squads. And the crazy part is, we still have more series to go. It's the Lakers in control. They're going to be at match point. And look at the numbers. 14 shots from GVSU, at least 10 from Michigan State. This was an insane, almost 2 games that we just watched.
Yeah. I mean, and if you're Michigan State, how are you even supposed to bounce back from that? You've now lost a game where you started in game number 2 where you're like, okay, we're up 1-0, everything's fine. Okay, we're down 2-1, everything's not fine, we lost the game. All right, we're going into the next game, and then we lost in overtime. 11 minutes of Rocket League after battling as hard as they did, and like you said, with a lot of really good scoring chances. I mean, Sibbs as well was up there in the shooting potential and the save, so I think this next game is going to be really tough for Michigan State to actually come out swinging with how bad the series has turned for them over the last 2 games.
Yeah, to have as strong of a start as Michigan State did, even when they were under so much pressure from the Lakers, they still won 3-0. And then it got closer. And then it got closer. And you keep losing out in those close games. I'd almost rather lose out terribly than lose out after 11 minutes of hard dedication. And now they're down match point for the Lakers as we approach game number 4. Let's see what this one has in store for us.
TJV has been the hero throughout a lot of this one, and it looks like calling for some tech early on, saying getting into the demo, that's who you want to take out. For GVSU, it looks like they will slow down, maybe just calling for that tech pause. So Michigan State will have to wait on this one to find themselves the W, and obviously want to have and make sure everybody is having a good time and that their PCs are all working. Like their controller DC. All right.
That is unfortunate. Well, hey, that's why we have a little, and then my audio went out. Oh, it's a disaster for Relic. Relic not having a great time for game number 4, and we're still demoing people just because we can. This is kind of fun. We're making friends on the Rocket League pitch. I don't know how I could do that. It's kind of like the Cars movie where they all like imagine them standing there and talking to each other. That's kind of what I'm seeing. I don't know what TJV's doing right now.
like a ballerina dancer out there in the Rocket League pitch. You'll love to see it. But obviously this game number 4, either getting a lobby reset or just going to continue this one on when Relic does get not only their controller, but apparently their entire audio interface back to work. Obviously, it's taking a step back from this overall game for these 2 teams. Right now, again, this is a quarterfinal matchup. Both of them are still with that second life. You can drop down to the lower bracket if necessary. We've actually got some of our teams confirmed from all around the rest of the bracket. For our winner semifinal, it's going to be Carthage Firebirds Red, a matchup we saw a little bit earlier on. They will play Dakota State University, and then the winner of this one, the Michigan State versus GVSU battle, will play Northern Illinois.
The Huskies, the second undefeated team we haven't taken a look at yet on the broadcast. looking pretty clean for the time today. It looks like that we will be getting a little bit of a longer pause to get Relic back in order here while we get everything else back in state. But having most of our top 2 teams making it as far as they have, relatively expected for now. Michigan State White moving on would be, I believe, our number 1 and number 2 seeds from both of our groups hitting those semifinals. So a rather predictable bracket thus far without any crazy upsets.
Yeah, super predictable in terms of the chalk. We've also, unfortunately, got some eliminations down in the lower bracket. Some of those teams have played those battles and lost their second life. Ohio Northern was able to beat Indian Wesleyan University. They are done for the tournament. Ohio Northern, they've got a long road ahead of them if they want to try to win all the way through the lower bracket, but that is their first win across the entire stage in terms of the round robin and today. So really good job for them. And DuPage takes down Wilmington. So not too bad for those 2 teams to pick up a win and continue to fight on.
Yeah, DuPage being one of the couple community colleges, they're 2-year schools that we have competing in this tournament, getting their first wins. It's great. We get both of our 0-6 teams did manage to get a win on the lands today against the opposite sides of the bracket. So they'll have a little bit of a longer life within that. So we'll see how that ends up going. And of course, I believe the Mavericks were also sent home for MSU Mankato. So we will be bidding them farewell too. So we do have a confirmed reset going on. So once everything is back up in order for Relic, we'll resume at game number 4 of this series with GVSU set to take arguably the biggest upset that we have seen in this bracket so far.
I mean, yeah, if they get this win, not only with how they're looking, it feels like they can use that momentum to help springboard them to the rest of the bracket to try and help them out in that semifinals matchup, because things only get harder from here on out. If you win, you're playing tougher teams. If you lose, you're playing a little bit easier teams, but you do lose that extra life. It looks like we are ready to go. I did want to mention that Mavericks loss, actually interested for a second, because Mavericks actually beat Ferris State back in that earlier round robin and then found a way to lose to them. So an interesting shakeup of events, but yeah, back here into game number 4.
Game 4, again, we're used to this kind of high-octane type of gameplay immediately out of the gate, and so far, I'd say we're pretty close to it, just not on the side of GVSU, the ones known for pushing that pressure. I think it's Michigan State White now that realized we can't let this go on for as long as it did, and eventually they were the ones that have their endurance broken at the tail end, but of course, doing a nice job at keeping their half of the field vacant from the ball for the time being.
Trying to work from that backside of the front side and using that transition offense to their advantage. I think the Lakers have had really good midfield reads, and they do it once there again. It's an open net and an open goal. TJV has been the Superman through this series.
TJV goes ahead and it nails it home. Graybon saw it's like, nope, I'm getting out of there. TJV has it under control, as you said. The Superman, the hero for GVSU, and that is the earliest we've seen a goal within this series, and disheartening for Michigan State White.
They're going to have to find a bounce back, and they've got to find it quick. I mean, they did win a game. That was back in game number 1. But after the 16 minutes of Rocket League we've played since then, it feels like they just have not been able to get their grip on things. And for GVSU, I mean, you talk about a team that is just playing with pure mental. Right now, they've got control of everything. Demos across to everybody, it feels like, for Michigan State is awesome, but you need to do something with those demos. And winning a 150 through the midfield and then getting the secondary from Gribble just isn't going to quite do it.
We've kind of seen that change since that overtime in the last game, where Michigan State leaning heavily towards these demos, and that is how you convert on it, right on the goal line. Bye-bye Graybon, and hello Michigan State. They're back up on the board, tying us up.
We talked about when Sibbs is kind of scoring, it feels like this team is in a really good position. Sibbs is a great backline third man to score, but when he's able to step up, use that confidence to transfer to the offensive zone, and when your team is playing like that, sure, take the tie advantage. Go here into this one for Michigan State. I mean, they are still only down 1 game in the series. If they can find this game win, they can bring it to a game 5 with a little bit of momentum in their back pocket. For GVSU, I think, would want anything but that. They can pull off the gentleman's sweep right here. Sibbs, a nice little move to the sky. Can't find it off the double.
Not enough heat behind that push, barely out of boost when it was needed the most there. But again, a great play from GVSU to keep this up as we're returning to these demos that have been something Michigan State Yeah, they've leaned into, but GVSU giving them a taste of their own medicine. They found it to be the best way to get the ball past the midfield, although not converting as much on the goal line.
It's kind of been a trend for them, too. They've had a lot of shots, but haven't been able to get a million amounts of scoring. Nice demo through the sky there from Sibs that takes Graybon out of the play, and that means a 2v3 going forward. It makes it much easier to control this corner, but a dangerous touch coming through as the respawn comes in. Sibs just cannot get it cleared out, and no boost from Gribble here in the back line. It's a secondary shot from Sibs that is just turned aside. The boost meters are empty. The refrag inside of the paint won't find it, and Graybon is just continually activating the Gatling gun here towards the backboard, and a long clear might just score! Gribbler gets a good one!
Feeling of deja vu back from game number 1. This is how Michigan State managed to get themselves on the board the first time, and it's again either these long-range shots or these fast passing plays to catch the opponent off guard, and that's exactly what happened. GVSU left the door open, and their quick lead has been lost. Michigan State White know that they're down on match point. They wanted to add a third there after a long carry out of, I believe, Gribble. That one won't amount to much, if anything, as it's instead Graybon this time. Can they get there? Just barely.
Incredible defense again, and working with 90 seconds left to go, that would have been a terrible time to give up a goal. Relic and crew, they're not done yet. Woo! Low ground bouncer! It'll score! We're back to tied!
What about out of Relic and Graybon? Look at that, off the wall. Graybon bangs it down onto the floor. MSU White, they thought it was going straight in. They already jumped for it. They didn't know what Graybon was planning. That lead short-lived, only 10 seconds after that. We are tied once again.
Incredible time to do it. I think for GVSU, not only do you tie up the game, you give yourself 90 seconds now to try and end the series right here, right now. Relic, a solo effort. 1v2 on that back line. Tough to try and break through. Amaz, good little clearance here as Relic has to go pick up the pieces to a puzzle they don't know the answer to. Dribble's going to try and shoot down low, and TJB got it covered as well. Corner play. Sibs has got it. Nice little bump, but nobody is there for the follow-up.
1 minute left to go now in game number 4. One more for GVSU. Might be all they need to punch their ticket into these winter semifinals. Michigan State White, instead, they want to force a game number 5, the first that we would have in this playoff bracket so far. Been mostly sweeps, couple games dropped here and there. Michigan State White looking to break that trend, but it's a huge pass downfield, and Relic ready to pick it up. That might just be the nail in the coffin.
I mean, that is incredible patience from TJV. Waits for the second player to come up to contest them, beats them both over the top, and that's kind of a could go either way goal. If TJV does not get that clear, it's probably in their own back of the net. Well, they did, and they scored off of it. 30 seconds to go for Michigan State White after winning game number 1. They are now on a possibility of getting gentlemen swept if the Lakers have anything to say about this game.
And you can already tell the Lakers, only 15 seconds to defend. They're keeping themselves on the ball as much as possible, but it's a little too close to the net for their own comfort. Graybon, another clear. That's going to do it. Michigan State White, they had to overextend. They had to commit, but to come back to bite them. 2-goal lead now for GVSU. That should be their ticket to the upper semis.
And it wasn't just one player for the entire series. I mean, TJV sure was the hero in the overtime. Has had a lot of really good moments, but those other two as well. Graybon with those sidewall touches. And I mean, Relic with those passes all throughout the game. An arduous series, a long one, but the war of attrition is gonna go to the way of the Lakers. And Michigan State, unfamiliar, left to drop down to the lower bracket to fight their way through the Collegiate Invitational.
Left with the first major upset that we have seen within our playoff bracket. The number 3 seed of Group 2 takes down the number 2. The second place defender of 2025 falls down to the lower bracket, having to battle out in a longer journey. An incredible game, you have to say, that we got here on broadcast. These two teams will look to push as far as they can within the playoffs.
Yeah, I think for GVSU, they've got to keep that form up. Obviously, it's not just this match that they've got to upset. They've got a tough bracket to continue to work towards, but this is a really huge win for them. And I think adapting from what was game number 1 where we talked about it kind of in that post show. We were like, okay, Michigan State, this is kind of a weird game, right? You won 3-1, but you let GVSU get all this scoring opportunity. It felt like they had more offensive time than you. And then we go into game 2 and we're like, okay, our suspicions were right. GVSU definitely looks like the better team. And they just continued to look better and better and better. And then the key moment right there, I mean, that was a tied up game with 30 seconds left to go, and the Lakers were able to close it out.
Yeah, Michigan State, they were on the back foot for the majority of this series, but what kept them in it was their incredible defense. I mean, it really was a treat to watch. There was not really a dull moment ever within this game, despite some of the low-scoring series that we had. So, again, great job to Michigan State for holding their own, but again, it was GVSU in the driver's seat, just dragging Michigan State along, and it's that kind of initiative, that type of control that will keep you going in a tournament like this.
Yeah, it is tough, I think, for Michigan State. This is a really good learning opportunity for them, right? You lose a game on land, on stage here, and now you get a chance to bounce down to that lower bracket and try and fight for the answer. So they're going to be placed a little bit further in the bracket. They will play UW River Falls. They've played them already in that round-robin stage. That should be a clean-upable series from Michigan State. But what worries me is when you take series losses like this and then you drop down to a team like UW who they should beat, but UW had a really good series against them in the round-robin stage, a really good defensive battle. What worries me is they don't come out alive of that matchup because they don't have momentum going down into it.
Yeah, you absolutely need to be putting on your game face for this lower bracket, even if it's a team you already beat. You cannot let your guard down, and it's the opposite tale now for GVSU. They're facing off against NIU, undefeated thus far, and they lost to them 3-0 yesterday in that group stage, and NIU looking to be that kind of surprise team, the borderline underdogs of this tournament. And they're going to run it all the way down. If this game has momentum behind it, I think that's what GVSU has to carry forward. They can't let that fatigue start to get to them because this will be arguably their hardest matchup yet.
It's going to be a tough one, and luckily they'll get a little bit of a break before they have to go back on stage because we're going to revert our focus to that other semifinal matchup, and we'll get to watch Dakota State University take on Carthage Firebirds of the Red Team, who, again, just took down their B squad to get here. I think Dakota State, although it was the expected result, they had a pretty tough draw in taking on Minnesota State in that first bracket matchup that they had to play. So they get the win, they get here, and now they've got a chance to really move forward through a really tough opponent that is so far undefeated.
Yeah, Carthage Firebirds Red are just that. They're on fire, and I don't think they're going to stop until they can get to that finals. They've made it here once before, and this is Dakota State also returning from a previous year. I believe they placed in 5th, 6th, going out in that lower bracket, and this is, again, a great chance. Being in these upper semis, you win here, you guarantee yourself a spot in that top 3 teams. So this is just as important as the rest. Reaching new heights versus getting to that spot, getting a chance at the finals. This has a ton of stakes and a bit of familiarity in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, and you talked about it. I mean, these teams from the Midwest region, they play each other a lot in terms of a lot of the other conferences they're involved in. So this has become some sort of a grudge match between these two teams. And again, what's on the line, not only the top 3, but you win this one, you are just one step away from the grand finals, and you get realistically 2 chances to get there. You get a matchup in this winner bracket final, or if you even lose, you'll go drop on Brack. So we do actually have players joined up in the server, so we're going to waste no time here and jump straight on into our next matchup. It's an upper bracket semifinals. Excuse me, we are waiting on some players to join the server, so not jumping directly on in.
Okay, that's okay. We're happy to chat a little bit longer, especially because we talk about these two teams. Another kind of fun tidbit is Carthage is actually the team that knocked Dakota State out of the tournament last year. So a little bit more bad blood, you could say, between these two rosters, keeping some familiarity between them. But Dakota State also one of the teams that traveled the farthest to get here, coming from South Dakota, a little bit further out the west side of the Midwest region. So really great that we get to have them keep coming back for an event like this, which has been going incredibly smoothly so far throughout all of our games.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're going to shout them out at the end, but another huge shout out to our admin team and everybody working. I know there's a lot of kids there to kind of siphon them out in different areas, so many PCs and different issues to work through. So it definitely takes a village of everybody that's behind the scenes as well. And this matchup good. We also talk about everything else we've got going on today. I know we've got Valorant going on our main channel. We've got everything from Overwatch to Super Smash to Rivals of Aether, League of Legends even coming in here. So many different game titles, so many different chances for all these different collegiate players.
Opportunities everywhere, and regardless of what game you play, it's probably here somewhere if it has a competitive scene. And it's kind of the beauty of the Midwest Battleground. Opportunities to galore to get yourself in, whether it's through a collegiate invitational or just one of the open tournaments that is happening for several of our fighting games going on in the Lyle venue there today, which is exciting to have as much diversity and variety of schools coming in to compete at this event, and all of the other events that are going on outside of it. Professional development workshops, opportunities to speak with professionals in the esports space outside of just the specific gaming aspects. It's great for all of our players to understand and get to know what that industry looks like as they're continuing on their own scholastic journeys.
And I know we talked about some of those director panels that are going to happen later today, but that's super cool as well. I know every program is a little bit different in terms of the funding they get from their university, whether or not they're kind of like a club, community, whatever type of team. And some of these teams are just those full varsity teams. So kind of stealing ideas from each other and working to build up esports as a whole. I know directors at the beginning of recruiting season definitely going to be a little bit enemies, but now at this time of year, they're just trying to share ideas and everybody trying to grow their programs together.
Absolutely. I think being in the spring too, more likely than not, you've had a semester under your belt to get to know your team, to get to know your players, and just having the opportunity to be in person competing versus at what your typical esports facility might be. It's a whole new environment. It's super exciting to see everybody with the same passion to want in competing to be in that space, and that's kind of the best part about these LAN events. It brings these communities together under the same guide of competition.
And it's super cool to get the experience, too. I know we talk about for a lot of these teams, they're rolling over rosters, and a lot of their players that were kind of the OG members of some of these founding rosters have gone away and graduated. So for some of these younger players to get in an experience like this, not only preps them for a possibility of, okay, championships down the line for some of the other conferences they play in, but I mean, if the pathway is, okay, I want to go to college, I want to earn my degree, and then maybe I want to go pro, well, you're going to be playing a lot of on stage if you're going to go pro then. So definitely prepping them for that is super huge as well.
You don't get any other experience like that than you do at a LAN tournament. I mean, being on stage in front of people, there's so many distractions. It's an unfamiliar environment, and the noise, the people, everything going on around you, and learning how to adapt to that and still put out a strong performance. It's a very difficult skill to learn, and something you can only do by, well, guess what? Doing it and being on the stage that you are now. And we're going to start seeing more of these teams, especially as we weed out the crowd, get on the stage more often. We'll see those performances continue to increase as they get familiar with the environment.
And it's pretty cool as well. I actually watched this interview with Cloud9. They have these special coaches that are there for literally just putting the player's chair height to exactly where it was. They're putting their mouse pad to exactly where it was. And it's those small little things. Maybe your mouse pad is a half-inch smaller, and all of a sudden you can't flick for your Valorant shot, or your chair is not high enough, or the lumbar support isn't working. So to see even at the professional level that they go down to these very small details to try, okay, even if we're on a LAN environment, we're trying to make it exactly like we have, just consistency across everywhere we're playing.
It really is a science, and kind of learning what is the best setup for you. I know that there was one, I've competed on LAN tournaments before. I had to bring a pillow with me on the chairs because they weren't height adjustable, so that you could sit up and get to the height that's needed. And there's a lot of things that, under what your setup is going to be different. And with a lot of our Rocket League players, getting their controllers connected, making sure everything's plugged in, is the monitor at the right height. That's kind of the transition that we're in now, that they're making sure everything is as close to what they are used to as humanly possible.
And, I've been there as well. I was playing on some Apex Legends tournaments, and, on LAN, it's a whole different beast where you've got players from all different consoles, you've got players on every different audio interface, but that's also what makes it fun. And again, we got to give a huge shout out to the entire team that's helping out fix all those issues, because even one of those problems, even a simple audio issue, can cut comms from an entire player, and that definitely deserves a match restart. We've already seen it once today. We'll probably see it all throughout the day today, because I had a teacher back at Ohio Northern that had a list of life rules. It was like he's actively adding to them. He had like 170 of them at the time I took his class, but his number 7 rule, fitting for my name, but his number 7 rule was technology will fail you, and it's going to fail you when you need it most.
That right there should just be like the motto of any LAN tournament. You're coordinating this with hundreds of computers, hundreds of like everything. You need a keyboard, you need a mouse, you need a headset, a controller, if that's what's necessary. There's so many things that could possibly go wrong, and the fact that we managed to have everything go as smooth as it has been so far is really due to the incredible crowd that we have there from LANFest, from DuPage County, to make sure that this tournament goes as well as it has been. And even on the Rocket League side, that's why we're kind of okay with them taking this amount of time. It means we get more straight gameplay. They get everything set up ahead so that there aren't any issues later on.
Yeah, and it's super cool. I know I'm friends with some of the people that are actually kind of setting up the event, and they're like, okay, a week before, we actually need to start prepping where things are going to go. We've actually got to get all those PCs taken in. We've got to get the tables set up, and then, you know, how and where people are going to sit. I know Icy Chiller, one of the event managers, he had literally like a spreadsheet of like, okay, here's where every single PC is. Here's where everybody's seating, so nobody's confused. So it's definitely super cool to see how much preparation goes into it. And at the end of the day, the finished product is just awesome esports.
It really is. And, you know, with all of these people, all these moving pieces, and like take a minute to look around and see like how are these cables being managed, what people are running around doing different things, what staff is doing what where, and you'll see like all of those, how those parts really fit together, and it's such a cool thing to watch. I mean, we're of course remote, so we're in the comfort of our own homes or our own rooms, we're just kind of chilling, but seeing everybody have as great of a time as they are and the work that goes on behind the scenes to make this stuff happen, it's no understatement.
No, it really is not, and obviously for all these players, a really good experience. I know there's a lot of coaches, directors behind them that have been prepping them for this moment, and you know, it's spring. For a lot of these players, this is what is going to be championship season for them. I know a lot of the high school level as well. They do a lot of like conference playoffs going into it, and then they do usually what is their state or national championships going here into the spring, which is always super exciting to lift a trophy and getting to prove something. I know, especially when I was back at Ohio Northern, it was like, okay, what are you doing to win a trophy every single day? It's not necessarily, okay, I'm going to go to this LAN, I'm just going to win the trophy. It's no, what am I doing in the week before that's going to prep me for that moment?
Exactly, especially if you're having some of these longer travel. You're also a student at the same time, and making sure you're keeping up on all of your assignments, like juggling the part of being what is realistically a student athlete in a lot of that regard. And there's so much prep that goes into that alone, and I think this LAN is a great like intro to what that can look like. I mean, Midwest Battleground, incredibly consistent, a lot of great teams from the regional area, and one of the first big LANs that we're having of this spring semester. This tends to be that big in-person event season. Of course, a lot of those happening like closer to the end of April. Having the Midwest Battleground now is such a treat and a great taste of what in-person competition has to offer in this region.
And it's super cool as well. I know you mentioned the student part that always comes first for every single one of them, and that they get to not only chase their dreams of being a professional esports athlete, but also for a lot of them pursue degrees that for, you know, some of them, they don't necessarily want to go pro. For some of them, they're just like, okay, I like playing esports. I like being in a team environment. And then I'm going to go follow on with my degree, which I think is super powerful. The stability aspect, which you don't actually see in a lot of physical sports. You see a lot of players where, you know, I'm going to go to the NFL, and they're like, okay, you didn't make it to the NFL. What's your backup plan? Well, I didn't finish my degree. So you don't see that with a lot of esports players. You see them tackling that degree first, and then the esports is really their secondary, as their students as their number one.
Yeah, it's more common these days. Yes, there is more of a pipeline to pro that is building, but still these students are reliant on the paths that lie outside of that. It's a great thing to have esports as a part of your college life. I was also a collegiate esports athlete for quite some time, and it's really the community, I think, for me that set it apart. You get a bunch, we joked that, hey, I just got 6 free friends from joining this team. It's great. I love it. There's still people that you talk to all the time, you play with them, you build up a certain kind of a relationship, and then also work on a lot of soft skills and have a great time while you're doing it under the guise of competition, and to just see how far you can go as a team. Can you win these trophies? Can you push that far to do it? Or, you know, there's just a lot of teams that are happy to be here, happy to have this experience and be a part of an event like this one.
And I think that's the funny part, right? You get the friends. I know, well, we were in college. Everybody's like, what'd you do last night? Were you out partying? It was like, I was playing Apex Legends until 3 a.m. with my team. We were practicing, grinding ranked and new communication strategies, learning new drop locations and the loot rotation that we've got a path for. So, I mean, it's just super fun. And that community aspect, you talk about those outside skills for a lot of, especially high schoolers, that you talk about the communication aspects and the skills they're going to develop just from being in that team environment. You can't replicate anywhere else.
Absolutely. Okay, so it sounds like we are almost ready to go here into our upper semifinal for Carthage Firebirds Reds and Dakota State University. Thank you all for bearing with us. I hear the engines revving. It sounds like our teams, they're ready to set the stage. One team moves on to the upper finals, the other down to the lower bracket.
Oh. That's not a way you want to start off the series. X-Ray, straight off the kickoff, has found one off this win, and it is the classic Cardinal sin. It's a double towards the kickoff, one towards the corner, but they mistime it. They don't get that second player in there in time, and the Firebirds doing what they do best, scoring early.
Yeah, the kickoff goals, they just happen sometimes, and you hate to see it when it does, but Firebirds Red, they saw the stall potential on that ball after the pinch there. Took the opportunity as it was given to them. You know, having the clear towards the opposite end. We know this is an undefeated team. Barely dropped any singular games throughout this season as well. We're going to look to keep it up here as already the offensive presence being felt from Dakota State.
You've got to really ground yourself in the defense very quickly, especially those double jumps there in the back end are just going to hurt you overall. The Firebirds are so good at recognizing the bump is missed, and the nice secondary player from Samuel will get the save, but X-Ray is right back to it. They never give you a moment to breathe, even though you've got boost resources. It doesn't feel like it! It's a bar and off is the secondary there. No, X-Ray cannot get there in time.
Samuel, excellent work from them on this defense. Make sure Dakota State aren't going down too early, but Corrupt, the opportunity for the double tap was there. He won't get it, but Vale sure will. That's a second now for the Firebirds. This team is hungry for those uppers finals.
And what a shot, too. With Samuel in your face, finds it on a 1v1 penalty kick, basically. And 1 minute into this game, the Firebirds have already found their groove. 2 straight goals. X-Ray's going to go back to the sky looking for the flip reset. He's got the drop down waterfall, but that backboard was well covered. And for Vale, they just aren't able to get the touch they wanted. Gets a demo for free on the outbound look, and that means the defense just becomes that much easier. X-Ray tried to go for a fake down low, but was very well read. Dakota State doing a good job in the midfield, but that aerial is all Firebirds. The flight zone is there, and Vale scores.
Vale will take it. We saw P-Money commit onto a demolition, and they just couldn't get back in time. That was kind of the third person, other than Samuel, who was struggling to get the drift angle on the way back. That's 3 goals, and we're not even 90 seconds in. Firebirds firm lead.
They've got 3 straight, averaging a goal every 30 seconds. It's not going to be too good for Dakota State. They continue that dirty touch in the air, gets both of them to jump. And again, it just makes the defense so easy. When your offense is finding multiple jumps, getting those disguised plays, and when X-Ray is just given all this freedom to breathe, and Vale is just getting double bumps in the corner, Dakota State has to do something about this physicality.
We've seen it from the Firebirds Red in their series earlier today. It was mainly Core who was up, he was in there, getting these demolitions, and there it is again, a bump to remove one of the defenders. Hypnotic out of boost, out of options, a 4th now for the Firebirds.
I mean, Vale did that off 0 boost.
Yeah.
X-Ray gets that first touch, and Vale gets in there and just gets the touch, gets the bump, and disrupts everything. Once again, a goal every 30 seconds here from the Firebirds. I don't know that they can keep this up over the series, but it sure is exciting to see all those flashing lights for them. Another demolition from Vale. And Dakota State University just left wondering for themselves. Again, there is a second chance if you lose this series, but to lose it in a fashion like this would definitely leave a bad taste in your mouth.
There was a bit of a break, too, between when this series and the previous games happened. A little bit around an hour, I believe. So it was time to cool down, time to reset, and you got to get your fingers warmed up and ready to go. And I wonder if we're seeing part of that come in for Dakota State, but an opportunity for Samuel to push it through. But Vale uses the last of their boost to push it out and leave Dakota State without a point.
Half this game left to go. Dakota State, it is looking grim in terms of this first game result. But can they find something that'll boost their momentum throughout the entire series? This upper semis is still just a best of 5, so the series can get away from you very quickly if you don't win some of these early games. And I think that's something that's so special about the Firebirds team. Are they the best team in the bracket? We'll have to find out. But how fast they start in the series has looked better than anybody else.
You give this team an inch, they're going to take a mile as X-Ray takes the 5th after nailing it point blank at the corner ball here. Like, look at the angles that they managed to find to get the pass. Uses the Dakota State defender to get the ball in. At what camp the Firebirds do. They are up and they are feeling it.
And you saw the cam in the bottom left there. They are just laughing and having fun here while they score their 5th. And why shouldn't they be? That one's going off the crossbar. Secondary is no good. That crossbar is just too mean and just too big. Check that crossbar's PayPal.
And the friendly fire from the Firebirds defense. Those two players colliding each other, even cleared more space with the crossbar. The worst enemy of Dakota State. They're doing their best to make the most of the time the ball is on the red half of the pitch. Will once again be short-lived. Corrupt feeds it to X-Ray. Another ball point center at that corner. 6-0 now.
The 4th goal in this game from X-Ray, and Core, what an insane pass towards the midfield. 80 miles an hour. Gotta give them a speeding ticket for that 6th goal for the Firebirds red team. Dakota State, they've got a minute and change left here in this game. It's already probably over unless a meteor strikes the Firebirds Reds PC. And Dakota State, they need to find some semblance of offense, because even worse of a result is if they walk out of this game without scoring a goal.
You want to prove to yourself that you can do it, you can get a point. I just don't know if the Firebirds are going to give them that opportunity. Look how close Dakota State have been forced to play for the majority of this game, and even when they do manage to spread out, well, guess what? Demo after demo is awaiting them. Nautic stops it at the midfield. That's be a hit up towards the top, but clearly playing towards that backboard and is ready for any push that Dakota State might make. Still unable to move past their midfield. Will deny a 7th for now.
30 seconds to go here. Firebirds red with their dominance. Again, you mentioned not only their success in terms of the round robin, but they still have only dropped 2 games throughout their entire road across Friday and Saturday. And Vale's got another demo. Guy's got an infinite amount of kills already on marksmanship duty and even gets back for the save in time. 5 seconds left to go. Dakota State trying to score, but the Firebirds with full control on the defensive side will just look for one more final attempt on 000. That one bounced to the ground, but a clear and decisive Game 1 win for the Firebirds.
Yeah, I just see the coach nodding in the background. He's like, you know what, team? Great work. What else can you say from that game? Near flawless from the team, other than a one slightly sticky situation. Carthage Firebirds are looking to be the best team within this tournament. And reminder, this Dakota State, they're not slouches either. They came out 2nd in Group 2, only losing out to NIU, the only other undefeated team at this point. And it's not a feel good to go down 0-6 Game 1. Look to turn it around as the scoreboard is wiped clean in Game 2.
They got a fresh slate here, but this game number 2 can become dangerous super quick. We know how fast the Firebirds start. Core gets it straight to the crossbar. Secondary touch is a fadeaway that forces a double commit. All the boost is already gone, and Core up will go again.
Fake.
Down low shot, it scores! Vale's got another one in the first 30.
Look at this play, too. Every single player had a hand on that ball. Goes up to X-Ray. Whether it was a bump or a fake, we'll never know unless you ask Corrupt. But it was Vale there to save it. All 3 players getting in on the action. That's how the Firebirds play, and that's how they win.
30 seconds in, they've already found one.
No.
X-Ray, close angle. It's that post that is big enough to deny it this time. But a demolition from Vale makes things tough on the offensive look and even gets up for that 50-50 in the sky. Oh, X-Ray was ready to pick the pockets on a cherry pick. And B-Money, no chance of that 50 either. This upper semifinals getting out of hand for the Trojans. They've got to find their footing, and still 6 minutes without scoring a goal.
The Trojans, though, are looking much better. At least for now, they've stopped the 30 seconds. We get a goal streak for Carthage Firebirds. Is that going to be enough as Vale hunting for yet another one. Fantastic play within the corner, passing it back. Look at this flip up. The coordination between the Firebirds remains to be impressive as ever. As they always manage to find each other. You know that they're looking for these passing plays as much as they're allowed to.
They're always looking for a teammate, and that's what's so special. They have the mechs to do it themselves. They have the mechs to solo things off. But when they're working together, it looks like right now they are the best team, and they've gone undefeated for a reason. Dakota State, the one silver lining. They haven't scored enough. Okay, that silver lining is out the window. Cora finds their second.
The caster curse is real today on Dakota State, and yeah, that's X-Ray and Corrupt finding the one hole in the Dakota State defense, the second now to come on through. Yeah, it's a slower scoring pace than it was before, but still a significant lead that Dakota State are going to have to do some serious workshopping to come back from.
Got a lot of time, but they still have just yet to find that first goal. And the longer the series draws on where they aren't able to find it, I mean, the confidence is going to start to wane. You talk about for the Firebirds, how much control they've got over the course of this one. They just continue to find corner passing plays. Samuel will find a nice little trade away on the demolition. Core's going to go for the long-range shot and force Samuel into a save, making them use their boost early, and then they can cut right back to it as X-Ray forces a double commit.
The committing of the resources has been hard for Dakota State. Even Samuel now uses everything to get it down to the field, but Vale gets his own boost taken away. Not a lot of boost for Carthage to work with as a whole. P-Money knows it. It's a chance now for Dakota State, but Samuel loses control of the ball at the key moment that the Trojans needed to see it. Same with Hypnotic, a little bit of an awkward bounce off the floor. P-Money back on the defensive end now. It's a great clear down to the side, but Vale able to cover.
Nice little offense here. Feels like the Firebirds, they put Dakota State here in an Iron Maiden for the entirety of this game number 2, never giving them a chance to walk out. And it might not be 2 minutes to midnight, but it's 2 minutes away from the Firebirds taking yet another game here and putting themselves up to series point. The Trojans need to find an answer to these aerial clears. I know sometimes it's really risky to put your body on the line up through the air, but they need to get somebody up there to deny some of these aerial touches. The team pinch try, X-Ray not going to find the communication, but still finds it off the wall. And it's well read from the Trojans on the backside as P-Money goes, but can't find the double.
It's like we're watching these teams play at two completely different altitudes. Dakota State, you can see the hesitancy in taking some of those 50s as soon as the ball pops up. As we get to see now from X-Ray, there was an attempt out of Dakota State, but that one is a little bit short of the mark that was needed. It's been reliant on these huge booming hits downfield. The way for Dakota State to get a break, it was the bump, everything looked perfect, but there was one last player standing in the way of Dakota State's first point.
So tough. I mean, back-to-back incredible saves there from the Firebirds, and with 60 seconds left to go, Dakota State is left with nothing on the board. They've got a 2v1, but it's misplayed in the demolition. Samuel gets taken care of. Core's going to go back to the sky. It's already a goal. 4 shots from Core in this game. Samuel, nice little skyward dive. Can't put it on board as that last man save once again connects. Far shot. Will score. Hypnotic's got the cut down.
The floodgates have finally been opened for Dakota State. They've shown that they can do it, and because of how well they've been keeping the Firebirds at bay, this is only a 1-point game with 45 seconds left to go. The Trojans, for the first time, are in a winnable scenario within this series, but they got to show that they can prove it in the next 40 seconds, or Corrupt can just get that lead right back for the Firebirds.
I mean, the shot placement is just insane. It's a 1v2, well contested, and puts it right in between the daylight circle between P-Money and that crossbar. All the hope that Dakota State just had went out the window, and they've got to find 2 more goals here in 30 seconds to just tie the game.
It's going to be a tough matchup, or rather to turn around for Dakota State. At least you proved, hey, we can do it. We can contest in this game. This is much better than the 6-0 from game number 1, but you're not quite there just yet. We hit those final 15 seconds, and with Carthage as in control they are at a 4th now nailed in. That's going to do it for game 2.
Funny enough for X-Ray, just their first goal here on the game. A long fadeaway finds itself in the left post, and X-Ray's been doing a really good job of answering, finding those first touches, and setting up the rest of the team, which is so scary, because I feel like X-Ray is one of the best players in terms of that ability to fight through the sky, to be able to fight through all that defense. P-Money, though, talk about fighting through a kickoff. They'll score an extra.
And that is the best note that you can possibly end this game on for Dakota State. Like, if only that last goal or two didn't go in, think of what would be happening. I mean, Dakota State, I think this is the real hope. This is the real motivator, and the team that we see in Game 3 will be a whole different look of the Trojans. P-Money gonna look for a second for himself, a third for the team. But out of time, out of options, this ball will inevitably look to hit the ground. Carthage Firebirds Red will find themselves at a match point, one game away from the upper finals.
They've got a game to do it. They've got another game after and a third. If those two first ones don't work out, and again, with how fast they've been getting out, they look really good. I will say, again, the scoring result is better from Dakota State in that second game. However, the problem is they waited 9 minutes here in this series to find their first goal, and I don't think it's anything of their own fault. I think it's Carthage has been just so dominant through that midfield, and with all that control, they are ready to try and pull off the sweep. One more game will do it for Carthage. They've got 3 games to try and attempt that win.
3 games to do it, and Corrupt looking to start things off right, but no boost in the tank means it's an easy denial. Samuel on the top, but as he said last game, the X-Ray, been the aerial expert for this Carthage Firebirds team, been up there a ton, practically living in the skybox to set up these long passes, even if it's not them scoring the goals often.
Yeah, all those setups. Vale, that's the wrong net. It is a Carthage Firebirds goal, but on the wrong side here. And Vale, unfortunately, just could not get that first contest. Hypnotic on the good, and just decides to run it on back.
In that situation, there's not much Vale could have done differently, to be totally honest. And as best case scenario for Dakota State, put Carthage Firebirds in an uncomfortable position, surely not to make the same mistake again. The Trojans find themselves in the lead for the first time this series, and we know they're going to try their best to maintain it. Whenever the Firebirds get scored on, give them 30 seconds, and we might see them come right back.
You see they're still having fun. I mean, trying the psycho on the back end right after you own goal is very crazy, I will say. But Dakota State, yeah, you'll take that goal. Vale is going to try and make up for it with a backboard double, but just off-angled it towards that right side. It's the follow-up touch that just can't get inside for them. They've got all this paint pressure, and Korup will score. A minute in, and they do equalize the game.
What'd I say? Give them 30 seconds. That's what the Firebirds do best. They go down, well, guess what? An answer is right around the corner, and it'll be Corrupt with the help of X-Ray to get that one down. So scoreboard basically reset now as we hit a tie game once more. Dakota State, they want that taste of their lead back.
Got to get it quick. We talk about not only how well the Firebirds can score, but how quickly they score as well. If the Trojans are uncareful here, Cora, nice little centering feed once again, just drains away the boost and drains away the time. These shots are more patient. They're slower at the highest level of Rocket League. Sure, good teams can be able to shoot the ball super fast, but the great teams will be able to slow it down, slow that pace, and make their opponents jump for extra boost.
Again, trying to burn down these resources of the Dakota State defenders. And so the Firebirds managed to get the scoring in that they need. A great dribble from P-Money in the air. Attempted flip reset, but that was easily read by the Firebirds as there wasn't any passing play, and now limited on the defensive end. X-Ray met with the goalpost. Best defender for Dakota State that they had as a pinch was forced. Samuel will keep it away.
Korup is just bumping every single player and actually gets involved for a missed pass on that centering feed. X-Ray's back to it. No boost for themselves. Still goes for the bouncer. Feels like they've been in this offensive half for over a minute at this point for the Carthage Firebirds. Finally, the Trojans will get themselves some semblance of a clear. But X-Ray's right back to it. It's the double and won't even find the first 50. P-Money, good control, out of boost, has to pick up some pennies, and Vale's right back to it. I mean, Dakota State is just running out of resources before they can get down. P-Money fakes it for the bump, and it'll score from Hypnotic.
And just like that, the Trojans proved we are not down and out of this yet. We are the second seed from Group 2. We are no easy foes. It was actually an occupied defender in the back corner from Samuel to help that one out. We're hitting that halfway mark, 1-goal differential. Nobody is safe. Let's see if they can stop the Firebirds' answer that we've seen them come back with.
This is interesting from the Firebirds as well. They've been answering a lot. They've been very good as Vale goes straight to the crossbar. But they've also had a lot of offensive chances that haven't scored here in this game. So you wonder, again, about that mental boon. If they start to think, all right, our offense was scoring all throughout those first and second games. We combined for 9 goals through the two of them. And now we've only got 1 here. Sure, still 2 minutes left to go. But the Trojans, this is the best position they could be in. That one going to the post. Vale goes post to post, coast to coast, and still can't score.
Overconfidence can be one of the biggest weapons that your opponent will use against you if you give them the chance. I wonder if the Firebirds are falling victim to that here in game number 3 with their dominance before. Dakota State absolutely have stepped it up. I think there has been more holes in the Firebirds' performance than what we've seen from them thus far. Approaching the final 90 seconds, still been Red in control of all of these hits, but Samuel taking the initiative on that defensive backboard, using it to their advantage, keeps it as the same, but they just can't get past this midfield line.
The timeline defense from the Firebirds has kept them alive. X-Ray looking to find something extra up the backboard, but P-Money very well controlled. Vale once again finds it straight on that halfway marker. Hypnotic and crew just trying to find some semblance of a slowdown. 60 seconds, they've got the lead. We know how fast the Firebirds can deliver, but they need to deliver on something soon. One of those quick fire passes. We've really seen a lot of solo efforts and not necessarily looking for each other. The communication has been bungled all throughout this game number 3.
The Firebirds know they have the mechanics to outplay Dakota State individually, but now that that's been kind of figured out to a degree with the teamwork, the Trojans have showcased the Firebirds have to bring that aspect of their gameplay back into considerations. 30 seconds, you're still down a point. Something has to give, or rather something has to return. P-Money, almost another goal to their name. It was a race back from Carthage. They once again are huddled their own half.
Still never over till it's over. Vale, one-on-one here. Doesn't get the touch they want, and Samuel could redirect. It's straight back to the sidelines. Hypnotic wants to go for the double, and it's going to be Samuel trying to delay. Double of their own. The angle isn't there, but it's got to stay off the ground. Carthage now or never. Triple zeros, and X-Ray is too far forward. No, he still gets under it. Gets back on the U-turn, but just let this drop, and that's what they will. Dakota State drops them in game number 3 and brings the series lead to just 1.
Fist bumps all around after that performance, and think about the turnaround between game 1 and now. That is a cold bucket of ice water dumped on Carthage's heads. They're like, all right, they're here to play. Dakota State, this is the form that they were in. They 3-0'd GVSU Blue, only falling to NIU, the other undefeated team in the bracket, and they're looking to keep that momentum up. Verse sweep or nothing is what it's going to take to stay in this upper bracket, and they're already one step there.
It was a 1-score loss, but this is a really good start, I think, or a 1-score win, rather. It wasn't the biggest overall win score, but it was a win. You take it 1 game at a time here, and if you can take game number 3, or game number 4, I guess it'd be the 2nd game in a row here to try and take, you really build momentum towards that game number 5. We're straight into game 4 set, game number 4, up our semis. No team is eliminated if they lose this series, but it definitely is going to take a hit to the ego.
Carthage still on match point, but you want to guess it based on how Dakota State is putting up the numbers last game, or even at the start of here, game number 4. And the demolitions, I think part of it, we barely saw any in the last part where Dakota State won. Something Carthage will paying much more attention to, I bet, is the corner of the crossbar. Every part of the goal was hit except the back of the net.
No lace found there on that initial drive. Dakota State, these Trojan crew, it continues to feel like they're happy in these low-scoring games. You go back to the games that Carthage won, 6-0 in game number 1 and 3-1 in game number 2. Much more out in the open offense. This time around, they are just not scoring as fast. They're not finding each other as much. And mainly it's because Dakota State has really found an answer to X-Ray, who has been forced to just those solo efforts instead of trying to find the teammates. And a crazy backboard touch leaves Vale going the other way, but it doesn't result in any score.
No, it seems that the ball is almost getting too far ahead of Carthage in their place. They've been struggling to maintain control, and especially when you see great bumps like that. At least Krupp to use the majority of their boost just to stop it from the midfield line. The bump is there, but the ball is not again, this team play where Carthage, we've seen that before, has not been present, and the defense from Dakota State is stellar in this first part of the game. Vale going up, with backward play from Samuel denies it once again.
Corp wants the solo. Can't get the reset under the ball, so Dakota State was very low on boost there, but Vale is not able to capitalize as that third man. Had to get back in time, and I like that the Carthage Firebirds aren't just full investing, just resisting the urge to put everybody forward and cause a mistake that would give Dakota State an early goal. That being said, they need to find some semblance of that offense that won them that game number one in such spectacular fashion. Their defense, I will say, looks very, very good. The rotations are nice, and they've been building up more offensive time. They need to find a pass like this, X-ray that backboard, assaulted, the double, not quite there.
Well, the opportunities are surfacing, though, for Dakota State. We're starting to see hints of what happened last game, and the longest we've gone without a score so far. Samuel almost breaking that trend. We've officially passed that halfway point of game 4 here, and I think both teams now are starting to pick up. They're catching each other on an even footing, and they even scoring, but it's these team plays, it's the passing that will make the difference. Dakota State strike first.
Samuel goes really big here, and I think for X-Ray, this is a really tough scenario. You know, Vale is coming, but they're actually a little bit late on the rotation, and you're basically just out of boost. So on that close side post, you just have to jump for it. Play one of the players, take a 50-50, and they guessed wrong. Dakota State, with half of this game gone and dusted, they are looking good and possibly trying to put themselves on a golden road to a Game 5 decider to see who's going to that upper bracket final first.
That might be all it takes with how low scoring this has been and how solid Dakota State have seen on this defense. One goal could be the difference maker, and defense will win you games if you have that lead. Carthage Firebirds, though, they're the ones, and I can't believe I'm saying it, that we need to see more of that defense. We need to see more of this offensive type of play that we have known them for. It's the reason that they are undefeated, and they are just almost out a second goal. In fact, it will go in, tipped by the crossbar as Dakota State enhance their lead.
What a pass. Straight through mid, bar down. Hypnotic's the one to score, but Samuel did a ton for that setup. And no even fist bump. They are locked into this lead. Dakota State knows what's on the line. Even if they win this game, there will still be another chance for Carthage to try and close out the series. And we know as well, if Carthage can find any sort of leg to stand on here in these final 70 seconds, how fast they can score as well. They've shown no semblance of it in the course of the last 2 games, and these backboard defenses are starting to fall apart and crumble as B-Money continues to demo them away. They're down to just 2 players off the respawn.
And this has been the P-Money show for a lot of this game, has seriously stepped it up on every match. The Dakota State has been in the lead, almost another there, pitching it up to Hypnotic. It's just looking desperate for the Firebirds. Normally we'd say it's over at this point, but this is Carthage Firebirds red. We are talking about heater from downfield and a double tap to secure it.
That is the first team play we've seen in about 4 minutes of gameplay from the Carthage Firebirds. But it's one that's beautiful. I mean, it starts in their back end. They get Dakota State to overcommit. They get a 1-2-3, a little tic-tac-toe to score, and now they are within 1. From X-Ray is going to back off that ball, let Core get their chance, go for the pass, go for the shot. Vale, no good. It's a good attempt. They need more with about 30 seconds left to go.
Normally at this point, we'd say, you know, it's starting to wind down. It's starting to get close to over, but it's the Firebirds that we're talking about. This team, unpredictable, almost a beautiful waterfall shot attempt out of players, but it's back down towards the red half of the field. Vale trying to stop that as much as possible. It's 20 seconds is not a lot of time to work with. All Dakota State need to do is sustain their lead. They don't need to score another one. But P-Money going for the cherry on top for this team scoreline. They want that Game 5. They want to get the reverse sweep and potentially be the first team to throw a loss at the Carthage Firebirds. It's down to this last touch. It's Vale in control. Going for the 1v1. X-Ray will nail it home in the final second, forcing us in overtime.
Vale is king. Core on that line denial.
Wow.
And P-Money just could not get to it in time. We're going straight to overtime, and 1 goal will decide whether or not it's a Game 5 berth or whether the Carthage Firebirds shut things down. 2 goals in a minute's time, a goal at 000, and now a chance to bring it back in overtime.
Carthage fully locked back in. The wind is in their sails. And all it needs is a golden goal to send it home. And the Firebirds will get it 30 seconds in. And they found themselves in the upper finals.
We said it all day long. X-Ray has been the passing machine through the sky, but this time around, it is their solo play, their singular effort that closes things out, and they will pick up the victory. I mean, such a turnaround. In literally a minute and a half, it went from, okay, Dakota State, you're going to Game 5, to all hope is lost. And the Carthage Firebirds do what they do best. That is only their third game, by the way, that they've dropped throughout the entirety of both the round robin and bracket stage.
And Carthage Firebirds, they move on. I think they had a taste of what defeat can look like. A taste of, hey, if we stop putting our A game on, this is what's going to happen. Teams will start to take advantage of you. We are at that point in the bracket as they are going to look to continue their run through the uppers, guaranteed at least a third place finish. Whereas Dakota State, they're down to the lowers, but this is not a team to sleep on in the slightest.
No, and I think this is a really good result. I don't think you like that final game. It didn't go your way, and you definitely dropped the ball towards those final couple seconds, but you fought against possibly the best team in the bracket. You realistically almost took them the full distance in terms of games, and you found the ideas of what you need to shut down, I think is the most important. You found, okay, it's going to be X-Ray that we need to stop in the sky. Eventually, X-Ray learned, okay, they're trying to shut me down, so I'll just play a little bit better.
They figured it out. If we play like a team, well, great things can happen, even when they were down 2-0 at one point. During that last game, Carthage will, in fact, move on as they look to continue their run. But we're going to pause our run here on the broadcast, throw it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have more Midwest Battleground action coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Midwest Battlegrounds for our Rocket League Collegiate Invitational. We are deep within our upper bracket, and we've got to find another team who's going to make it to our upper bracket finals. Myself, Llama77, joined by Tiny Shiny up here on the desk. And Tiny Shiny, we've really had a good set of brackets, a good set of games, and now we've got two teams that won it more than anything else that we've seen earlier before today.
GVSU Blue pulling up the biggest upset that we've had in our bracket, sending this number 2 seed from Group 1 in Michigan State White to the lower bracket to face against your academy team in an MSU versus MSU face-off. They're looking to take it to the only other undefeated team we have in the NIU Huskies, local to Page, and they're looking to set it up as one of the teams we haven't seen yet on broadcast. A huge surprise will await. We'll see the play style, but I'm sure the record will do the speaking for them. Haven't lost a game, dropped only 2 during their round robin, and near flawless so far within the bracket. If a team can beat them, I think it's a team like GVSU Blue coming off fresh from the win if they're upset.
Yeah, I think you come off that upset. You've got to fight a tougher team here in this winner's semifinal, but the job has to be done. Another best of 5 and our final Rocket League upper semi that we're going to watch here today. These two teams, you mentioned it before. You make it through this, you're already in the top 3. For GVSU, another tough road ahead of them. But for Northern Illinois, you talked about how we haven't kind of watched them throughout this bracket stage, but they have been a very dominant team in terms of expecting to win their group. They were able to get that done and then kind of work off of that number 1 seed. One of the scary things as being the number 1 seed is you get that bye into the extra round, you get forward in the bracket, but for some of these teams, you don't start with that game under your belt. So for Northern Illinois to come out swinging and get a 3-1 dub in their opener definitely proves they're ready to go.
Yeah, the Huskies already, too. But looking at the pressure, one thing we've known the Lakers for throughout their tournament presence has been this constant onslaught of offense, and it has been denied so far. It's instead been the Huskies in this blue half of the pitch, leading it to players like Raybon to attempt to go for these long clears, leaving him on the complete opposite side of the field for where the ball is. GVSU, they don't like being on this defensive side, and you can see why. It's Hertz who will strike home first for NIU.
Really big stuff from that first contest from Hawk, who gets it up towards the skyline, and Hertz just makes it electrical with that touch towards the top left corner. Northern Illinois, a very slow and consistent game, and I think that's what's so deadly about this team other than others. You look at other teams in this bracket, they're flashy. They've got skills to pay the bills on the Mechie side of things. Northern Illinois, they are just so decisive in their decision-making, and they will play low-scoring games all day if they have to beat you.
If they're okay with allowing this game pace to slow down, and that's the complete opposite of what GVSU want. This is a high-octane, be go, all the time type of team, and because of that, they're forced to put the brakes on themselves to almost match where NIU are at, and it's part of the struggle with the first part of this game, where they lost that first goal. And TJV, been one of those players to really step up for the Lakers. We saw it in that game against MSU White. And NIU, again, great control of this midfield ball, not allowing any Lakers plays to be made on the opposite side. Great flick there from Storm to deny TJV. The steal, passing plays will set the ball up perfectly.
Like right now what GVSU has got in store in terms of their offensive side. The question, though, for this upper semi is still a 1-0. Make that 2-0. Storm brings the lightning again and finds the backboard lace.
Yeah, and look at that point from Hawk. Basically hit the top corner ceiling. Knew that GVSU didn't have the resources to invest in further plays, so kept on pushing with the rest of the players, double committing there, and right decision for the Huskies. Now at a much more comfortable 2-0 lead, and a fantastic job of shutting down these Lakers.
Good start for them. They've got to finish this game off still with half of it left to go. That is just going to score. Haka's going to find the long range and infinitely look from the backside. And Hertz set it up. Sometimes you just put them on target and they land.
GVSU kind of struggling with some of these defensive rotations. They've always invested so much more on this attack because they know that they're good at it. They know they can find the players when they need to. But NIU, they said, well, we don't care about that. We're just going to play this midfield game. We're going to make you sweat and force these mistakes. That's the 4th now for NIU, catching GVSU sleeping.
And that's a tough lost ball there on the sidewall from TJV. And a long shot will connect from Hertz. it's kind of been the Hearts and Hawks show so far. Storm does have one goal to add on top of things, but I mean, Northern Illinois right now overall has just found their groove halfway through this game, and it doesn't seem like they're outscoring them by just shooting as many shots as they can. It feels like every single offensive drive is very decisive in where and when they want to go.
Calm, cool, and collected is MO for NIU. The TJV, GVSU, they got to get themselves on the board. We know that they can do it. We've seen them put up electric levels of offense on the chances, but the Huskies have just said at any route they have attempted to take. As instead, Ben TJV forced to play this backboard and almost struggling to do it. The ball pitched up to Hertz. The read on the bounce will be enough from Relic. Keep GVSU at a 4-goal deficit. Even then, you'd like to show out on this first game, but at least getting one on the board. I don't think Hertz is going to allow it, though. Look at that pass to defenders with a little bit of help from Storm on the bump. That's 5 now for NIU.
Well, a hat trick for Hertz, and I mean, that's incredible even on the intro. Gets that first touch and even finds a way to get the bump off the off-ball play. 100 seconds left to go. Lakers, they're going to need an answer, and I think just calming things down, trying to get that first goal. Obviously, Craven has been really good in terms of finding opening opportunities throughout that playoff run. We also remember the Lakers had to start down from a lower position. Their first game was pretty ugly in terms of that last series draw. Now they've got a chance to do that again, to bounce back and adapt. You don't want to give anything for free to the Huskies, but I don't think it's quite panic just yet for the Lakers.
No, they're still going to try. They're still going to show them what they got, and that is the outplay that Relic was looking for. Storm swiped straight off of their hood, and Relic easily able to follow it up, had the boost from the rest of the corner, and it's kind of what we like to see from this GVSU blue team. They did play each other in the round robin stage. It was a 3-0 favoring NIU, and while that game one might be going the way of the Huskies, the Lakers aren't going to give up.
They never should. I mean, this is a best of 5 where you've got to put every single ounce of effort you've got left in, and Storm goes straight to the post with a powerful shot and can't quite rein it in. It does mean under 60 seconds left to go here. Sock goes off the backboard. Storm goes in for the underground shot, but off of those wheels just could not find that extra touch. So it's back to Graben. Oh! Nice little flick straight to the crossbar themselves. And GVSU has sure got these solo plays. Unfortunately, they overcommit, and Storm will find their second.
As the story of GVSU, I think this is a team that does really well relying on their individual mechanics. They invest so much into it, and this thing keeps happening. It's the third time we've seen a goal occur because of the lack of defensive presence on this team. 6-1, we approach the final 40 seconds. Looking like a Huskies victory so far. I think GVSU will surely have learned their lesson as we move later into the series.
They definitely have the offense to prove it, and I think they've got the players to do it as well. But it's, again, these controlled games. It honestly feels like the Lakers were in it the entire time, but they weren't. I mean, Hertz and the rest of their crew with these demos, with these sidewall touches, and especially Hertz through those controlling touches in the air. They play this game plan where it doesn't feel like you're losing, but they control all of the low ground, and they control the score line through in and throughout. TJV, one more chance on the waterfall, dropping down to 000s on the board, and that's game number 1. Huskies victorious.
The most devastating type of gameplay is the one where you feel like you have a chance, but in reality, it's your opponent that's pulling the strings, and you're unaware the whole time, and that's kind of what it felt like for GVSU, at least at the start, and especially TJV, silent throughout most of that. It's been that star player from the Lakers, at least the games that we've seen on stream so far, and as we look ahead into game number 2, scoreboard wiped clean. It hasn't been uncommon to see one team dominantly win game 1. What it has been is how close it has gotten from their games after.
They've still got to find that adaptation. Again, neither team that loses this series is out of our overall playoff bracket, but dropping down to that lower bracket where you've only got 1 life, there's going to be a lot of teams looking to tear you down. It's going to be important to step back up in this game right here. For Hertz, a good read here off the side wall. Won't be able to find the goal. Secondary is not there either. But, I mean, again, it just seems like GVSU, they're trying to pass through their back lines, but the Huskies are just getting these perfect reads time and time again.
Yeah, the Huskies know when and where they need to be. It's like they've read GVSU's playbook and are there one step ahead. As Relic still struggling to find it clear. The only reason this happens is an awkward bounce because 3 players managed to go wide of the ball. Graybon looking for the center, but there's just too much traffic in front of that goal line. The friendly bump does hurt NIU a tad bit on the touch and allows Relic to get another chance on the Lakers' offensive side. And how long can it be maintained? TJV managed to get it around 1. That's about all that they're going to find.
First touch from Storm, though, could be everything. With 0 boost, they get the follow-up here, and it's going to be Hertz that goes backboard. It's a setup 1, 2, 3, and that shot is turned aside. GVSU, long shot here. This one's just going to score. Graven finds a huge one for the Lakers as they steal away the lead.
It's these long field plays. You need to path out. Graybon's like, hey, I got boost. I'm open. Wait, I could dribble, or I could just nail it in from here. Huskies were not home, giving them a taste of their own medicine. And we get a Lakers lead for the first time in this series.
Can they keep it, though, with 4 minutes left to go? You look at TJV throughout that skyline. That's a nice clear from Hawk before they could get some sort of double on it. Hertz is going to go follow up. It's going to be 10 boost in their tank, so can't really follow up with any sort of bump or demo, anything to spice up that offensive drive. 90 seconds off. Hawk's just going to go for a low ground bounce, and you put those on target, you continue to drive those up. Now it's a nice demo on the other side to relieve some of that pressure, but that's how Northern Illinois scored a lot of their goals last time, was just those easy shots, forcing troublesome saves, and then following it up with a banger shot.
NIU are the ones to force mistakes, and I think it's GVSU realized we need to try to do this ourselves. I think bitters the confidence the Huskies got. They'll be short-lived, especially after how that first point ended up following through. Graybon gets it over the head of Hertz, pitches it up. Relic doesn't want to commit, sees how low TJV's boost is, decides it's rather to be safe than sorry, which is the best decision you can make, knowing the Huskies' play style.
They continue to play that one-on-one man offense here as Northern Illinois is going to go back to the sky. Not this time. The floating wings will be clipped away, and they're actually going to get a team bump here in that backside rotate, but it doesn't matter. Hertz through the sky has found the top left corner, and we're back to tied.
What a connection, too. TJV, unknowingly a part of NIU's plan all along, carried that extra inch that was needed. And the scoreboard once again will find itself at an even marker. The kickoff, nothing but chaos, but one that Graybon and TJV are happy to work with. Woo!
Hertz almost putting it in their own back of the net. We've seen a couple phenomenal own goals throughout the day today in our playoff bracket, but especially you talk about endurance at a point like this, where, I mean, these players have been playing for 4 or 5 hours of straight Rocket League, and they've got to play at their best at every single moment. I mean, this is where exhaustion really starts to set in, and you know you're done after this series no matter what. Both teams will stay alive to fight another day, but at the same time, you've got to play 100%, and at some points, that's where the mental lapse happens. You just get one misflip, one mistouch, and it can happen just like that off the backboard.
Yeah, all it takes, especially when teams are as close as this, is the mistakes. They'll come back to bite you rather than these big stellar plays, and it's kind of been the tale of the goals we have seen so far in this matchup. It's pitched up, but so many players from NIU ready to throw their cars in the way of any action that might be happening. It's a good bump, good defense on the opposite side, making it a 2v2, but even that won't be enough as GVSU, not a lot of boost in the tank to be able to work with. And so it's leaving it up to Graybon again to hit these big booming hits down towards the backboard, and NIU are all over it.
About 70 seconds left to go here, and we've got a tied-up game. This is a much different scoreline result from Lakers, but it feels like the same exact game. It feels like the Huskies are still in this controlling driver's seat where they're getting so many of these offensive touches, and they're controlling the midfield. Hawk gets another good one, backing off it. That's a Storm bump on the backboard, and Hawk is just going to go flying the Beyblade towards that backline to try and disrupt anything that will set up towards the defensive side. Long clear. Hawk has got it on the clearance on the setup. Storm's got to play down low for any follow-up. 40 seconds left to go, and we're still searching for someone to take that lead.
We said it before that it's common to have a game one be an absolute demolition for one team, but as we get on to these series, whoever got demolished usually finds a way to bring it back, or at least make it a close game. 1-1. And very little time left to go, of course, as GVSU still choked up in their own net. Great save from TJV. But the barrage is relentless when it comes to these shots. NIU have refused to let this ball pass the midfield line until now. Had to commit for the demo onto Graybon. In the final seconds, Hawk looking to set something up. TJV throws it to the backside. We're on the brink of an overtime. unless something crazy were to happen. Raybon likes what the crazy sounds like. It's a great team pass, but it doesn't have the hit to keep it up. We find ourselves in overtime for game 2.
Another golden goal scenario, and I won't turn down extra Rocket League. Hawk, that backboard double. He's got it wide open! Straight up for the lucky number 7. It's a game 2 victory and a closer. Northern Illinois. Incredible. Off the kickoff, they find the arduous look, and they found themselves the second game to put themselves on series point.
And these Huskies, look at that. They know that they're cool. They know what they did. We just got a wave over there. It's kind of creepy. He was like staring at us for a second. But, you know, hey, I mean, just paying attention. They're locked in. They're ready to go. NIU, kind of the mystery team coming into this tournament. Of course, we've seen Carthage play at high levels from past events. But the Huskies, one of their first times competing in this Rocket League tournament, have blown it out of the water. Now 1 game away from making those upper finals, guaranteeing a 3rd place finish or better.
And I will say, I mean, for the Lakers, we've said it so many times throughout the bracket today, but losing that game in that style is so tough. After you put in all that work to shut down their offense and deliver yourself to a tied-up overtime, you lose off a kickoff goal that Hawk just outplays you on. Now you've got to do it in reverse sweeping fashion. It is all or nothing from the Lakers, or they're dropping down to lower brackets.
And it's been Hurts to carry this away for NIU. And this guy, by far, the one who's been setting up a lot of these goals or even getting them for themselves. Fantastic bump on the goal line. It was Relic. Instead, I knew that they were the last line of defense. Keep this up, and I think NIU, they're starting to feel it. They know that they're up 2-0. All they need is 1 more game, and they're going to start it off right. That's 1 on the board for Hurts.
2 shots in 24 seconds, aided by a goal here. And just a little bit out of position, the Lakers really banking on that final touch from Graben, but it's not enough to get up into the sky. And Northern Illinois, once again, continue their dominance. I feel like they've just been a silent Grim Reaper going through the bracket and taking down teams one by one. And GVSU is the next one on the docket. Straight to the backboard, the bump, and it's going in from Hawk off what is going to go down as an own goal.
Oh, that is not what you want to see from the Lakers. Hawk hits it off the board. It might have been okay by itself, but with Storm as close as they were to the ball, that's just not what feel good for the Lakers. Now down 2-0. It's such a fantastic game, too. They kept it close, forced in overtime, but it's all falling apart in the first 30 seconds of game 3.
You've got to figure it out. I mean, you said it. Storm probably scores that one anyways. I guess you score it yourself, save yourself a little bit of the mental boon, but Northern Illinois is just piecing them apart in these slow, low-ground plays. And what was such a controlled scoreline from that game number 2, GVSU does not have the luxury this time around. Their boost is getting stolen. Another long shot from Hurts forces a double commit there on that back right side. And the Lakers, once again, just have no space to play, even in their own defensive half.
No, they're getting corralled into a tighter and tighter circle the more you watch this, and it's a rare breakaway that we do get to see, but even then, both Hawk and Hurts jumping up for that, double committing on the ball, and there's just nobody home. I mean, GVSU, look at that, all 3 players are playing so aggressive, they get the demo, they know it's their chance, and it'll be TJV to deliver it home and quiet this series so far. It's his time to shine.
Relic played that one so smart. I mean, it's not only that they get the demo, but, I mean, that full tank of boost there just decides, all right, I'm going to fake like I'm going back, and then I'll just cut straight across the field with that full tank of boost. Northern Illinois not able to keep track of resources there, and the lead is cut down to 1, and 90 seconds off the board. Still 3.5 minutes left to go. Hawk's going to play the low ground pinch, and won't be able to find the undercut. And with a demo onto Hurts, that makes things a little bit tougher here. GVSU still stuck in that back corner, and Hurts gets a little bit of a chip, but has to force that last member of Storm to jump for it, or, Hawk on the backside.
Relic now looking to understand that Lakers are having more time on this offensive front. Even if it's not a lot, it's still an improvement. And you're going to take small things like that, only a 1-goal deficit, and with how much time is still left, you're not fretting all that much yet. A lot of tussles in the midfield for control. Will be a pass TJV up to Relic. Will be interrupted quite rudely, though, by the Huskies, who are looking to make something up of their own. Again, thrown off to the field. GVSU have played so incredibly close to each other, they have left very few players on this midfield line, and it almost came back to hurt them.
to keep it alive, though. Half the game, nice read, Hawk. Can't score it. A double do-si-do off of his opponent. Not able to find it in TJV. Credited there with a save. You wonder for Northern Illinois where you can go from right here is another score. Oh, Storm is just putting it on board, and Hearts will take that free goal every day.
Storm is caught on his tail. TJV right there. But that's why you have the team, people, and Hertz has been the striker force for NIU. 3-1 now as we are well into the second half of game number 3. Match point, they can keep this up. Will find themselves facing off against Carthage Firebirds Esports Red. But that's only if the Lakers are out of juice, and Gray Bond is showing they are far from that.
Oh, man. I mean, that touch there off of the ceiling, that's a triple commit that Grayvon reads. Gets the read, too, after their opponent touches it. And that's a way to really boost the momentum. Northern Illinois, that's got to put you in your own headspace after giving up a goal like that. After that defense felt so good, so on point. Now they only lead by 1 with this upper semi still being on the line. You do know if for Northern Illinois, you're up into that series point already, right? You've got 3 chances to close it out. But if you play a game like this and GVSU is able to come back for a double, no, he can't land it.
Craybon playing out of their mind here in game number 3. They know what is on the line for the Lakers, and there we have it yet again. Shot after shot coming through for this player. Relic, let's get more of this passing action into play. If there's one thing NIU's been really good at, it's been stopping the ball from connecting the dots of the GVSU players. You got to give him more credit here. Relic holding down this midfield line significantly better than in previous matches. They'll have to turn their sights towards the defense if it wasn't for that demolition.
Big takedown hurts. Oh, man. I mean, talk about making good of a bad scenario. Storm waits for that rotate in, finds the shot on net. And even though it's a 1-goal lead, even though the Huskies have showed some weakness points, they are the ones still in the advantage. Getting pushed off, getting sent in, and getting to see what happens here with under a minute to go. Storm getting his reset, deciding just to free fall from the sky. And that's going to be GVSU taking advantage, setting up backwards mid. TJV equalizes.
These downfield plays for the Lakers have been stellar. Relic pumps it all the way up, takes it from the opposite goalpost essentially, and it's TJV on the follow-up under pressure, mind you, by both Hertz and Hawk. We're at a tied game. 37 seconds left to go. We could see ourselves in a second overtime of this series. We know neither of these teams wanted to get to that point. And Hertz will be the one to deny it for now.
That is a connection of all time, and it all starts with Storm's initial contest. Hertz the on target. You know TJV is low on boost, and it's another penalty kick scenario where they just put it top bins, unsavable. The Lakers, no chance to get the job done unless they score again here in regulation. They've got to find that offense. It'd be so heartbreaking after losing that overtime, losing by 1 goal, to fall to the exact same fate.
And Craybon Relic, they know what is at stake. You can see the pressure that is now being applied to the NIU net, but 10 seconds until they might meet their fate. GVSU, can they get it back? Hawk trying to deny them as best as possible. Relic throws it up, centered ball, but deflected by Hertz at the goal line. Hawk will kill it down, and NIU find themselves in the upper finals, maintaining their undefeated record.
This silent but deadly assassin has taken down yet another team, and again, it might be the expected result for them to jump through all these hoops to get all of their daggers delivered, but their death by 1,000 cuts offense continues to find success over the course of long series, and it's going to be interesting to see that, winner's final matchup. With Northern Illinois winning, they now get to face tomorrow the Carthage Firebirds red team, who was looking like the most upfront and mechanical, the head-in-your-face offense. They're going to face a defense and a very slow, calculated, and concise team. Boy, that matchup is going to be exciting.
It's a full yin and yang kind of battle that we are going to be looking forward to in terms of team play styles tomorrow. And I think both these teams undefeated, making it to the uppers. They wouldn't have it any other way. And I'm sure are feeling quite good after that result. I think GVSU, second time now, being swept by NIU, sent down to the lower bracket, facing off against Ferris State Crimson, which if you take a look at this team, like for the bracket, Ferris State has been running it down. This is the fourth seed, mind you. They are in the bottom half of their group. And yet they are pulling it all the way up to these lower quarterfinals and can give GVSU a run for their money if they don't bring their A game.
And honestly, I honestly feel bad for Maverick Esports. They had to play this first Dakota State University, and they dropped down to play Ferris State, who was just on an absolute run. Ferris State only dropping 1 game in 2 series as they take down Carthage's B team, and now they put themselves in a lower quarterfinals match where they are just 1 win away from making themselves to that overall top 4. I think a lot of exciting matchups. I mean, you got to see Michigan State take down Ohio Northern University and then be able to take down their own Michigan State teammates to get there. So, like we said, Tiny, we've been having a lot of team kills throughout this bracket.
Yeah, Michigan State White having to deliver the fate to their own academy team is quite a sight in the lower bracket. It was one thing with our Carthage versus Carthage and others, but to be the one to send your sister team home, that's a completely different deal. That matchups galore, and great ones at that, has been the case for our Collegiate Invitational here at the Midwest Battleground. And a lot of Rocket League teams are going to go ahead and take that well-deserved break, rest up, and come back ready to go for tomorrow. We're going to have Super Smash Brothers take the stage for the time being, so that's going to do it for us, and we'll see you back later. So make sure you stay around, enjoy Super Smash, and we'll continue our broadcast of Day 2 for the Midwest Battleground.
Rule.
Welcome to Midwest Battlegrounds 2026.
Hello.
My name is Kevin with a K. We've got Ultimate Singles coming up, and I'm joined
By Eclipse MT. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Pretty much, we're doing fine. It's 2 p.m. right now. There was a lot of collegiate action earlier today with Rocket League right now, and we're just coming off of that, right? We're coming right now. I only got a brief glance as to what was going on with the Rocket League guys in the same monitors right now. But walking into Smash Ultimate, what do you think so far as to how this event will be turning out?
I mean, it'll be interesting because we have like a couple of big shooters at the top, and then otherwise it's like a lot of the talent that you see at locals, a lot of the talent that you see at regional events around here.
Yeah,
a lot of Chicago staples.
A lot of Chicago talent here. Lots of them who were at Flash Flood last weekend as well, and I'm seeing a couple familiar names in the start.gg when I was looking into it. And it's like, yeah, a lot of commonality in here. Good deal of the Chicago talent here at Battleground today.
Oh yeah, I'm excited, and the really cool thing about this event,
also a mix of the collegiate talent as well.
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. That's the cool thing about this event.
IHSA, I think, wrapped up shortly afterward in the other room as well. So there was a good moment. So there was good momentum right there. A lot of that stuff was going on earlier in the morning, and I think a lot of that stuff is concluding too. I think I was walking up to around winners finals for their sets, taking place around 12:30, 1 o'clock-ish.
Midwest Battleground, if you haven't come here before, is a really fun collaboration of a lot of different esports. So we've got production for, as you already mentioned, Rocket League. We have, last year at the very least, we had
Valorant's going on the other side of the ballroom right now, too.
Yes, it's so cool. And the venue is really interesting, too, because it's packed with collegiate players, with players that are trying to participate in a bunch of different esports. So it's just a really, really interesting and fun time for an event put on by DuPage Esports.
Yeah, the DuPage County Sports Commission, really good governing body. They are very good in their mission to do recreational sports out here in the Chicagoland area and in DuPage County in particular. So really, it is really good momentum to develop the scene, the competitive gaming scene here in Chicagoland in particular, and of course, all across the board. We got a lot of colleges, both in-state and out-of-state, that are also attending this event, and they are lending some of their best talent in a bunch of the other sports to gun. So with that in mind, too, like, who do you think is your top pick as to who's going to take this bracket out? Because we're currently beginning Wave 1 in singles right now. Players are coming shortly into the stage right as we speak. But who do you think is your preferred favorites to win this bracket?
Yeah, I need to double-check who's in each pool and to make sure that there are no DQs. But assuming the seeding is as it says, Syrup is kind of the favorite. Like there's a pretty big gap between Syrup and the next player on the list when it comes to rankings, history, and the stuff on paper. But
Atata was an early sign-up early on too. He's
That's true.
Very big Nest player from Chicagoland. So
that's true. But Atata has struggled in the Steve matchup, and against a Steve and Nest player in Syrup, it's going to be an uphill battle if they face against each other.
Oh baby, Nest Dittos, wow. I love to see them. Nest Dittos are very fun. They're very floaty, very janky. You got that double jump to deal with, and then of course Nest's special moves kit is just quite possibly what I can say is very, very, very much an unpredictable matchup to deal with.
Well, before we even get that far into the bracket, we of course have our pools coming up, Wave A and Wave B. We're going to be doing Wave A. We're going to have a lot of cool talent. I see some people in the practice areas that I recognize from plenty of locals. I've seen Eclipse, I've seen Atata, I've seen One Power, I've seen a lot of the local
There's too many Eclipses
practicing.
inside this thing. I remember running to it. There was one instance not too long ago. When I got confused in another Discord community server. One of the locals who organizes here in Chicagoland, I got confused for another player named Eclipse. Because one, he plays Falco, as do I.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
I play Green Falco. I think this guy plays Red, though.
Yeah, Green Falco is superior.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an old melee bat.
Yeah, valid. Yeah, that's very cool. And I can definitely understand that getting really confusing in this region specifically.
Yeah.
But the regional threats are going to come in. We don't have a whole lot of out-of-region threats this year, so I do think that a lot of what you have seen before in this region, you might be seeing again with a mix of upsets potentially and hopefully coming in within region. That's kind of what we always look for if we just have constant in-region battles is Will Atata lose early on to a big body like we saw across the Faustings? Will, you know what, we have house comms. I'm sorry, Jeff. I probably should be a little bit more cognizant of how to.
Yeah, we do have house comms in where I can definitely hear it on the other side of the room.
Yeah, I'm curious. We'll see. We'll see what we've got coming up. I'm going to check to see who's in our wave because I'd love to get a heads up on.
Mint Squared versus Chrononautica up in stage right now.
Okay.
So, do these players recognize? What do you right off the bat? You have the names. What do you think about these players with their matchup?
Okay, Min Squared. Okay, both of these players, first of all, not players that I'm super familiar with. Neither one, as far as I know, has been PR'd within the region. So I am curious. Obviously, Min Squared sounds like a Min player. I just heard Cloud get locked in.
Yeah.
And it is going to be Min versus Cloud.
Oh wow.
Yep. So let's talk about this matchup, I guess, for a minute, right?
Yeah.
Because this is volatile, but it seems really, really difficult for Cloud, right? Approaching is super hard. You don't have the greatest.
Cloud has no range.
Yeah.
Cloud has virtually zero range. All right.
You have the
poke with his neutral special. Here we go. Town and City.
Now we got Smashville, even smaller.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that's I guess an ideal situation for Cloud. You don't have a lot of range. Why don't we make the stage smaller so?
But at the same time, you don't. But at the same time, it doesn't directly benefit Min though, because Min kind of has that tether and gives you less room to escape. And here we go, right off the bat. It does seem like a lot of this early damage is going relatively neutral in both cases, but still, Min is pretty much getting a lot of easy picks. Side B special. Yeah, side B empowered special.
This is a scramble-heavy stage. Whenever you come to Smashville, whenever you go to one of these smaller, claustrophobic, single-platform stages, you're planning to scrap, and we're seeing a lot of back-and-forth scrap. But man, Cloud coming back from this is going to be
potential.
difficult.
This is it. Yep. Right off the bat, Min was just able to zone him out.
Not a single jump available. Oh no, another terrible position. You got to jump early.
Min's at kill percent now with. All he needs to do is get a bunch of all that Min needs to do is get a bunch of that early damage back up then just to equalize that percent differential. And it looks like it's going very easily for now. Look at this.
A domination. This is
7% within a minute of actually having a second stock.
And as Cloud, you can't exploit Min.
This is the side special.
That's the one difficult thing about this matchup. So Min big lose condition not online for Cloud. And on this stage, yeah, you got to look for burst options. Small stage, dash attack doesn't.
Go to, and now we're looking at things that the Min can much more easily get that free damages and get that get Cloud much into that more danger point. Oh, misses the up special and recovery back down to his last stock. Full one stock advantage going on.
Chrono did have limit almost fully charged. We almost could have seen that come out to make the recovery safer. Honestly, at this point, you got to get back into the game somehow. Full stock down at 0%, and you're just getting beat to death.
Oh my goodness. But it didn't happen too, because like I said, have Cloud driving in very cramped stages.
Great air
against the character that also prefers rather cramped environments. Limits charged.
Okay, cute. I mean, as opposed to air dodging to ledge and potentially getting ledge trumped, I guess you just burn the limit, make it safe. All right.
Cloud at kill percent right now.
No jump. This is done. So
yep, this is it. Game one going to the Min player.
Min Squared.
Yep.
Up one. And what better stage can you even go to as Chrono? I don't think there's a better stage selection. Like, you can't go to a smaller stage. There's nothing that exists. A flatter stage doesn't really help you at all. Maybe a dual plat stage?
Maybe Polka Stadium 2. Maybe Polka Stadium 2. They probably need, this Cloud player would likely need much more space to deal with.
That's a long stage, though, Eclipse. I mean, how do you run down a Min when you can't get around the arm so easily on a long, flat stage? I don't know.
The justification is because with Polka Stadium 2 with being so wide, it's just allowing many more escape options against a lot of the zoning potential that Min has. So we'll just wait and see what this counter pick can offer.
Yeah, and the side platforms, on any side two-platform stage, the side platforms...
Maybe Kalos could work better, I don't know.
Maybe, but having side platforms at all is going to make Cloud's recovery a little bit better. So I do like the idea
of going small battlefield.
It's shorter than PS2. You have the side plats so that Cloud can air dodge to a platform as opposed to have to play at ledge and get edge guarded constantly. So that lose condition that we saw in the last game is going to be a little bit less online for Min Squared.
Yeah. To wait and see, like I do need probably could be seeing a character swap from either of these players as well. And the Min does appear to look to want to commit to that character selection as well.
Don't switch to Falco, right? There's no way this is a better matchup.
No, I don't think.
Okay, Pythra, that's a decent choice. You still
Pythra?
Pythra, yeah. This is better because you have better options on the ground. You're faster. You can close the gap more easily, but you still get edge guarded just as bad.
I have not dealt with this character set whatsoever. A lot of the newer DLC characters I'm very unfamiliar with.
Oh man. Well, one thing you got to know is that Mythra is fast and has great buttons, but if you're on the ledge, you're just as bad as Cloud, if not worse.
My goodness, and look at already. Look at already. 64% already.
Got that foresight in frame 1. Okay. A little bit easier to get back to ledge. You can snap more easily than Cloud can. Makes it easy to not get hit by Ram.
Yep.
Okay. There we go. For action, you can see the speed coming into full effect.
Oi. That was a nice back one.
Okay. Oh, wow. The Nair trades. Still unfortunate. You got swatted out. Oh, back throw. Such a bad spot. No jump.
No.
Yeah.
They don't have the jump, and they miss recovery.
Yeah, once you earn that jump, there's no shot. You can't get back. The side B is going to be too low, and the up B is going to drift too much. You're definitely going to get hit by the arms at ledge.
Yeah. Already, it's not going in favor for the Mythra player.
Okay. But this is what we like to see. Good frame data, good swatting, good juggling.
Yes. Ooh. Again, lag.
Okay. The blazing end action. Start a ledge trap. Pyra does so well at the ledge. Oh, this is
Oh
why.
no, he missed.
And
he's going down. He's going for it. That's game. That is game 2.
No need to go that deep.
Stock victory for Min Squared.
That's tough. I don't really see a recovery option unless you have some sort of, unless you have like an excellent Greninja in your back pocket or something. I don't really see like a counter pick even that could surmount what looks to be a heavy battle.
They're going to Hollow Bastion.
Wider than Smashville, slightly shorter platform in the center. All the same problems that you had before on the Cloud. I don't see this improving.
No.
If anything, the center platform is further from the ledges, making it more difficult for Cloud to get a safe recovery from high onto the stage. Edge guarding is still going to be a problem.
Look at how close they started, too.
Yeah, and you can't burst.
That is definitely dangerous for a Cloud player.
Limit, charge your limit!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, could not quite charge the limit. We had just a little bit, but after the air dodge, it was too little too late. One full clean stock up from Min Squared.
Yeah.
We'll get the overlay up for you guys here soon, but Min Squared is up 2 games to nothing against Chrono.
2 games to nothing against Chrono, and it's definitely in this matchup does seem to be going in Min Squared's favor as well. 53%, 43% on the Min player. Reflects the empowered neutral special.
Yeah, that you can't just use that one from afar. This is looking like a very uncomfortable situation for Chrono.
Yes. Already in kill percent.
Couldn't charge the limit all the way. Really tried. It makes your recovery safe, but honestly, like, are you going to lose that stock either way? Maybe.
No. Come on, we don't want to see this. We don't want to see a double. Well, we're early in pools.
This is the nature of being early in pools. Okay, last stock though, 106%. You're off stage.
Oh no.
Not quite read out. Okay, roll in from ledge, bait the Cloud to the center.
Ooh.
This Min knows what the win condition is. Back throw,
Yep.
get your Cloud off stage, and play edge guarding. That's over.
Oh,
that's all she wrote.
That's it.
Too little too late on the limit once again, and Chrono goes down 0 games to 3. Min Squared continues on the winner's side.
Unbelievable. And I think a lot of it, like I said, it had to do with the fact that Min is just a character that so easily can zone you out, right? And it's a character, and it's against a character that requires approaches that requires you to get these quick approaches.
Right. One more time. We're going to send it to a quick break. We're going to work out some of these audio technical issues, and we'll be right back. We'll get the overlay up for you guys here soon too as well. So give us just a moment and rejoin us on the stream momentarily.
We are still waiting on for the next match in Block A of Smash Ultimate Pools.
Yeah, we've got some more action coming up. I saw a Ridley get selected on the character select screen before we swapped back to us. I'm not sure who we've got lined up, but I am curious.
Yeah, I am curious too. Ridley, bruiser character.
I like referring to characters in Smash as bruiser characters because it does make sense to some degree, right?
Yeah. I mean, you've got your bruisers like Ridley, you got like Donkey Kong, basically just hard, heavy hitting, almost melee dominant fighters.
Right.
You've got your ranged characters like Fox, Falco, Spaceys. Spaceys are amazing, by the way. Learn the Spaceys, everyone. Learn Spaceys. It's going to be fun.
It's fun.
You're going to bust your hands in progress, but still, it's going to... Yes.
Yeah, fun plus fundies, definitely, for sure. I think the Spaceys, and especially in Ultimate, it's not as hand-breaking as it is in Melee, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm a Melee Falco player, and definitely the amount of stuff that we have to do is just absurd.
I've tried. It's a nightmare. I don't understand how you guys do it. And
apparently I'm hearing a Steve.
Surely that's a bait, right?
Yeah, is that a bait?
No, I mean, we got plenty of Steves, I'm sure, in the bracket. I haven't checked, but I mean, of course, in region, we've got Radacious. I'm pretty sure Raymond Noodles is signed up for the event.
Yeah,
and then
I think
Syrup, of course.
I believe he is as well.
Yeah. And then, of course, Syrup as well. So we'll see what we've got coming up. Once again, Midwest Battleground, awesome event, very interesting event put on by the county where all of these different esports come together. I've talked to commentators from some of the other games as well. It's just super fascinating to hear.
And a lot of us are like, and a good handful of us are actually not DuPage County based as well too. It's like,
that's fair. That's true.
I'm not. I'm an hour away from the venue. That's all I'll say.
Well, they bring out the best, you know. That's what they're going to do is make sure that they have the best talent available.
We're bringing a good mix. Yeah, we do have a good mix of A-list talent. A lot of us who work this event, we do have considerable presence over at a bunch of the majors. Like a handful of us are fresh at working at Frosty Faustings. A handful of us are more possibly going to be anticipating working at Combo Breaker when it comes up as well. And even then, the fair mix of talent we got. We've got, like I've said, people local to the scene.
Oh, okay. We're getting a little bit further on to our pools, though. And we've
really on a Yoshi.
Yeah, this is a closer matchup. Rydra and Stitch, both recognizable names from within their own subregions. Rydra, of course, from Michigan, coming all the way out to face up against a Yoshi in bracket. That's always a fun one. You don't see this matchup every day.
Yeah. And is it a button warmer? Is this a button warmer?
Might be a button check. It might be a controller issue. Just trying to figure it out.
They seem to go neutral start. They're seeming to want a neutral. They're going. Yeah, they did seem they wanted to neutral start this, but here we go. Ridley on Yoshi, and already the Yoshi on 45% versus the 5. And here we go.
Yeah, we're gonna have
forward throw.
A lot of aerial battle here. Yoshi definitely loves to hover in the air, and Ridley with multiple jumps doesn't mind going up there as well. But they're on a long stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Combo starter.
This is very good. These characters definitely like to juggle for that KO into the upper blast zone. Both of them do. Yoshi, of course, with the up tilt.
And it's super hard to find like a Space Pirate Rush from this Ridley to do the command grab on the Yoshi because of how often Yoshi is in the air.
Yeah.
It's too risky to just throw it out with the end lag that it has. That's usually a kill option for Ridley, but nothing doing.
Ooh,
great.
Nice.
Catching the ledge hang a little too long.
The tail. The tipper with the tail.
Well, there it is.
The Space Pirate Rush. Grab with the Space Pirate Rush for the kill option. With that. Oh, and the shield break. Here we go. That's a counter kill. That's a counter kill.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's. Whew, I love the shield break setups with Yoshi, be it with the Yoshi bomb or with the egg roll. But either way, continuing on with this combo, the up tilts, the up airs, the forward tilts, it's just so annoying, especially when you're a comboable big body like Ridley.
Yeah.
Okay.
1, go! Start the battle! Ridley! Yoshi! Three, two, one, go! wins. Start the battle. Ridley. Three, two, one, go! battle. Palutena. Start battle! Palutena Mario! Three, two, one, go! 1, go!
Can't continue the combos if you don't get extended on the platforms. Ledge trap situation again. The down tilt. Oh, great hold from Doug Todd to snip through the ledge, holding down on the up B. Once again, sharking through, preventing a solid ledge trap or edge guard opportunity from Druish.
There's the up.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Enraged Mario.
Up tilt takes the stock. Druish. Last legs.
Yep.
That's good. Down tilt is fast enough. You can follow up with a grab off the neutral. Get a reaction. Expected. Oh, expected it again. Wow, really prepared for these teleport cancels. Good combo.
Oh, yeah. There's the juggle. There's.
Nice air dodge read.
Yep.
Down tilt does not come out. Okay, good.
Nope.
The pressure,
Yeah,
but not
yeah.
over-aggressive.
They're trying to. She's so desperate. I think that enraged Palutena definitely may factor into it too, because trying to get that conversion is just completely. Definitely seems to be in Doug Todd's favor.
I like that they're both kind of like prioritizing center stage, though. Oh, that's a good tech. That's such a good tech. So
that
sad
was
for Doug
amazing
Todd.
tech. Mitigating the stage spike, and right now Palutena's still holding on to stock 1.
Okay.
Until now.
That up air, yeah, it does not usually kill, but Palutena at 200%, not usually something that you see.
Nope.
Good combo.
A full stock advantage, though, with Mario on his last stock. And already at 73%.
Oh, just breaking through. That's such a risky grab for Doug Todd to go for it, but the payoff is huge.
There's another one of these juggles. Mario with the aerials.
Couldn't find the IDJ there. I think might have been a combo ender, not taking the stock, but oh god, bad spot to be in.
Gets the parry. Flood doesn't push much.
Doug Todd panicking a little bit, but not over-aggressing to the center. Druish just as patient, though. That's a good combo.
Yeah.
One more of those off the top.
Oh.
Waiting up down tilt. Oh, what?
And the get up.
No
Reads
way.
the get up.
What? No way that kills. Doug Todd must not have been prepared for it to hit. I mean, it did hit. It did come out surprisingly fast. I thought the end lag from the first down tilt was not going to let Druish throw out another one, but in either case, Druish finds it as he's been finding it all set. 3-0 for the Palutena from Michigan State.
Palutena's Michigan State's very own Palutena. It's very interesting, too, because Palutena is one of those characters. You saw Palutena throwing those specials just to try to zone off Mario's recovery as well. Because Mario's recovery is quite honestly, it's one of the more predictable recoveries out there, right? Because you got the limited options with side B, for example, and then also the up B that can follow through. So ultimately, I mean, just being able to zone out the Mario contributed to the victory.
And with such a linear recovery that Mario has, like you're saying, I'm surprised that we didn't see Druish going off stage more. It was more about holding the stage position, not trying to go too deep, because if you give Mario the stage, you know, you're going to be in a problematic position. But if you just hold your stage down, you don't have to edge guard. You've got plenty of other win conditions in this matchup.
Yeah. It is one of those cases too. It is one of those cases too because Mario's range game honestly is not it does leave a lot to be desired, all right? He does have Flood, but that's practically it.
Yeah, I mean, Fireball doesn't have a lot of value against a character with really good air mobility, with a counter as well. Yeah. So Flood helps you create space by just pushing your opponent away, but Dugtod didn't get to employ that too often because Druish was kind of playing in that close range where if you try to pull out Flood, you might just get hit before you can send it.
Yeah.
This should be an interesting matchup. We've got Echo Fire, another from Michigan State, versus Michigan University's Duck 190. If I'm not mistaken, this is Ness versus Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
Both of these guys very experienced cruise players as well, playing in the collegiate.
I believe this is Marquette. I believe it's
Marquette
actually Marquette University.
Thank you. I knew it wasn't Michigan. I knew something was not right about that.
Yeah. Marquette up in Milwaukee. Do we have any Milwaukee guys in the crowd right now?
You know how to play to the crowd.
We're going to be up there. Milwaukee does have an event going on during St. Patty's Day. I'll tell you that right now.
Speaking of Milwaukee, is that Mochi in the camera? Oh my God. That's the GOAT. You'll see Mochi on commentary later. But let's get right into the action. PS2.
Let's do this.
PS2, we do have the Diddy Kong versus Ness.
Diddy Kong versus Ness right now, and doing a lot of, like I said, Ness is a very aerial-centric character, as I've hinted to earlier in this entire block. All right, Diddy Kong too, though. So,
okay, Echo Fire finding some early pressure. Wow, the PK Fire up close, and Duck 190 was already holding forward, so you knew you could whip out the forward smash. That's an early stock for Echo Fire. All right, juggling, not something that's too difficult to get out of. You're a fast faller on Diddy Kong.
Oh.
Okay.
And of course, I mean, once Ness loses that one jump, that is very, very critical too.
Do you have to be careful about when you whip out that double jump?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he has and I mean, with the directional air dodges, you do get a lot more leeway to actually recover, but still, like I said, your recovery options get heavily restricted once you use that double jump.
It's true.
And grounded PK Thunder, though. Grounded PK Thunder to poke out during the ledge. I think it's a very interesting move choice from the Ness player.
Yeah, it forces a regrab, but usually your opponent can't find a follow-up on the regrab when they're shielding.
Oh, nice intercept with the jetpack.
Okay, but the jetpacks are still around.
Yeah.
You can loosely control those, but nothing doing. Duck 190 cannot find it. Echo Fire continues to pressure. The up smash, once again, the fourth one that's missed so far. Uh-oh.
Oh, dear. Uh-oh, here's a very sketchy spot off stage, but they do manage to get up. We're back in neutral. We're back in neutral.
Super annoying that Ness's full hop goes straight over the banana. You can't get a lot of pressure just tossing it out.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Uh-oh.
Air dodge.
Nice air dodge to recover. Doesn't get the get up. Doesn't quite get the read the get up, but
no chance. It's just impossible. You cannot edge guard the Ness. The Thunder snaps, the PK Rocket snaps to ledge too easily.
Yeah.
Expected the drift in, nothing doing.
The banana peel zoning.
What does zoning do for you when you have to approach, though? Finally getting a stock, maybe? Nah, not
No.
yet.
Ness is still, I'm still surprised, too, that he's able to hold on to this one stock, but here we go. Diddy Kong has the advantage game right now.
Okay.
But is this done? This doesn't seem to be looking very well. The yo-yo, it does force the regrab, but he's trying to charge. Gets the up special. Back on stage. And Ness in a precarious position, but we still have the two stock advantage to go to should Diddy Kong actually manage to convert this.
Yeah,
trying to get that kite backwards. The stock does go down, but Diddy Kong 113 and a stock to above.
Yeah, if you're relying on falling up air to take your stocks, you might not be in the best position for the game. But Diddy Kong does have some good combos and great advantage state potentially to take an early stock.
Uh-oh.
Echo Fire can't find it off the ledge. Finally recovers the nair to swap back. This might just be all that she wrote. Oh, nice high recovery.
And lag with the PK. I'm feeling, too, that's the lag with the PK Thunder. That would have definitely costed his ability to punish. All right. And here we are, too. Diddy Kong just trying to force that Ness on the top blast line. Gets the trip off the banana. Pop gun zones out. Doesn't quite connect.
No Z-drop. I really thought we were going to see a Z-drop out of that banana.
Yeah.
But can't do that. Can't do a combo. And the dash
There's
attack.
a dash attack that doesn't manage to get a kill. Ness has the banana.
Okay, no banana in hand. That one did not go off stage. Stop trying to throw it, buddy.
Oh,
okay, it was just a bait. It was all a bait. Okay, we still have the banana. Wow, recaught
And
on the dash
recaught
attack.
and the dash attack. Game 1 goes to Duck.
Echo Fire takes game 1. Yeah, we got to swap the names and the characters for our sake and for y'all's as well.
Yes, please.
Echo Fire on the Ness, going up 1-0. Going to see a little bit of a stage swap here. To what benefit will Duck 190 be able to find going to, I think I saw Town and City locked in. Let's double check. No, it's Smashville actually.
Yep.
So we're going to a smaller stage. You do have better brawling options than Ness does, which means that a smaller stage does benefit you. But man, you're too afraid. You're too scared to throw out any of these great, like, fast options that you have. But once you get it going, you get it going. What are we doing? You cannot pull out that F smash. What are we doing, Echo Fire? It's
Charging
not that
the F smash.
That's crazy.
Charging the F smash. Oh, good hit on the jetpack. Despite getting caught up.
Ah, okay, good combo.
Oh dear.
Small
a lot
double.
of this cramped room is definitely benefit. There's a lot of good benefit to both these characters with the cramped room that Smash Bros provides, but I'm seeing a lot of momentum go towards the Diddy Kong.
Yeah, Duck 190 finding a lot more value here than Echo Fire was in this stage. At least it's way closer than the first game, just on stock 1. Okay, that was great. Just waiting out an out of shield option after you toss the banana. You have time for shield, and then you know that Echo Fire is too close to you to drift away with an aerial. Your up smash is going to connect regardless. Smart stuff from Duck 190. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
That's a read and a half. Echo Fire just walks his way back into this game.
Yes.
Okay, just forward air pressure. Just nest things.
Up. Yep. Excuse.
Just running all the way up and grab
Definitely running all the way up and grab it. And the forward throw, too.
it. Fast recovery. Duck 190 does not want to get caught out of the barrels again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Oh my goodness. We're doing jetpack things with Diddy Kong.
Thunder connects.
Yep, Thunder does connect.
Barrels out again. Wow.
Yeah.
Narrowly avoids it.
And I think Diddy Kong didn't have his jump at that phase too.
Catches with the monkey flip.
Up. Diddy Kong enraged.
Good pressure.
Ooh. Very precarious position to get for the Nest player to land on.
Fresh banana. That's the trip.
Yep.
Oh, doesn't run far enough forward. Maybe a back air could have taken it too with the rage. I don't know why. Maybe looking for the up smash was a little risky.
The dash attack though. Ooh. Doesn't quite get the.
Okay, very nice up smash. Again, just waiting it out.
And the counter and the stock trade. Here we go. One stock rule set. Here we're at it.
Duck 190 fighting tooth and nail for every stock. That Echo Fire just returns immediately in kind.
Yeah. Oi. That's a fire zone.
Good position for the banana. Just picks it up and tosses it on the platform.
Uh-oh.
Almost
Here we
tripped.
go. It almost works.
Great. Monkey flip pick is a great adaptation as a burst option here. Oh!
That's
That's an interaction. Have you ever comboed banana into your own get-up attack?
no. I don't think.
Okay. Trips on the banana. Couldn't quite grab it.
Yep.
The banana's getting a lot more value on a small stage. I mean, percentage-wise, raw, it just takes up more of the stage.
It just limits a lot of those unzoning options too. But off of a failed recovery, Diddy Kong goes off the bottom left.
Tragedy for Duck 190. Barely doesn't snap the ledge, and you were at that perfect angle to just clank with the wall and bounce off. Like, that's so rare that
Imagine
that happens.
Stage spiking yourself.
That's so unlucky.
Stage spiking yourself to end the game.
Duck 190, not dissuaded by the misfortune, chooses to go back to Smashville. We saw why it was successful. It was a last stock, almost last hit situation, way closer than game one, so run it back.
Yeah, definitely. Uh-oh, there we go. You see Ness got tripped, and that led to the good follow-up right there. So Smashville is working. A lot of that cramped room gives Ness a lot fewer options to escape what Diddy Kong could possibly throw at. And Diddy Kong is much more consistent with aerial game compared to Ness. Again, thanks to the floating double jump.
And you can tell that Duck 190's feeling it too. Just the confidence and the reads that we're seeing. Just raw tech chases.
Yeah.
It's not close to how the first 2 games have gone.
It's amazing. All right. Poca Stadium gets a lot more room for Ness to play with, especially with PK Thunder, especially with PK Flash.
And as fast as Diddy Kong can be, it's in short bursts with that monkey flip kick. So you don't need a long stage to play your burst game. It doesn't benefit you.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dear. That's the PK fire into the forward smash.
Monkey flip kick caught out.
Oh. Oh.
Barely snaps. Just barely gets it in time.
Yeah. The iframes on the ledge grab, that also has help. And there you go.
It was the right choice, too, but you just didn't drift far enough in. Tough position. Echo Fire, once again, not having to work that hard to find the stock reversal, and now finding a bit of a lead. Echo Fire was at such a deficit, and now is just swatting back. Duck 190 struggling to get back to center. Wow.
Oh, the shield on the PK Thunder missile.
Oh, I can't watch. This is hard to watch.
This is crazy. This is crazy. A lot of the trades that are happening with you catch out Diddy Kong, but then the jetpack is still out there.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, wow. Gets clunked by the banana into the tilt.
Once again, that was a banana into your own get-up attack to combo.
Yeah.
Just a slightly different situation. Banana finding a lot of value.
The trip. Here we go.
Positioning, but just dashing back. Duck 190 does not want to give up positioning too easily.
Oh, wow.
Wow, caught out. Tough. Both of these guys approaching with shield, too afraid to over-aggress or throw out something risky. But who does that benefit?
No.
The character with a kill throw.
Yep. But here we go. Diddy Kong, this is a rather easy stock for Diddy Kong to take back as well, too, because oh, wow. Like I was saying, too, the jetpack combos back into it, and Ness gets caught out into the explosion. Now both characters relatively even in stocks. Diddy Kong at a 61% deficit. But like we're seeing inside this game, too, is Diddy Kong is definitely holding it out to see whether or not Diddy Kong can definitely get a rather easy follow-up through. Just need a couple of those cycles in order to take the match, and here we go.
Good pressure. Could not find the banana drop into anything. No banana available. They're just both swatting and shielding.
Yeah.
A little bit too panicky. Echo Fire wants to take this one 3-0.
Diddy Kong doesn't have his jump. He's back on stage, though.
Oh, that's going to be a throw.
And a back throw will seal the deal.
Narrowly sealing the deal. Echo Fire 3-0 against Duck 190. Duck 190 had a very close Game 2 and Game 3, and an unfortunate Game 2 ender means that Echo Fire walks away cleanly in this sweep.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, too. It is rather unfortunate, too. We've liked it. And looking at Echo Fire, he's definitely relishing the moment.
I mean, it's got to be a record for winning a set and getting hit by maybe 10 rocket barrel boosts. I think that might be a record.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody get hit by that many rocket barrels in general, but especially not winning a set getting hit by that many rocket barrels. That's incredible. What a talent.
Though, with a controller. Echo Fire, though, with a controller. He had the yellow Splatoon controller grips going for him. So.
Yeah. Hot. I love
that controller. I have one of those controllers too, and it is a daily driver. I'll say for the Switch that I have at home. So that's very neat. But ultimately, though, with this setup too, a lot of this setup, this set was won entirely on the aerial game alone. All right, Diddy Kong just has a much more consistent area. Diddy Kong just has the aerial game. It was just very easy for Diddy Kong to just do a lot of those conversions in those games, right?
Yeah, but Echo Fire, I think, it just found too much value early on out of edge guarding with the Ness, and so like as much value as Duck 190 got on the Diddy Kong from getting those confirms, and like decent aerial swatting as well. I don't know. Echo Fire just had his number. Like the Ness 3-0ing here was unexpected.
Yeah, this was. I mean, I expected. Going in, I was completely neutral on this matchup too, and I did think that the Diddy Kong would be able to take a couple of the sets, but a couple of these sets, especially with that game 2, especially with the game 3. But unfortunately, as well, the Ness did appear to overcome a lot of the inconsistencies with his aerial game in order to make it a clean sweep.
Echo Fire's Ness 3-0ing.
We've had clean sweeps for all but one set tonight, right now.
And we'll see as we get our next set up. I think I saw Monum walking to the stage, so we'll be seeing a Sephiroth.
A Sephiroth. A character with a super long pokey sword.
Yeah, let's see. There's definitely characters that can deal with it, but it's a weird matchup spread that Sephiroth has.
Like
having advantage against some sorties, but not others. Having advantage against some small characters, but not others. It's usually about a ground speed game is kind of like the difference, right?
Yeah.
Roy and Pithra have great ground speed, and they do pretty well. But characters like Lucina, not so much.
Yeah, and and a lot of the things, too, when you're dealing with characters they're still melee characters, but they just have that impressively long poke. I mean, a lot of that has to do with being able to just try to restrict a lot of these characters' approach options as well. Lucina, right, is a character that tends to be kind of, because of her floatiness, it tends to be very dependent on being able to just close gap with a bunch of her neutral air and her forward air as well. So
you'll have to see. I'm curious to see if we're probably getting close to. I'm checking the bracket for you guys right now. We're probably getting close to the situation of having the sets come out to winner's side of like top 64 or top cut.
Yeah.
So Monum is playing. Monum's playing Suspect. I don't know how I didn't recognize Suspect.
Dear.
So this will be fun. So Suspect is
a Rob player, I think.
Kazuya and sometimes I think he's got a Ridley. I think he even has a Rob. Yeah, I think more commonly he has a Rob as a secondary. But I imagine that we're going to be seeing Kazuya versus Sephiroth to start. I don't think it's a particularly terrible matchup for Kazuya if you can close the gap. Of course, closing the gap is easier said than done. But if you can get in range, Sephiroth just has no way to break your combos, doesn't have good out-of-shield options, doesn't have a good way to deal with Sephiroth. But it looks like we're going with the Rob.
Yeah.
It's more consistent. You can edge guard more consistently. You can get around the sword more easily. You're faster.
Yeah, the gyro.
You have a gyro. You have projectiles that you can play at. So I like this choice. It's just more reliable than the Kazuya.
And in Poker Stadium, too, I think that just allows much more flexibility with a lot of the escape options I mentioned just to mitigate Sephiroth's poke, which, look at that. Not too long ago we saw it.
Monum getting eaten alive right now, though. Swats back with the Nair. Couldn't find the grab. A lot of scramble in the center. Scrambles do not benefit the Sephiroth, though. If you want to be in a scramble, you do not want to be up against a Rob. That's why the up tilt.
Very quick first stock within a minute.
Sharking underneath the platform, comboing the up tilt and the up air. Classic for Rob.
Yeah.
Okay. Corner pressure. If you can stay in this uncomfortable range, the Sephiroth sortie range, you're in a good spot.
Wow.
But you can't be above Rob. You got to get down. You got to be horizontally in that range. Above, and it's an issue.
Ooh, wow.
There it is. That's that range.
Yep.
Oh, but missing the grab. Suspect's calling him out.
This is okay. We got some impressiveness from that Sephiroth right there.
Nice. That was a great turnaround. There to the back air. Birds of stock. Still down quite a bit of percent. The gyro covering the platform. You cannot jump over that. Wow. Good space for that gyro to be.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Here we go.
Waiting out the defensive option. Smart from Suspect. Monum finds recovery, though. What a parry.
Oh, dear. There you go. He gets the grab. And the up air manages to finish it off.
Sephiroth is a surprisingly light character.
Yeah.
Cannot be above Rob, these percentages, and getting grabbed also a problem. You can see how much Monum is looking for a grab of his own. I get that you get a combo out of it at earlier percentages, but to what effect? Suspect is reading you out every time, Monum.
Yep. Look at the reads on the rub. He's just much more consistent with this ability to just follow through, because here we are. we have, for example, we have, for example, when Sephiroth just tries to make these approach, and then the rub it just has that consistent combo pattern just to mitigate it too. Rub is off the stage though.
That's
Sephiroth
crazy.
missed it.
You cannot do that.
Sephiroth missed the aerial.
Yeah, Monum, you cannot go that deep against a Rob. That's not. I get the idea, and there's some desperation coming out because you're full stock
very
down.
Limited follow up.
But to what effect? Maybe if you can grab that gyro, but
yeah,
can't get up close and personal.
Yeah, and it's really hard to grab that gyro too at this once Rub deploys it.
Okay, back
does
air.
Get the back air to finish. Both characters under last stock, but Sephiroth in a significantly high disadvantage. Again, the light floatiness is really easy for Rub to pick out at this point, but how is Rub been able to do it? Misses the spin. Oh no, this is it. This is more than likely going to be very dangerous and close. Rub gets the gyro. Not the second time though, but the throw will go and finish it off for game one. Suspect takes it up.
How much percentage? I know he's got his headphone off right now. I don't care. How much percentage did you lose from missing grabs because Suspect was spot dodging? How much percentage? How many stocks? How many bad disadvantaged positions did you get put in because Suspect knew you were looking for a grab and either dash back or spot dodge at the right time? You just can't fish for. I get that the combo ability is nice at early percentages. You can't fish for it that hard.
Yeah. Battlefield though, I think Battlefield just gives Sephiroth. I'm kind of agreeing with the Sephiroth's decision to just pick Battlefield as well as stage because I mean that upper platform definitely allows for a lot of Sephiroth's combos to work naturally in the stage and it gives Sephiroth a lot more points into which he can engage up. And here you can see that reflect the early percent lead that that Sephiroth has imposed on himself. Misses the laser, Rub does.
Ooh, okay, neutral get up and down tilt.
Oy.
Cute, put yourself back on the ground to find your way back to center. Gyro swats back. Okay, good.
Yep.
Empty hop into another jump back air.
The jump back air.
Smart stuff. Waiting for a defensive option. Almost caught it, but Modem very patient with the air dodge.
Yep. Here we go.
Okay, good swat. Uh-oh, that's a bad position.
Wow.
No jump.
The recovery doesn't reach it.
It should have. I think the angle was just not perfect. It had to be a little bit better, but if you overshoot, you're dead anyways. Swats that gyro out of the hand.
Yeah.
Falling back down. You can't approach from above as Sephiroth. Battlefield is a double-edged sword, though.
Yeah, because I'm seeing a lot of this momentum happening with the Rub. You couldn't necessarily do those up-tilt combos on Poca Stadium because the platforms are just ever so slightly higher, but here in Battlefield, the platforms with them being lower, right?
Oh, okay, air dodging back. There's some false safety in these platforms as well. There it is, and that's that false safety I was talking about. You land on the platforms, it's a little bit safer.
The same thing happens.
You can even mix up landing on the platform.
The same thing happens with Sephiroth, yeah.
You can even mix up landing on the platform or under the platform, but Sephiroth's up smash is going to go either way.
Yeah. A lot of these characters' up attacks, up smashes, up tilts can very easily connect on Battlefield. Mark's does, Lucina's does, well, yeah, likewise. Pretty much a lot of characters, they have up tilts that can reach, or up smashes that can reach that those second platforms without having to do a short or full hop aerial.
Modem mashing like a madman right now, getting out a lot of these down throws before Suspect can follow up with anything.
So I mean, a lot of what I've said about the stage 2 is working in Sephiroth's favor for now. But I mean, Rub does have some advantages that he can utilize in the stage as well.
Oh, good! It's good fake out.
Good zoning, and the nice forward air manages to finish up game 2. Everyone.
Modem evens up the game count. It's 1-1.
Yeah.
Stage counter pick goes in Suspect's direction this time. We definitely don't mind being on stages like Battlefield, but small Battlefield is better. You have the slightly shorter platforms on the side. You get rid of that top platform that provided Modem some semblance of safety, but moreover,
Kalos.
The higher top blast zones means that you don't kill as early on the up tilt up airs. So we want something a little bit more reliable.
I'm thinking Kalos will probably be that, but I don't know. We didn't see the stage pick.
We're going to stick on the Rob for Suspect.
Hollow Bastion instead, though. Versus small Battlefield or Smashville, though. Hollow Bastion versus Smashville, though. I'm thinking You've got the longer central platform compared to Smashville.
Yep, and it's slightly longer bottom platform as well. And the shorter top blast zones means that Rob gets to kill a little bit earlier off the top like he so likes to.
Yeah. Rob is definitely a top heavy, is definitely an upper blast zone character that likes to kill that much. So
for a character that can do so well in the air as well, it mean if you take away those side platforms, it means that you get to utilize the airspace a lot more effectively than a character like Sephiroth, who does not have all of that freedom of movement in the air.
He does not have any of those aerial options a lot.
Okay, I like the juggle, the gyro. Yep. Suspect's been liking to get underneath you, so you thought you could catch, but Suspect smarter in the moment. Yeah, hovering off stage, you cannot get edge guarded, but you can get ledge trapped. Jumping off the ledge was not the right choice. Yep. Didn't quite shark, and Monum swats out with the back air. Traded right back, the down smash. Combo. Both missed grabs.
Up.
Uncomfortable gyro, picks it up. To what effect?
What effect is going to get? He did manage to get the hit.
Gets him some positioning, but the gyro's, again, providing too much pressure on this stage.
Oh, wow.
Couldn't get the forward air out in time. Spot dodges have been so successful for Suspect, but only for so long. Monum continuing to swat, continuing to fight. That nair is so fast. Up air laggy as it may be, not as laggy as air dodge. Suspect continuing to get juggled, finds his way back down. The down tilt's providing value. Catches Monum's jump in and continues the pressure.
Yes.
Monum swats back. Pressure in the corner.
There's the back air.
Up air clears the entire platform, too. Like, it just covers all of it.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely, too, and for the Rob's counter pick, it doesn't seem to be going much so well for him, too, that Sephiroth is at 126 at 2.
Can't find a lot of these win conditions against the Sephiroth. Getting close up and personal for a grab has not been super possible for Suspect.
Yep. Woo! That was a very, very good shield, and a reaction against it.
High risk, high reward, high consequence. Monum goes down to even up the stocks, and Suspect has quite a mountain to climb, but if any character can 0 to death, it's Rob with the gyro. Wow, continuing to chase high.
Yep.
Just dash attack, short.
Yep. Dash attacks into forward there.
Ooh.
Oh, no. And Rob, oh, dear, this could be it.
Good jump.
Yep.
Saving it. What?
Yep.
There's no way. Oh, my God.
Dash attack could take game 3.
What an
2-1 in favor of the Sephiroth.
It's just such a risky choice to go for the dash attack.
It's interesting to see this matchup develop too as this set progresses as well, because like we were hinting at earlier, Sephiroth has a lot of this poke because of his longsword, but Rob just has that more balanced neutral ground game that he can easily deal with. We're back to Poké Stadium and a character swap from Rob into Diddy Kong.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting that we're choosing to swap to Diddy Kong. Look, somebody want to inform me about this? I did not know that Suspect had a Diddy Kong like that.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. Does he have a Diddy Kong like that? Maybe he doesn't have a Diddy Kong like that. Hold up.
That is absolutely, that was insane, too. It's like just watching that Sephiroth being able to use his ground game to basically just punish the Diddy Kong recovery.
But possession is like 80% for Suspect right now. Monum found one good hit, but Suspect's found almost all the other ones.
Yeah.
You just can't close the stock, though.
Oh, dear.
Oh, God.
Oh, my.
Oh, that's too high. Monum waited it out too long.
Yeah, he wasn't able to react. He wasn't able to react. He couldn't intercept them right at the edge.
That's a good grab. Good turnaround. Monum still pressuring the corner. Nair goes high. Up smash whiffs. Suspect panicking a little bit too much.
There's the up smash. It does manage to take a stock.
Fishing for down tilt. Decent option. Good monkey flip kick, holding the banana, continuing the pressure, knowing that once you throw it, Modem is going to catch it. And Modem does have it in hand. Keeps him in the corner. Wow. A lot of mind games Modem's trying to play right now.
Yeah, this is a very, very mental game that seems to be. Even like just trying to figure out when the Diddy Kong is approaching and the counter, and Sephiroth trying to react against it, and vice versa.
Wow. Another
That's a dash attack.
The burst options.
One more
for Sephiroth.
stock left on the Diddy Kong.
You don't expect the dash attack, and Modem finds them when you least expect it.
Yeah.
We need another banana out. We need some banana confirms, some combos. A little bit of a confirm right there. Grab the banana on the way down. Ooh. He's moving, but he's moving a little too hard, I think. Modem's hold center.
Oh my goodness, it does look at the Sephiroth. Diddy Kong does briefly get back with the follow-ups.
Wow, good approach. F-tilt covers.
Oh no, the banana manages to intercept the recovery.
The buffered air dodge, thinking you could get roll from ledge. The Modem gets caught by it. Suspect has a chance.
Yeah. One stock, 56% deficit gets closed. It is almost halfway now.
Oh my God.
Misses the up.
They're just ripping moves left
Oh my
and right.
goodness, great. Oh my goodness.
Suspect tries to slow it down a little bit. Modem says, let's keep speeding it up. That down air.
Yeah.
Hyper aggressive. Modem wants another dash attack. I feel
literally
it.
just one good hit will just seal this deal. And
Oh.
Diddy Kong's off the stage, gets red, and the recovery gets red. Sephiroth takes it. 3-1.
Modem looking strong. That game one, I mean, he just stopped trying to whiff grab, right? Like the second that Modem stopped grabbing so often, we found some success.
There was a lot of whiffed attacks and a lot of just craziness on that last stock, all right?
Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right. But I think Modem's adaptation after game one was just, let's play a little bit more reliable, even if we have to piecemeal damage, even if we just have to go for like single nairs or nairs into weak fares, it doesn't matter. We just need to get little bits of damage down. Enough so that we forced Suspect to go Diddy Kong, which is so funny to me. But I mean, at that point, the writing was on the wall.
The writing was definitely on the wall. I mean, Sephiroth is kind of a character. Approaching a Sephiroth, you just have to account for a lot of that coverage that he has when you're super close to him, because again, you've got those long hitboxes with the sword, and a lot of those predictable hitboxes. Diddy Kong has a lot more unpredictable approaches as well than the Rub does, right? For example, the Rub has the zoning ability with the gyro, but once it was able to overcome that, it was just the Rub was effectively shut down, and we did see that a lot in game two. Diddy Kong was the Diddy Kong, however, pick. It was initially a pick that I wasn't anticipating too, but then shortly after, once he was getting used to it, the Sephiroth was able to shut it down.
Great stuff from Modem on the return to glory, formerly being, I believe, number 10 in Chicago, then having to take a hiatus and coming back in strong form. Now that we've gotten a couple of events under his belt, he's feeling practiced, he's feeling good, and that secures him a spot in the winner's side of Top Cut.
Yeah, winner's side of Top Cut, which recap to me as to when that's again. I am not actually looking at the bracket.
Top Cut will be, I believe, in about 2 hours. I think we'll be starting Top Cut, I want to say at 6, but we've got Wave B before then.
Wave B before then, and then Top Cut.
Oh.
That would be on Sunday then, right?
Top Cut will be later today. Well, you know what? There is some Top Cut on Sunday. I want to say there's some today as well. Let's double check. Let's get the schedule for you guys. Yeah, we're going to be doing, looks like all of Top Cut will be tomorrow, because we've got Squad Strike later tonight, Landfest singles as well, and then and some more Squad Strike, of course. So we've got more singles action in Wave B, of course, and then we'll have Top Cut for the rest of tomorrow.
Yeah, and Wave B is happening right, and Wave B is taking place on the other stream, correct?
Is it?
I believe so.
Gotcha. We might be having both Wave A running on both streams, and then Wave B will be starting in just a few minutes for the other stream. Do we have any more sets for Wave A, or are we going to be swapping off? We do not have audio from you guys, so I just need like a visual confirmation, sadly. Yeah, we got nothing.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up.
That's great. That was Wave A.
Super, that was Wave A then.
That was excellent. I love that.
Yeah. It was, see, the thing is, a lot of these matchups in this early stage, we've got a lot of these matchups in the early stage of bracket, and excuse me. in the early stage of bracket, a lot of them are very. We've had a lot of close matches as well, but in a lot of these clean sweeps that are really dependent on characters just being unpredictable. But ultimately, it's just consider. Yeah, sorry about that. Ultimately, what ends up happening with these early matchups is that once these top seeds and once these higher seeded players end up finding their feel against these lower seeded runs, then it just ends up consistently in a predictable manner. Like we saw that with the Ridley and Yoshi setup that we may have unfortunately not been able to show you in earnest, but but you may have been able to see some of the gameplay out in that setup.
Yeah, we saw a lot of wacky matchups today that you don't normally see. It's a fantastic thing about the Midwest. Tons of character diversity, but we're going to let you guys move on to the next wave of not just players, but casters as well. This has been all for myself and for ECT. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, my friend.
Pleasure with commentating with you. Yeah, you can catch the main stream back here over for Squad Strike at 5 to 7. I'll be back here. I will be having a separate commentating partner coming along for the second. For that in earnest. But yes, in the meantime, you will be able to catch Signals Wave B over at the side stream. I don't have a resource to plug you guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's on Odyssey Esports IN. So if you want to catch Landon and Scrubbed Out in the Odyssey crew, they're going to have a great stream going on for Wave B singles. And then, of course, have both streams pulled up, this one and that one.
Yeah.
More action to come.
More action to come, guys, on Smash. We'll be right back after these messages, y'all.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Midwest Battleground action as we swap gears from collegiate to high school. It's time for the IHSA Championship for the 3A state title. Myself, Llama77, joined back by Tiny Shiny up here in the booth. And Shiny, we had a really good collegiate run, but now we get to swap to the high school level. What can we expect from this?
Hey, the high schoolers are always the ones that are next up, but I think Rocket League is this game that really we can see a lot of these players compete at or against a lot of these college teams and put up a really strong performance, especially when we get to the grand finals. We've had a whole semester put behind them, and IHSA has had so much participation and success stories to come through it. And as you get to see now, we have our finals that are set. Lincoln Park High School will be taking on Bradley Bourbonnais Community High School for the 3A title.
It's going to be a good one, too. I mean, these teams were put into a nice little bracket. That bracket was quickly shaken up, though, as both of them made it to the semifinals, or that winner's bracket final, the match right before getting into the grands. And Lincoln Park was upset and sent on down to that lower bracket, so they had to fight their way all the way back through. That does also mean, because we're not playing with a bracket reset, that BBCHS also starts with an extra game here in this best of 7, so they only need to win 3 games versus Lincoln Park, who have to come back and try and win 4.
Especially with Lincoln Park, they were the number 1 seed heading into this bracket. Bradley Bourbonnais, the 2nd seed. So they both ended up in the finals regardless of that seeding. But the number 2, of course, taking that victory in the uppers, not only gives them that advantage, but you also are coming fresh off a match against this very opponent. The road has been long, especially for Lincoln Park, but they're going to look to end it here in one last match. Let's take a look at our rosters, though, before we get ready to head in to our game number 1. And so many talented players that we get to see across the board. Darko, Zebot, Sebas, Brandon, Arsene, and Tiger, all for Lincoln Park to start.
Yeah, and you know, having all these players is exciting, obviously, for BBCHS. They've got the captain and Zamjik. They've got Tyro, Splax, Clayton, and Ayed, along with Carson with their 2 coaches in Chemistris and Jedeho. So some good coaches, some good players, and I'm honestly hoping that we get to see kind of all of these players. I don't know how it works in terms of, are these varsity lineups, are there secondary benches for them to tap into, or is this one big team that kind of fills in those strengths where necessary and rotates in different players? I guess we'll have to wait and find out, but for these 2 teams, what's in front of them is there's no more second chances. There's no more lower bracket after this one. It is win the championship or walk away with a silver medal.
Yeah, BBCHS, they're coming into this with an advantage. Lincoln Park, they've already had their chance. They had to fight to get an opportunity to return to take on BBCHS for the 2nd time here in the grand finals. State championship on the line for their Illinois high school teams. So we're going to kick off game number 1.
Right on into things. Always exciting to start off the Rocket League series, and just as a programming reminder, we're on our 2nd gear of the day. We'll have that big esports conference championship a little bit later today as well. So lots of Rocket League, that's for sure. For Bradley Bourbonnais, they are already going on the defensive side and picking up some big demos off that backside to make it a 2v3. But as it goes towards that crossbar, Tyrao will send that one back and give themselves a little bit of a calm down.
Tyra playing on this backside, but gets an awkward hit off the wall. Brandon to swoop in for Lincoln Park. It'll be the Lions on the board first.
To see this offense, and especially you're talking about a number 1 seed who, yes, did get upset in a 3-1 fashion, did have to fall all the way down to that lower bracket, but you also talk about games that were very close going into that previous series where every one of those was just decided by a single goal. So we'll see for Bradley Bourbonnais if they can keep the offense up and continue what they found throughout that past series. You feel like obviously sitting for a little bit of time can definitely make a squad gold. We even saw that going back into our collegiate series as well. So Bradley Bourbonnais, they've got to find themselves quickly here back into this series.
Yeah, again, a matchup very familiar with. Just 2 hours ago, they played 3-1 victory over Lincoln Park. Did end up dropping a game, so know that the contention is tight between these 2 rosters. Should the opportunity be there, of course, Lincoln Park starting off strong, but Tyro looking to answer right back. Tosses it up for an attempted pass, instead Dylan swooping around the corner, lays it down for the waterfall, but a great interception, backboard play for Zebot. Looks to take it down to the opposite net, with Jedi Joe back in control.
The control here on that defensive side, but Lincoln Park has really put on the pressure, especially through those corner plays. Dylan's going to look for the long range. No real boost in that back end, but still finds a way to get the job done. looking for a secondary touch as well. Getting it out of danger, I think one of the most important things that Lincoln Park has done very well as they continue to go to the sky. Nice backboard look, but it's the defense from Bradley Bourbonnais that gets the job done.
Zebot, though, it's been these classes for Lincoln Park. See how coordinated they are, calling whether they're going for the ball, seeing if they can set up a play downfield, and it's worked out really well for them, both on the offense and the defensive side. Of course, now taking up the first of those two, Darko receives it more as a midfield, looking for a centered ball, but Jedi Joe, again, jumping off the backboard for a pass, but a bit of a double commit there. Makes it a sticky situation for Bradley Bourbonnais. Will be a hit downfield. Can they get back in time over the goalpost? Being the best defender for the time being, as Bradley Bourbonnais avoid a second point being scored.
Well, MVP, most valuable post there on the back end as Lincoln Park, they can't find themselves a second. They've still got that advantage. Dylan and crew, though, looking to strike, looking for this moment. They've got the demolition through the corner. And from Brandon, their wings are clipped in the sky. Nice early shot and forces the last man save. There's a bump in the back end, but the finalization shot doesn't even score. The defense from Lincoln Park, once again, it's able to step up, and they immediately revert back to that offense. They're trying to play the low ground corner. But Brandon and crew backing up, taking a breath over Tyrell, but it's no good. He gets the save the second, just as good the third. Not as such. Zebot finds their second goal.
And a perfect set of rotations from Lincoln Park. All three players had a hand on this play. It was the first from Darko. Zebot coming in for the back, and it was that pass that we got to see from Dylan to make this all happen. Lincoln Park now 2-0 lead and feeling pretty confident heading into these final 2 minutes of the game, whereas BBCHS just looking to get on the board.
Took them a little bit of time in that last series to get going, so no surprise here that Lincoln Park is already on the booster seat up towards this 2-0 lead. 100 seconds left on the board. Darko, the backboard, almost ran into his own teammate there, causing those lines to cross here for BBCHS. That's their goal. They want to cause some chaos throughout that backline rotation, and Tyrell is going to put one a little bit down low as the teammate of Jedi Joe will send it back up, and Darko can't control it. 2-on-1, centering feed, no good. The save is there at the last moment.
Dylan still wants to keep this play alive. Unfortunately, neither of their teammates had the boost in the tank to get the follow-up. So they'll be back to the defense, go the Boiler Brigade. Demolition on the goal line, but not too much to be making of it, given the ball's position. Jedi Joe and Tyro to hold it down 2v2 in this corner. There's quite a bit of traffic happening as we approach that final minute. Demolition will clear it out, help Dylan get more of a clear. But where's the follow-up? You don't want to end this game with nothing on the board. Even if you end up losing it, you have a bit of time to give.
45 seconds left to go. It's definitely enough time to score two for Lincoln Park. They would love to score one more and shut things out, though. For Zebot, they have already scored one for one in terms of 100% shooting. Nice little low ground try. And a save will go again. From Tyrell and the rest of the crew, they need to lock things in these final 30 seconds, and Darko gets just a piece of that. Allows the teammate to go with the bump. It's almost another goal. And now BBCHS left wanting.
And Tyrell gets it around all three players. No one from Lincoln Park found the connection, and look how aggressive BBCHS are being right now. They're taking all the space that they can get, but again, that post will be their worst enemy. But eventually it will bounce in. Dylan, the one to claim it. It'll be a 2-1 now, still favoring Lincoln Park.
The Lions are able to claw back just a little bit here. They've got to have a good kickoff and a good follow-up here if they want to come back. And even if they score one here, they're probably looking at an overtime. But you would much rather that than dropping this first played game here in the series. Technically game number 2 because BBCHS has already got that other one on the board. Here's the floater. Tyrell's looking. Good backboard contest. Can Dylan get the wraparound? The answer is no. It's a finisher. Lincoln Park equalizes the series 1-1.
At Lincoln Park, knowing that they were down a game coming into this, I think coming off fresh from that 5-game series that they played in the lower finals is doing them a massive favor. And again, huge shout out for Brandon. So many saves on this defensive half. It pretty much thwarted the entirety of the Boiler Brigade's offensive work. As we head into game number 2, that scoreboard, that advantage is gone. We're playing a best of 5 essentially as we look ahead for the start of the next 5 minutes.
I think for the Lions, you're kind of okay with that. You go into that first played game and you're kind of like, all right, we have this game advantage. If we win this one, awesome. We go up 2-0. We already start the series hot. If not, that kind of game is there as a safety net to help you out in case you don't start quick because you earned it by going through that upper bracket. So exactly as you said, best of 5 now. Good close range shot from Jedi Joe. The follow-up is a little bit coagulated together. They're going to find even a third touch as Darko grabs the boost and just sends thing out.
It's going to keep this play going, and I think BPCHS look a lot more comfortable playing on this attack side, forcing Lincoln Park to more cluttered positioning than we were seeing in the last round. But these demolitions, all but familiar to this team. Dylan's gonna fire one right back, tries to get over the goal line, but no! Right there, Darko will push that one out as it was on the tip of danger. BBCHS have to look hard if they want their lead, and it's been these demos continuing to light it up. But instead, the goal will be brought back. Zbot takes it downfield with the help of their team in Lincoln Park. Up first.
Some really good reads. I mean, this is a forced position, right? You force that last defender with 0 boost to make a choice. It's either jump for that ball, which they did and you can't get to in time, or try and play that backboard defense, which you definitely don't have enough boost to guard that entire net. Lose-lose scenario, and for Lincoln Park, they continue to score. A nice little bar down try there on the other side, and that's what BBCHS has had, just chances. They waited until 10 seconds left to go, though, to score their first goal in the series. They cannot wait until that late in this game if they want to try and mount a comeback.
No, and I think we're seeing them start to adjust their play style, and you can really see it with the amount of demos that have been going through. If anything, it's been more so Lincoln Park going on a tear, or turning this into a demolition derby, if anything. As Brandon can't quite get the clear of the ball, but his teammate will have the bump in order. It's despite all the bumps that have happened, it's insane how the Boiler Brigade has managed to keep this offense going with all the pieces that are removed. It's now Darko who got the best shot, but Jedi Joe from downtown, demo on the goal line will secure it, and that is how you tie the game.
It's a lovely first touch on the other side. I mean, getting that knock off the line and then getting Jedi Joe to be able to punch that through, it is just awesome. Doesn't actually count as a touch in the ball, so we'll go down unassisted. And 2 minutes in, we're averaging a goal a minute, and a goal on either side. So a high-tide matchup here between these two ones. Both of the boats being raised up to the highest level. Jedi Joe with that save on the back end needs to continue to do so. As the delay of time from Darko and the rest of the crew, they are burning so much boost on that back end and allowing their teammates to rotate by how long they're holding it in this offensive zone.
Yeah, it was a really good call. It forced Lincoln Park to have to go back to their own side, get the boost up and ready for the next push. Bit of a fake out there. Zbot pulses it up, but Arrow quick to redirect it towards the corner, but it's a great bounce from Brandon. Had the read, just not quite the angle to be able to work with. It's back to this relentless shots that we are used to seeing out of Lincoln Park. When they get the opportunity to do so, this team will not allow an inch of space to BBCHS.
Lincoln Park here in the blue, trying to find their stride after getting scored on. And I mean, to say the least, the Lions have had a really good game for themselves. It's not a overall advantage that they have in the scoreboard, but it just feels like their bumps and demos have been a little bit more directed towards that back line, and their offense has been really good too. Dylan just waiting for the fake, gets the pressure, and it'll be the teammate rolling in to contest on Darko on that side wall.
And played a bit of leapfrog over in the corner, avoiding yet another demo. But Jedi Joe can't quite say the same for them. We'll go up in a profile flame, and then we'll see them come back in just a little bit wild, but this pacing is definitely kept up, even if the scoreboard has slowed down. Demos starting to come back in from the first minute of the game. Perfect shot from above, and it'll be Darko in from downtown to nail it on home. That's the lead over to Lincoln Park.
The waterfall setup off the double team bench and the force of the arrow from that backside. They just knock it on their bow and send it directly to the hearts there of the Lions, who just could not find the defensive rotation in time. And part of that was who's expecting a team pinch going through midfield. Sure not, 90 seconds to go. Lincoln Park retakes their advantage. And again, that first game dropping, I think that's okay for the Lions. That one's out. It's out. It's out. It's out. It's in. Okay, Darko scores it and makes the lead too.
Yeah, dangerous dance was being played there by the ball. Jedi Joe got the stop, but a bit of a shove from Brandon through the rest of the Boilers into their teammate. That's how Lincoln Park, they'll secure their third, and with a minute 19 left to go in game number 2, they very well could be on the way to a 2-1 lead if they can keep this pace up.
I was going to say as well, before they score, they might just be scoring another. It's a denial from Dylan. Is that first game is okay to drop because you have the series advantage. Once you start to lose this second, it starts to snowball out of control. So not only trying to find a victory here in this final minute, but I mean, the result for the Lions, if they lose this game, could be a horrendous turn of the series, especially when you beat this team in the semifinals to get where you are now.
Yeah, I think BBCHS, they had a lot of momentum coming into this game number 1. They had the ability to tie this up, and then it started to slip away from them as we've gotten down to this final part. I think a lot part of it has been these demolitions. Initially, Lincoln Park was the one to invest in. The Boilers starting to see the value, where that might be. Bit of a hit. Dylan now. They're going to play off the backboard. It's hit down the center, but Brandon there yet again. Fantastic reads we keep seeing from them over and over to stop a lot of these offensive plays off the backboard.
Good looks to make sure that defense is working good, and then even following things up after. It's a nice defensive touch, and then immediately back to work. Sidewall boost is there. Lincoln Park will take this. Played game number 3, and they're going to find themselves up 2-1 in the overall series. The Lions, they've got a lot to answer for. Their defense finding effort at the last moment, but it will be Lincoln Park finding back-to-back games.
As you said, this is where it starts to get a little bit sticky for BBCHS. You can come into this decently confident. You beat this team once, you can do it again, but you also had a bit of a break between now and when that last series was, where it's been nothing but gameplay for Lincoln Park, going all the way to 5 against WWS in the lower finals. And that momentum won't be stopping. We're going straight into game number 3, 2-1 lead for Lincoln Park.
What can the Lions do here in this game, and especially when you go back to that last game where they had value, they had a chance to get it, they had tied up the game, and then Lincoln Park took about a minute and a half to answer. Brandon's going to go backboard here. This gets dangerous quickly. Dylan, nice clear away. They've got to slow things down and not allow Lincoln Park to get easy shots on nets.
No, and I think that's the pacing that we want to see more from Battlegrounds is them slowing down, playing to their own pace, and not giving the amount of room that you are to Lincoln Park, especially Brandon. I've seen it get in the middle of a lot of these passing plays if the opportunity is there. Like even these smaller connections, that was a great pickoff from Dylan. You could see Darko lining up for that pitch. But we're straight back to this ping-ponging type of gameplay. It's dangerously in the center, but if a team pitch, the smoke in front of the goal line will manage to be cleared away just barely. Jedi Joe tried to line it up. That'll come to nothing.
It's one of the best transition plays that we've seen all day from the Lions, from getting to the backboard, getting upfield, and getting a really good chance to one of their star scorers in Jedi Joe. Can they do it here? No. But a good spearhead on the first man can change everything and can just change the mindset for this team. That now they've got more offensive tries. Is it a sidewall look? That round's going to go for the backboard, and it's going to be Zebot clearing straight towards the middle. It's good that they had their teammate in Darko to clear that away. That could have become dangerous quick.
You have to be careful. That's where we see opponents strike the most, is if you leave window of opportunity, more a mistake rather than these superstar plays. That is what can make the difference when you have teams that are on a decent, even standpoint. But Darko, these demolitions all over the place, and when the smoke clears, it'll be Tyrone who comes out victorious. That is the first time we will see BBCHS take the lead, and a much-needed change of momentum.
It's so unfortunate that the line that they took to try and get that defensive touch, it not only didn't get there in time, but it kind of cut off their own teammate from getting there. So Lincoln Park, a rare defensive mistake. For the Lions, they've got to find themselves more than just that one. We know Lincoln Park is very good at scoring, but they don't stop at just one. They're very good at scoring in bunches. And look at this, Darko gets in, gets the second, gets a shot on, and almost scores from that close angle.
Now Lincoln Park have been the one that if they can get it. It's like the floodgates open. They'll just be finding goal after goal. That's all the more important for the Boiler Brigade to stop that streak from even happening in the first place. It'll be a hit, straight bullet towards the center. Arrow on the defense, but it's kind of this relentless attack that we know Lincoln Park for. It's very rare, and they're going to leave the back door open, and it takes big plays like these from Dylan. Has to go clear to the skybox just to get the ball to the other side.
Interesting work from Darko there as they go back up to the ceiling too. A little bit of a floater here over to Jedi Joe. And the defense now matters more than anything, I feel like, from Lincoln Park. They've relied on it for a lot of this series overall. And the good news is, it's a good shot inside. The defense shatters, and Jedi Joe slices through with a lightsaber.
And look at this read. Tyrell throws it up. Dylan banks it off the post, and Jedi Joe knows that it's their time to shine, bowling straight down the middle. That'll be a second now for the Boiler Gate. I think we're starting to see that light, the 2 games of warm-up. They're starting to get comfortable in these chairs on the stage and giving us that showing that we saw from them in the upper semis.
If they can find this win, I mean, back to an even series, that would be so ideal after what was 2 straight games of Lincoln Park dominance. The question is, though, these final 2 minutes, how defensive can they get? Zebon up into the sky. Nice little look here. Jedi Joe's got the coverage for Brandon. Straight back to it. Trying to throw a pass over to their teammate and couldn't get to it in time. Darko gets this redirect, but Jedi Joe immediately gets the steal, gets the pinch, and gets it straight up centered. And luckily Z is there. That was another goal.
Yeah, the defense looking a lot more consistent now for Lincoln Park, more so as they've been forced on that half of the field more often than not. Weird bump will keep one player on the red side in corner. Lincoln Park, they're still looking away just to get this ball across the midfield line. Bit of a bump, will go ahead and do it, leaving it to Jedi Joe on this backfield. But the demo immediately to follow. You want to be able to follow up on those instances, and that's exactly what Brandon will do. Defender down, Lincoln Park on the board.
We've said it all day. Sometimes you just put powerful shots on, and it will score. I mean, that is such a great bounce. Lands perfectly in the middle of the net. And now, you've got a job to do for Lincoln Park. 1 more goal to tie things up, 2 to possibly win this game right here. And we talk about the possibility of going to a 2-2 tied-up series. That'd be awesome for us. We get more Rocket League as a guarantee, but for Lincoln Park, I think they would love nothing more than 3 chances to close out the series on 3-1 on the series score. The Lions have to make sure everything but that happens, and their offense is trying to prove a point by stealing some boost.
Yeah, but it was 2 players committing to a ball there on the defense, so it leaves Lincoln Park little answers in the demo from Jedi Joe. Even if you get the offense going well, you still have to wait for Brandon to come all the way from downfield. Bit of a revenge play there on the Jedi Joe, but he's already back up and ready to go for this next couple of seconds. Down to 20 of them. They approach this final spot. Lincoln Park, they know what's on the line. They know they need to get a goal in now. They're willing to commit anything to be able to do it.
Centering feed there, Jedi Joe, the savior of them all.
Brandon?
It's going to be a big backflip. The boost is just completely empty, and Dylan's got a free grass in front of him. They'll find themselves the post. Is there a way it stays alive? For just a moment it does. A long-range clear from Zebot. Does he have a second? The answer is no, and that'll be game. We're all back to tied up 2-2, and the Boiler Brigade will use their advantage to tie things up.
At Brandon Bourbonnais High School, looking strong here in game number 3. It took a bit for them to find their mojo, but I think it's safe to say that they are back. And even when you look at this game, the shots still favored Lincoln Park. The Lincoln Park team was the one who was on the offense more than not. It was just Brandon Bourbonnais. They took advantage of the few opportunities that they did manage to get. And now they can say that they are even, now down to a best of 3, essentially, for the rest of our series.
Gotta win 2 before you lose 2. That's what's on the line for these players. And for Lincoln Park, you had your dominance for a few games. Now you are the ones that have to adapt here into the rest of this series. And we've seen actually from a lot of what they can provide in terms of those sidewall passes, the aerial dominance, the overall floaters downfield. For the Lions, though, they need to be a little bit more consistent on their average shooting, and there's another good one to start things off. Dylan's going to go back towards mid, looking for an undercut on the flip, but it's just cleared downfield.
Now, be quick, though. Short-lived victory for Lincoln Park, hoping to get a break from seeing this blue side of the field, but it is just not yet to come. Trudeau doing a great job of keeping this ball at a workable point for BBCHS, throwing it up to Dylan, tosses it off to the corner, but a bit of an awkward misread there. And Terrell leaves it up to Jedi Joe, hit off the corner, but no, centering play will not happen. Lincoln Park has the chance to clear it, but loses control of the ball after the attempted fake out, and Lincoln Park still stuck on their own net.
Gotta get this clearance, but if they don't allow a goal here, they will feel very relieved. Once again, trusting their defense has been such a crutch for them throughout this entire series, and well-deserved. I mean, their rotations are just so good, and even on the offensive side, they look good when they're finding the ball in a passing rotation. The problem is they've just got to avoid some of those mistakes. Nice shot, puts it on target. Secondary isn't there because the clearance from the Lions is just too quick.
And the Lions have been winning the games through defense so far, and now it's their turn to take their claws out and throw a couple back at BBCHS, and they got a couple nice shots in there. But the Boiler Brigade, no slouches when it comes to saves either. Now looking to flip the field. Lincoln Park learning now that if you have to stick close to this ball if you're going to manage to get a good clear. But a bit of physicality from the Boiler Brigade will deny that entirely. Dylan taking it down by himself, but no! The crossbar, their worst enemy, denying what could have been.
Can't believe they missed that second attempt too. Felt like an open opportunity for the Lions, but they just could not capitalize. And now, Bradley Bourbonnais, they've got to play some defense. Jedi Joe forced into an awkward scenario, tied up with their own teammate. And Brandon is going to go straight back to it. Wrapping the knot here around this midfield pressure and wrapping a bow on the first half of gameplay. Nobody has yet to score here in this played game number 5. Someone is going to get series point first, and it feels like right now, a long shot might just score. Tyrell will land it, and it is the Lions to strike first blood.
It was a long battle, but eventually the defense wore away. Lincoln Park thought the ball was going towards the corner, but Tyrell, in behind it, took advantage of that opportunity. 1-0 now, and with how slow this game has been in terms of the scoring, you have to imagine 1 point here can mean a lot. So now for Lincoln Park, the defense won't win you the game by itself. You have to find one for yourselves.
And the worst scenario would be after taking 2 games, if you weren't able to come back in this game, you drop 2 games straight. Long shot is just good. Dylan with a long-range slicer has put the lead to 2.
I couldn't have asked for better positioning on that. Look at this angle that Dylan managed to find. Back straight over the head of Brandon. Expected it to go a little bit lower, but instead, money shot towards the top left. And now less than 2 minutes to work with. Lincoln Park is starting to slip away from them as the Boiler Brigade, they found their momentum, they found it, and they're going to keep firing these shots until somebody tells them to stop.
They've got a nice lead. They've got good team rotations. We know Lincoln Park can score fast, but guess who's scoring faster? Jedi Joe straight through the low ground. Another punch to the face.
Just a third layering on top of this. Lincoln Park, they started out so strong, but now you're down so much in these last 30 seconds. 1 goal per player now on BBCHS. A full team effort. You absolutely love to see it, as the second seed will love to take down number 1 for the second time today. Match point. Looking so good, whoever can manage to grab it.
Right now, Lincoln Park needs to be very cautious in terms of their scoring opportunities. Ooh. They will score down low. Z-Bot gets the waterfall rotate and finds the lead cutter.
Yeah, Brandon pops it up on over. Almost a bit of a team bump there out of Dylan. Disrupts the defense enough for Lincoln Park. It'll get them on the board. Still a small hill to climb should they want to take us to an overtime or potentially get the win in game number 5.
They've got time to do it, especially if Darko keeps setting up passes like this. Nice redirect from Jedi Joe. The goal that could have been, and Darko works on the rotation, gets beat up over top. A secondary shot will just go low, and Z-Bots has got that one controlled. 60 seconds left to go, and it feels like the Lions have never heard a bell here. They are just continuing to swing and swing again. And for Lincoln Park, that is scary, but also can benefit them. That's a triple commit. Up front across the timeline, Lincoln Park almost got a freebie goal there because nobody was back on defense.
No, but the demo there, Dylan playing off the wall. That's a fantastic solo play. Jenna Joe a little bit wide, and no, the goalpost, the sound, never been so loud. Fantastic set of staves. Out of Lincoln Park, a third. Off the post, MVP, most valuable post.
That's just unfortunate. Someone needs to check if that's regulation size. I don't believe that didn't go in. I mean, right now, they still got a 2-goal lead, make it 3, long range clear. Lincoln Park invested everything, and the stocks will crash.
That's likely the nail in the coffin here for game number 5. BBCS so close to getting that match point, that 1-game advantage. Will come back to assist them, but Lincoln Park have shown us they will not go down without a fight. They very much can hang in the ring.
They've showed us their offense can really fight, but I think the one thing that did let them down a little bit was their defense in this game, which they have relied upon throughout those first couple game wins. And you know what? This is the real reason for that extra game advantage. You get a time to mentally shift, mentally reset. I mean, by this point, it would have just been a 2-2 in terms of games won, but because the Boiler Brigade has done a good enough job on their offensive side and through their earlier position in the bracket, they find themselves on series point.
Yeah, and Dylan, huge shout out. 6 shots, 4 saves, 2 goals. I mean, that is massive presence within this game number 5, and has been looking stellar out there alongside the rest of the squad. And I think Lincoln Park, if they're going to look for this, the demos, I think, did help them at the better half of the game when they had the opportunity to, but eventually, BBCHS, they shifted courses, they focused more on this offense, and it left Lincoln Park relying on their defense, which can't be relied upon now. Match point for the championship here for BBCHS. We'll see if Lincoln Park have anything left to say.
They've got to find their offense again. Lincoln Park, they need to be able to work off of this backboard and really secure some of their own passing plays. It's not just Darko who needs to step up, it's everybody Darko, or they'll just step up themselves. The solo play on the 1v3 scores first blood.
1v3. If we needed something to go the way of Lincoln Park, it is that. I can't think of a better momentum usage of that. I can't remember the last time we've seen a successful 1v3. It is so rare in this day and age. Darko gave Lincoln Park the hope to keep going on and shows that they can beat DHS. What has gotten into Darko this game? That's a second now for them.
What an incredible kickoff here. I mean, it's a delayed rotate from the backside third member, and Jedi Joe just never gets back to it in time. So a good connection. Lincoln Park is on fire. I mean, at this point, averaging a goal every 10 seconds probably isn't sustainable, but, I mean, why not get your offense rolling here super early? A game win here from Lincoln Park, even though it's 4.5 minutes out, could put us in a Game 7 matchup.
And that's all it's going to take. A strong start like this is exactly what the Lions needed, and it was Darko to help pave that path. Gonna throw it up again. Can he do another 1v3? Not quite this time. Will be bounced off over to the side where Brandon is, and Jedi Joe, bit of an awkward hold on that ball, forces Lincoln Park towards their own defensive end. BBCHS found a ton of success in game number 4 by keeping Lincoln Park stuck in their own net, relying on their defense, and it's only been Darko who's successfully broken them out.
It's been an incredible first-man performance from Darko, and there again creates another good opportunity. The question is, though, on that backside rotate. Once again, you see a back pass that's well read from the Lions that they do get in front of, and it's going to be a nice push coming through. You do get a knockdown. That's a double bump. Brandon and crew trying to set up things as Jedi Joe just well contested in the sky again. This midfield looks so much better here and played game number 5, technically game number 6 because of that advantage. For BBCHS, they just need to hold on here and see if they can find some extra offense with 3 minutes left to go.
This is a lot more flippy when it comes to the possession of the ball this game, and the midfield, much more up for grabs. There's no more brick wall that's been put up there. Dylan, they're gonna make something of this offense. Off the backboard, it'll be Jedi Joe sailing in to get BBCHS on the board. Now only a 1-point lead for the Lions.
It's just interesting there. They get a nice, fortunate bounce off the backboard and kind of bailed out of that from the rest of the Lincoln Park players. They wanted to go grab boost. They just really didn't think that they could fight for that defensive struggle or had overconfidence in their teammates to get it. With 3 minutes left to go, very much a game. Fadeaway shot backboard, fadeaway setup is no good either. So double try on the step back shooting, but once again, the Lions, they only lead by 1. It's a very awkward lead as the double demolition comes on through.
Yeah, fireworks still going off here. 6 games in now. Dylan opting to keep it a little bit closer, and I think that's where Lincoln Park has felt a little bit better, is they're not going for these massive tosses downfield. They're maintaining possession more, not allowing BBCHS to insert themselves wherever they want. A good read from Tyrell. Allow them to maintain control. It's not exactly the hit that you were looking for. All three players of Lincoln Park cluttered in the corner, and a full tank of boost for Brandon. That ball isn't going anywhere the net anytime soon. Or that works too.
Dylan says otherwise. Just an incredible rip through the sky. I mean, that turnaround right there, the U-turn with literally 0 boost in the inventory is absolutely psychotic. But it works out. For BBCHS, they've got themselves the tied game, and more importantly, Shani, I feel like it's not towards the end of the game. They've still given themselves 2 minutes to try and control the flow here and see if they can find multiple goals over and over again. Another good 50 to blast into the offensive zone.
Yeah, all that lead that Lincoln Park built was within the first 30 seconds of the game. So BBCHS, even though they were down, they knew they had plenty of time to get themselves fired up and ready to fight back. And that's essentially what has happened now. Scoreboard wiped clean of that advantage. In fact, Jedi Joe just going to take it for BBCHS once more.
I mean, that is really good. A solo play, gets the swerve, gets the axles broken, and I mean, I will say from this Boilermaker crew, throughout the entire day, whenever we've seen them on camera, they are smiling, they are having fun. Even when they were down in the series, they are just feeling like a high school team should be, and that is just full built on fun. Everything else, the goals, the game wins, and possibly even a state championship are just coming as extras.
Yeah, and I think they're starting to feel it. You get that lead after being down 2-0, put 3 back-to-back, and only 75 seconds left. I think the smiles for BBCHS very much warranted. They're looking at a fourth onto it, and it'll be Dylan to send it to the back of the net. It's starting to get a lot scarier for Lincoln Park now. They had such a strong start to this game.
And they were up 2-0, but that was 2.5 minutes ago. Since then, it has been pure and utter domination. The Boilermaker crew now in the lead by 2, and Lincoln Park entered this tournament bracket as the #1 seed. But they are going to need some answers. Dylan, long-range shot, still connects for a double commit. Secondary blocked away. The defense from Lincoln Park is still there. The structure is nice, but they need to find some goals, and Brandon is completely contested, and Jedi Joe will put it to the corner.
Fantastic backboard play from Jedi Joe. In fact, going to take it down the field themselves, looking for a 5th. BBCHS will be denied at the goal line. Dylan, though, all you need to do, keep this ball away from Lincoln Park. Anything else is just gravy. Those are some happy faces I can see from the Boiler Brigade. They know they've done it. 30 seconds left.
The Lions of Lincoln Park, they have really got to find some goals quickly if they want to change the result. They had a good showing at the start of things. They brought things back in 2 games straight in the series. But right now, 5 goals unanswered, a bad taste in their mouth. Tyrell doesn't get back in time, and Brandon says, hold on just a second. Cuts the lead to 2.
Brings it right back in. He's like, I can't let my team have all the fun. Has to get one more in for the show. BBCHS, the vibes are strong. We know that they're feeling it. As Lincoln Park want to keep this to a 2-score lead. It's possible, but it's going to be so difficult to get 2 in the next 20 seconds.
Got to have some good kickoffs, that's for sure, and you've got to score basically on this possession, and what does not help is a open net goal on the other side. Tyrell with possibly the state championship sealing goal.
That is just about it for BBCHS. They proved it. They had a bit of a slow start in this series, but they've come back and climbed higher and higher every single minute we have watched them on this screen. 10 more seconds of victory lap now for the Boiler Brigade as they have found themselves at the top. They got the run back to 9. What could have been a reversing, and will take the title as the 3A IHSA champions of Rocket League.
What a comeback, what a job, and at the end of the day, that is a perfect picture of this series. All 3 players, they end with 2 goals apiece. They end with the shots basically completely spread across this team, even and done. And they did it back in the Winners Bracket Finals. They do it here in the Grand Finals, and they finish things out with a W and a trophy to take home.
Couldn't have asked for anything better from this school, and I think at the start, I think nerves were getting to him being on the stage for the first time. It's a fantastic experience to have these players in the venue, to see the opponent that you were playing face to face, and they gave us one heck of a fight, going all the way to 6 games here in our grand finals, eventually taking it away 4-2. All smiles heading home today.
And I think from Lincoln Park as well, they definitely earned that #1 seed. They looked pretty good overall throughout of it. And, you know, they were the #1 seed going into the bracket. They still find themselves as a runner-up state champion, which is something to definitely hold your head high. Again, just the value of being here on land, getting to see all these other colleges that just saw you play and cheer you on. And at the end of the day, I know we talk about lifelong friends being made from your own team, but also you see the hugs and congratulations from team to team. You're probably making more friends on the other side as well from the enemy version.
Yeah, there's a real community to be built within Scholastic Esports, and whether you're just going to compete in high school or you're looking to move on to the next level, there's a lot to be looking out for at the Midwest Battlegrounds. So I hope these players really enjoyed their experience on the stage. It was really a treat for us to cover the IHSA action.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was wishing we could have got a game #7, but heck, 6 games is the next best thing.
Pretty good.
Overall, they really both performed towards their heart out. And, you know, we've had 2 gears of action today. We've already had our starter for our collegiate championship, which is now into its kind of final stages that we'll get to decide tomorrow. We've got to watch a high school championship, and Tiny Shiny, I think it's time we swap back to collegiate for maybe some even more Rocket League action.
Yep, but first we are going to throw it back to Super Smash Brothers on the stage here, so make sure you're keeping out for that. We'll return later, of course, for the big esports conference and their round-robin play later this evening, so don't go anywhere. Much more to come from the Midwest Battleground.
Welcome back, everybody.
You have the commentators swapped.
Oh,
The chyrons are incorrect.
that is true.
Yes.
Welcome back, guys. I am Runaway,
I am Eclipse.
and we are
Quite
back.
contrarily to what the chyrons are indicating right now.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Okay, there we go. Now
they're halfway done.
the-
There we go.
I was gonna say doubling up for me. All right, we're back with some more Smash Ultimate here in Midwest Battleground 2026.
Yep.
Looks like we're gonna have forgetting already, Dr. Pat, and I'm forgetting the other guy's name.
Yep. You're going to.
But I believe he plays Terry. I know Dr. Pat had a very close set with Ibex earlier. What was it?
Tagnar.
Tegnar, thank you. We got Tegnar and Dr. Pat. I believe Tegnar plays Terry. Dr. Pat playing Peach. You know, I know he hasn't been to as many events this past year. He's coming back strong, obviously, with pretty strong runs so far. Tegnar I haven't seen a lot of, but I watched him playing in, I believe, Losers earlier, and he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this set goes.
Yeah. It's interesting to you say there's a Terry Peach matchup. You're saying that this is a Terry Peach matchup, and my perception is that like we're going to be seeing a lot of you're talking a very grounded character versus a very floaty aerial dependent character, and so I think this is going to be a relatively stagnant matchup in terms of interaction and what have you, but we'll just wait and see as the game progresses. So
Yeah, absolutely.
during the setup phase, we are going on.
Oh, this is Squad Strike. All
Right
right.
off the bat, we have a squad strike. Yeah.
All right, so Squad Strike I wasn't expecting. But Dr. Pat leading off with his main, Tegnar. At this point, I'm not really sure who he mains. But already we see Tegnar is taking a lead here. It's kind of tough with a character like Peach, who has to close the gap. Usually likes to approach in the mid-air, but doesn't really have access to shield when she's floating at you. Oh, buffered and up B after the first one got interrupted. I see Tegnar using these platforms here to try to avoid confronting Dr. Pat, really putting the onus on him to make that first approach. Pretty even, all things considered, despite Dr. Pat starting off strong with his main.
All things considered, I'm liking a lot of this play. That's play guy.
Oh, that backer is going to be enough.
Nice play with the Peach on the.
Starting out with a Falcon Punch.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a misinput or just bravado, but I'm a fan of it regardless.
Yeah.
One thing you can't let Dr. Pat
I do think though this is much more favorable for the Captain Falcon, even percentage notwithstanding as well. But I mean, you got to see that he has the Sephiroth. I believe it is the Sephiroth lined up behind the pit. I can't really particularly see the stock icons as well, and I'm thinking it's very important for this Peach to.
It's like
Take
Sora,
this Falcon early.
Byleth, Peach. So it looks like after Peach we're getting Byleth. But Tegnar's got to take out the Peach
My
first.
goodness
So far, it
gracious
does not
me.
happen. Stitch Face online.
A Banjo going against the Peach.
All right, Dr. Pat playing very evasively above Tegnar. And that down smash is going to be enough to remove Peach from the equation.
Yeah.
All right, Tegnar mounting a bit of momentum here, but Dr. Pat takes it right back. Stage control. One of Tegnar's jumps is gone. Barely makes it back.
Barely makes it back with the air dodge.
Back throw. Jumping over the fail, not Wonder Wing, being able to brute force through any kind of defense that Dr. Pat can mount. Yeah. That up smash is very strong, but unfortunately it was not able to hit Dr. Pat. He shielded just in time. Dash tag punish. Let's see what the ledge trap looks like for Dr. Pat, and dashes back to catch the Wonder Wing. And that forward air is going to be enough to take us out of game 1.
Yep.
No, I'm not familiar with commentating Squad Strike, but I'm wondering if the character lineup might change at all.
Squad strike.
And a new. Yeah. And I. Yeah. Small battlefield he counterpicks.
Squad strike.
I'm inclined to see though how they're excuse.
Yes, there are character counter picks here. We got the Dr. Pat, Mario, and Yoshi. I'm kind of surprised he's pulling the trigger so quickly on character switches, given that the Byleth seemed to work pretty well, and we didn't even see the Sora that game.
Yeah. And I'm wondering too, like a lot of the roster development game 1 that Dr. Pat had. We had the Peach that was doing most of the hog lifting of it, and then of course it's an interesting draft composition that's going forth with the Luigi on the Yoshi on small battlefield.
One thing I'm curious to see is how Tegnar's Luigi can adapt to the floatiness of Yoshi.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of those trademark zero to death combos aren't nearly as
Luigi
consistent on a character.
Luigi is also a floaty character too. It's very important. It is important to note. Luigi is also comparatively a floaty character, so I mean, it's a relatively neutral matchup in that regard. But nice damage with that shield on down aerial. Forward air.
Forward
The
air
combo
smash
onto
would
from
make it.
the combo from the forward air. Getting the meteor smash.
All right, Tegnar kind of in the hot seat here. You know, Joker, historically a character that has very little trouble, or very much trouble killing until Arsene comes out, and here he is. Yoshi, a very heavy character despite his weight class, despite his floatiness.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Pat stuffing out Tegnar's advantage state with that nair.
Ooh, bear.
Tegnar with stage control. Let's see how he attempts to keep Dr. Pat off stage.
Yep. And nice with the down air. Gets up. That's the forward smash. Will seal the deal, take it down. Sephiroth down. Sephiroth last for Tegnar. But Yoshi is still doing much of the heavy lifting. Dr. Pat still has the Mario and the Peach behind him.
You saw that shield almost
Just
had his
these
last
short
life
hop
there.
down areas. Look at them. Look at them. It's the
Hey, Dr. Pat with all the momentum. I want to see how Tegnar survives this jab lock. There's another F smash from Dr.
Another
Pat.
forward smash.
Yeah, we see Dr.
And
Pat just mounting a monstrous advantage state here.
Wow. Just saved by the edge of battlefield, but the
that up smash will catch up. 2-0 Dr. Pat. I don't know if it's best of 3 or best of 5.
Yoshi with the hard carry.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Yoshi's one of those characters who, once he gets momentum, is so hard to slow down.
I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that he was just setting. Tegnar was practically just setting Dr. Pat up for these short hop down aerials to just chip away and deal crucial damage to his characters.
Of course, not really contesting him in the air, kind of just walking and staying grounded, not shielding these down airs. The down airs do deal a lot of shield damage, but it's not going to be enough to.
And I think a handful that I did notice early on that Tegnar did have his shield go dangerously low when one of those down airs happened, and I think that may have been a factor as to why he tried to. Why he was actually quite reluctant to actually shield the down airs henceforth, because shield breaks in this stage are very, very critical. So we're waiting on a counter pick for Tegnar for Game 3, or if I'm watching things correctly.
Yeah, I believe it's best of 5.
And I do believe it's because we do believe it is best of 5 right now. What would you like to see if Tegnar? What kind of stage would you like to see Tegnar take this game if we were to go? Okay.
It was best of 3.
It was best of 3.
I guess in that case, I have no preference.
Very well. That nullifies that. Okay. We have clarification from production. It was a best of 3.
All right. So I wonder who we're going to see up next. Yeah, stage picks are very difficult to pin in a setting like this.
Because
you have
Squad
so many
Strike,
different characters at play with different advantages and disadvantages. So it's a little tricky to make that decision. I feel like a lot of people tend to just go with their personal comfort picks when it comes to Squad Strike.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if people do try to leverage these stages to their arsenal of character strengths.
Most of the time, though, you're ending up getting a lot of situations where, because I mean, it's natural for Poca Stadium to be Game 1 inside of this, but are we? So Poca Stadium on Game 1, and then you just have the one option for the counter pick if you do decide to go that route as well, because Poca Stadium being one of the more neutral starters that you see here in Smash
favorite as well.
In Smash Ultimate. And as we're waiting for our next match, too, you can. So far, day 2 of Midwest Battleground been an interesting day of competition has gone out thus far. We had Ultimate Singles Day, Group A wrap up earlier on the stream, and Group B also wrapped up not too long ago earlier.
Yep, and now we've got Squad Strike continuing.
Now we got Squad Strike. Here's the ultimate reminder, though, that Top Cut will be tomorrow night.
Okay,
or I should say tomorrow during the day.
The moment I saw that Falco, I knew we were looking at Eclipse. Then we got PK Water as well on lock. I believe Eclipse, known for playing Falco, that much I know for certain, but I believe PK Water is known for Incineroar.
Well, he's the reason why my start DG is more often ECT than Eclipse, so...
So I know Eclipse has been working on this Peach for a while. This is definitely a great environment in order to bring it out.
Oh my goodness.
Already see some devastating
Look at that.
damage.
Devastating play with the turnip.
I want to see what PK Water can do here with the Joker. I'm not really sure how this matchup looks on paper. But what I do know is that once Eclipse has his advantage state, he's very good at playing very disciplined. Kind of pulling back when it needs to, not taking his foot off the gas and kind of letting you overcommit. Based off that. I think Peach.
There's the empowered state. All the gunplay.
Arsene is online. Is it going to be enough to get PK Water out of the hot seat here?
I'm liking what Eclipse is doing with using Determinate to try to zone out the recovery. And he gets a Peach Bomber, flies out off to the side. There's another one. Doesn't quite hit the turnip on the recovery, but in the Joker, back on neutral.
Yeah, not very many ways for Peach to challenge that grappling hook, other than perhaps just throwing a turnip down. We saw earlier that PK Water managed to use our send to go through one of the turnips that was thrown at him. And for all intents and purposes, this is still a pretty even game.
Nice aerial.
All right,
Incineroar comes in game 2. This is a very heavy character, rather.
Yeah, it only takes 1 or 2 good hits for this to be, once again, an even game.
Oh my goodness gracious me. He gets the catch. There's the item catch.
Eclipse is not going to let this Peach get taken away from him so easily.
Uh-oh. This ain't good. This isn't good. The tournament doesn't get followed through, though, after that initial hit. But the grapple does.
All right, we got the neutral side B, and up air is actually going to be the one to
take
take Peach out of this game. Saving Falco
going
for
in
last,
for a
we
Wolf.
got the Eclipse Wolf on the line.
I mean, Wolf. Oh my goodness gracious. This
is a character
Incineroar
that
is
can
doing
scrap with just
much
about anyone in
work.
the game. All right.
Oh, but
Eclipse really honing in on these Let's traps that Wolf is very scary with, and that back air, very unpunishable option, managing to take Incineroar out.
Byleth. Oh my, oh dear. And I mean, and when Eclipse still has his comfort Falco to be able to stay put in the game, and I mean, you just need and using Wolf to deal a lot of that early damage against the Byleth. I'm definitely liking the state of this match right now. Oh,
And gets a little too overzealous there with the relief down air.
overextends with the edge guard and gets a self-destruct out of it. Now we're in a rather precarious situation. He just needs to avoid all that free damage.
Like you were
PK
saying-
Water, 120% right now.
Like you were saying, Wolf tacking out all that damage puts PK Water in prime percentage for some Falco kill options and kill setups.
Yeah, the rage is on. The rage is there with Byleth, so it could very well be an earlier kill percentage for Falco, which is a notoriously light character, very easy to get hit with low percentages. And off the stage, Byleth goes so far. Is he going to do it?
Yeah, PK Water kind of stuck in the corner here. Navi's resumed stage
Able to
control.
hit this lasers to zone out. The forward air comes in with Eclipse.
175 and still no signs of losing this stock.
Oh my goodness, this is a very precarious situation too.
It only takes
He needs to
one
avoid
bad
getting
interaction for Eclipse
one
for
bad
this game
move
to go.
can take this game into PK Water's favor. There's the side B.
All right.
Oh wow.
Right there. Ooh.
Oi, the dangerous
that down
low.
smash
The
exhibited a
down
lot of,
smash. Eclipse from a fellow Spacies player to you. He will take game 1.
Yeah, that down smash by PK Water exhibited a lot of testicular fortitude. But
And yes, I play Spacies.
which spaces do you?
I'm a melee Falco original.
Sure.
So naturally I like it when I see Spacies in match.
Oh, absolutely.
Wolf, though, is actually one of those characters in which
Same lineup.
yeah, same lineup, but
Eclipse is starting off with a Falco. Wants to see how much momentum he can carry.
oh
in.
no, he is
I was
not.
wrong. I was way wrong. Whoops.
We forget that they have draft order, man. We forget what they have draft order, but yeah.
Very
I'm liking the Wolf, though. I genuinely like the Wolf.
Very similar
Town
order.
and
I
City.
believe the only difference is Joker and Incin are swapped on PK Water's roster.
Game 2 on Town and City, though. This definitely leaves a lot more.
Not more room to work.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot more verticality with the stage, I feel. A lot of escape routes typically that you can find in small battlefield or even regular battlefield. You won't find that much in stage, but Eclipse with the early
swatting that
lead.
cat away.
Oi.
All right, no real response from PK Water yet.
Yeah.
It looks like we at least got center stage again for
That
pretty-
Incineroar at a dangerously high percent.
It's grabbed. Unfortunately, no follow-up for PK Water, but this is still a very tricky situation for Eclipse. He's not too far from kill percent.
There you go.
Unfortunately, PK
And
Water
I think he's got the stitch face as well too.
does.
Which is, oh, he gets footstool. I saw the footstool.
Yep. And we see these devastating stitch combos.
Devastating
One
stitch face
string over
combos right now.
90%. PK Water needs to mount
Oh
a
my
response
goodness.
with this Arsene while he's online.
And I mean, we did get the empowered state for Joker already, but still, a lot of that early damage is very, very critical because Joker being so light.
Definitely a hard read at the F smash at ledge, but it's not going to connect.
An F smash or a Peach Bomber could very well. That was a nice little chin wag with the stage right there.
PK Water loses Arsene. It's going to become that much more difficult to mount a resistance against the
Getting
Eclipse's
zoned
Peach.
against the
No jump.
stage. He had no jump. Good turnip play with Peach. One more character to go. Byleth for PK Water.
That battle
And then
was
all three
pretty
characters
solid
still on
earlier.
hand for Eclipse.
Oh,
Is
the
Eclipse
insane string,
Going
and
to
that's
be able to
be
do
a
it. That
zero
is going to
death.
do a nice 0 to death for Eclipse to take it.
Eclipse
2
has
to
been
nothing.
working on this Peach, and we can see it right here,
And with
right
Peach
now.
hard carrying that entire set as well.
The Peach is all Eclipse needed.
Correction, I should say that entire game. That was amazing play with that last. That was amazing play with that on that last stock. Yeah.
All right.
And quite succinctly, I mean, I think a lot of it did have to do with what Town and City had to Town and City had to offer
Yeah,
the Peach.
Peach
versus
definitely has
the
a
Incineroar.
lot more stage to work with her turnip combos, and that's what ultimately allowed him to get that allowed Eclipse to get that 0 to death on PK Water towards.
And even in the midst of all this, you have the transitional phase of Town and City in which you have basically those 10 seconds in which you have the stage is basically final destination. And I think Peach is one of those characters. Do you think that excels on final destination type stages?
I think she can definitely benefit from platforms depending on the stage. I feel like a stage like Battlefield is a little trickier because she doesn't want characters to be below her. Peach really struggles when she's above other characters. She doesn't get much use out of the platforms herself defensively, but offensively she can be really strong with this.
Throwing the turnips directly down below you is practically your only source of damage when you're just floating above characters, correct?
Right, because landing's extra hard.
Or even then your very pitiful down airs that has that hitbox.
If you can just hit that down air, though, the damage that follows is immense. And we saw Eclipse definitely put that move to use there.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it had definitely, we had to also bring up the fact about that stitch face during the second stock, right?
Oh, yeah.
That early stitch phase fresh into stock 2 with where we had the Joker pulled out, that definitely did not do Eclipse's opponent any favors.
No, that alone was almost a 0 to death in and of itself. The only thing was missing was the finisher. But
yeah, we didn't have that much, but ultimately 2 0 to deaths seal the deal.
Back to back. Yeah, Eclipse showing a very dominant performance with the Peach. We can, like I said, the character's been in the, I know he's been in the lab with that character, and we can see it today.
Yeah.
The sheer dominance of, and the technical proficiency is definitely on display here.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we're going to go to break. Guys, stay tuned for some more Smash Ultimate Squad Strike. We will be right back.
Yeehaw. Say ECT, considering we have another Eclipse in the room, I just remember.
That's right. We're going to have a Scorcher, it looks like. If the overlay I was looking at is to be believed, looks like we might have Sir Dank and Shelter for Squad Strike.
Yeah.
I could be way off. That could be inaccurate info. But it's not.
No, it isn't.
All right, so, yep, as we see, we got the customary Dank Sir Falcon. Well, I'm way off. We got the Captain Falcon, the Ready Green Captain Falcon, Ensign, and Pit, which is another character of Sir Dank's that he's very proficient with, along with Shelters, Palutena, Cloud, and Bayonetta. Shelter actually used to main Palutena when the game came out in late 2018, early 2019, so it's nice to see it here today.
Yeah. And we're on Polka, and these two characters on Polka Stadium, right?
Yeah.
A lot of interesting interactions as well. Like Incineroar can't grapple as effectively, methinks, on Polka Stadium 2 because of the platforms as well.
Although sometimes we do see those platforms used for very helpful extensions.
Oi, there's one.
Yep, into the ring and
39%.
Right.
And right now we're dealing with a Cloud, a character that doesn't have that much when it comes to approach game. Like, you have the poke, but that's it, right? The poke with the neutral special, I should say.
Got that impressive back air.
Yeah.
Right. I love the Darkest Lariat at its disadvantage from Sir Dank. That move obviously having a lot of coverage and I believe invincibility as well.
Let's see what he's going to do with his limit. He could very well be forced to use it as an up special to get back on the stage and get punished for it as a result.
Wow. Sir Dank making Shelter look like wide open space.
Oi. Nice pain ladder with the Bayonetta.
All right, this is Shelter's strongest character, if results are to be believed. But the jab from the Bayonetta is not enough to take out this cat. But that will be the nice little fair.
It'll be very interesting to see Shelter take this back. Reverse 3-stocking Sir Dank.
Can't speak too soon, but we do see.
Oh my goodness gracious me, look at that already.
That's the Bayonetta special right there.
Yeah.
All right, Shelter getting a little too antsy at ledge, and it ends up costing him this position on stage.
Oh no. Pit is a very dangerous character to deal with as an edge guard when you're off the stage.
All right, upper dash arm and getting punished for it. Sir Dank still in a very advantageous position, but we gotta wait to see what Shelter is going to respond with.
Looks like another one. He's trying to get. He's definitely trying to get it. Bayonetta, definitely another character to is dangerous up close.
Sir Dank obviously having a lot of experience with Bayonetta, knows how to get out of these combos, but Shelter's doing a good job at
the counter.
Sir Dank's defense
doesn't quite connect.
All right. I know we didn't want to grab ledge again because it did not have that invincibility.
That was very much a limited. That Bayonetta had limited options off of that.
Of course, Sir Dank is going to take the first game of this best-of-3 set. The Falcon, the signature trademark, quintessential Sir Dank green.
And they're running it back to Polka Stadium too.
Did not even make an appearance. See the same lineup from Shelter. It looks like Sir Dank is not changing his winning strategy.
No lineup changes on game 2.
I get the feeling Sir Dank is just going. Never mind. I almost said Shelter is going to pick the same order for his team, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Looks like Sir Dank is going to do the same.
This time, I think he leads with a Cloud this time around instead of the Palutena on Incineroar, which I do think is an intentional strategy as well to very well fight a Bruiser with.
Oh. I like the idea.
Yeah, that was a. I don't like the execution as to how he did that.
Yeah, there needed to be a little bit more thought behind that one.
Because I think there is a sweet spot associated with Cloud's up special that will Meteor Smash your opponent.
That one, he did get a spike on that one, but unfortunately, Sir Dank was just not at a high enough percent for the spike to do anything meaningful.
Yeah.
Bayonetta is online. These heavy, large characters do tend to struggle getting out of Bayonetta's combos.
Very dangerous position for the Incineroar. Oh! Empowered Incineroar too.
I expected a little bit more out of that up B from Sir Dank.
And he does get the stock kill, but at what cost? 70% going on. And I think Palutena, do you think that Palutena was Shelter's weakest character in the previous set?
It's hard to say. The character is, I know he's very proficient with the character, maybe not his best showing.
Particularly against the Captain Falcon, though.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I'm not sure how that matchup looks on paper, but I get the feeling the Palutena's disjoints might help Shelter if it comes down to that. Oh, wow, Sir Dank just barely aired out through with the Bayonetta back air.
This is a very critical kill.
Now Shelter has a hard time landing, and Sir Dank ends up sharking him with that up air. All right, so we got Palutena online against her son Pit. All right, I'm not sure if that was an attempt at a teleport cancel, but Shelter is getting tossed around like a ragdoll here.
81% already with this Pit still in the field.
We're seeing Shelter have a hard time maintaining advantage state. While it seems like once Sir Dank gets advantage state, he does not let it go. And that will close out this set. Sir Dank taking it 2-0.
And I think definitely, like you were saying too, it's like there was difficulty in Shelter's ability in Shelter's ability to maintain advantage whenever he has established it too.
That's true. Sir Dank obviously a very disciplined player, although Shelter is too. It looks like Sir Dank just had a better handle on these matchups that Shelter is bringing to the table.
Yeah. So.
I wonder who we're getting up next for the squad strike bracket. These were already two very strong players.
It's a very interesting cases to see what is going on here at the event. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So here we are. We're going one more break into. We're doing one more break. 2-0 in favor of in the last set.
In favor of Sir Dank.
Favor of Sir Dank. Thank you.
We'll be back for more squad
We'll be back for more squad strike coming up very shortly here at Midwest Battlegrounds.
Stay tuned.
Midwest Battleground continues now. Welcome back, everybody, to our Rocket League coverage, and we're switching gears. If you're excited about the high school action, well, we've got another conference to add on top of things, this time back for the college action. Myself, Llama77, joined by a Tiny Shiny up here on the desk, and we're moving on to some big esports conference round-robin play here on Saturday.
Yeah, we're heading straight in round number 3 out of 5. There's a total of 5 teams that are playing within the Big Esports Conference, and these are schools' names you might recognize from some of our traditional athletic conferences, such as the Big Ten. So any schools that are in that athletic conference are allowed to participate, and we have 5 here in Lisle with us today, looking for a shot at the title. Of course, this is seeding for their playoff brackets, which they'll be heading into tomorrow. And we're starting out with the University of Maryland, the Terps, taking on Minnesota State.
It's going to be a good one, I think, for both these two teams stepping back up and finding themselves a good matchup, especially in these best-of-5s in this round-robin stage, going to be big. We've already kind of gotten a prelude to what the ideal tournament bracket will be for a lot of these teams. Getting a win, moving yourself up just slightly in that overall rankings will probably help you avoid Michigan State, who looks to be the favorite of this entire event.
Yeah, Michigan State already played both Minnesota State and Maryland. Minnesota State, we have confirmed that is a 3-0. Maryland, while we don't have the result with us, I wouldn't expect it to be too much different. I think Michigan State, clear powerhouse of the BEC for the time being. Currently 21st ranked in the power rankings in terms of best in North America, which is a huge achievement. And I think the team that has stood the best chance in the past has been the Terps that we are going to be watching here momentarily.
It's going to be fun. I'm sad we didn't get to see that Ohio State-Michigan in round number 2, but I think this will get to suffice, and I'm hoping we get to see some of these rivalry matches going back into the playoff bracket. I know we've got Minnesota and Wisconsin. That's a classic one if you go back in football sense, but for all 6 of these teams here today, not only setting yourself up for success today, but also, again, tomorrow. It's a similar thing we talked about the regular Collegiate Invitational. These teams need to do good today so they can find themselves a championship tomorrow.
Yeah, and this time, you're not too pressured about a bracket yet. Nobody's going to be going home. It will be everybody moving on to that double elimination. So you want to get the best results that you possibly can today. So maybe you don't have to play perhaps a Michigan State who's on a returning championship tear in round number 1. So we get to take a peek at both of our teams right now as they are getting set up on the stage here. So we'll wait and see what match we'll be looking at. I believe that's the University of Michigan that I'm looking at. So we'll confirm what's the matchup for the stage. But it's really cool that we have all of these schools coming in. Especially, I think Maryland might be the team that traveled the farthest in order to get to this event today.
Yeah, if I recognize anything, it's that Go Blue and that big ol' M on the jerseys. So definitely interesting, though, especially for a lot of these kids that play in the Big Esports Conference that are not traditionally the biggest esports schools. Michigan State aside, I think all the rest of them are just starting to get their feet under them in terms of their program. Funny enough, me being an Ohio State student in the past, actually recognizing that they have one of the biggest facilities actually in the entire country with 76 gaming PCs. So you wonder if having all that environment around them will bring them any sort of advantage towards an environment like this.
Yeah, I think it really does depend. I think a lot of these schools we're seeing come up the ranks in terms of the value that their esports programs has, the students that are participating, and then the level of competition and they've been able to play at. And a shining example, I've said it a lot today, is Michigan State. They brought 3 Rocket League teams to this tournament, 2 of which are playing within the Collegiate Invitational itself. The other, their A team, is competing in the Big Esports Conference that we are watching tonight. So it does really go to show how a lot of these schools that you might recognize from these traditional athletic conferences really have been putting the time and the investment into these players, into these students, to give them the opportunities to compete at the Midwest Battleground, for example.
And I think it's super cool that, what this does is it ties regular sports fans into these esports rivalries, and it helps build the validation for a lot of these different programs. And I know for Michigan State, being a varsity program, getting full support there and getting full scholarships is nice. Not a lot of these schools do have that. So getting to a level of recognition and just building off some classic scholarships. I know, again, going back to Ohio State for an example, they actually ran some of their Rocket League matches at a halftime show for one of the basketball games. And they're like, like, okay, let's go Ohio State, Michigan. Everybody's going to know what it is, even if they don't know what Rocket League is.
No, it's something that, you see Ohio State, you see Michigan, you're like, well, I don't know what the heck I'm watching, but I know I want this team to win or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that it kind of transcends the bound of esports and can be a great connection to people that aren't quite as familiar with it. And we are going to see, of course, some of those in our round robin. But like, imagine if we get the Minnesota-Wisconsin game in round number 1 tomorrow, or even like an elimination round later on in the day. And there's a lot of fun things that we can look forward to in this conference.
There's a lot of good teams as well. I think there's a lot of good chance for growth. I think you talk specifically about getting to face a team like Michigan State. You're probably not going to take too many games off of them. It's probably going to be a really tough matchup, but how some players learn is getting thrown in the fire, getting shown what some of these high-level mechanics are and what truly their ceiling could be if they put the hours in every single day. And it's even more impressive. Again, 4 schools in the Big Ten, a lot of them bring with them a lot of this academic excellence. You talk specifically about like a Maryland or a Minnesota. You've got, one of the highest doctoral programs in the world, and then some of the best in terms of education. So that alongside the esports already gives it a ton of validation.
Yeah, and seeing that these programs are taking esports as seriously as they are, it's a great look for a lot of our high schoolers that are attending this stage. We had the IHSA Rocket League Championships casted just earlier this afternoon, as long as several other of their games that were competing for their title in a LAN environment. And it's a great opportunity for these high schoolers to have exposure to such programs, especially the ones that are competing at the highest levels that we see in collegiate esports.
Interesting, too. That was a lot of fun. We had high schooler. We still got our collegiate invitational that's going to wrap up tomorrow. And, so many of our different titles still battling out. A lot of these teams getting to spend the weekend here and be able to play some competitive esports for themselves. But it's not just Rocket League that we've got in terms of on our main stage. I know we've been broadcasting some Smash here. I know Valorant and Overwatch have gotten their share of our secondary stream over there on LANFest. But there feels like an infinite amount of things, including even open tournaments for all of our players to jump into for some of our fighting games.
Yeah, and even if you just show up to the tournament, you want to watch this, well, hey, guess what? There might be something you, too, can do to participate in this event. And, look at the scale of the event. I think that's what's really cool about this venue is, like, one, to feel like people watching. This might be your thing. But number two, you can see all the different games that are going on. Like, we got Overwatch on one half. We have our stage matches, 2 stages, mind you, one of which where we are finishing up our University of Michigan versus one of our other teams' games that we are unbeknownst to before we head into our next match. And there's so many pieces that go on behind the scenes to get the teams here to have the equipment to be able to do that. Like our sponsors for today, we got Extron, Insight, Cisco, Spectrum Industries, and Logitech all help make this possible. Get the opportunity for these players to be able to access an environment like this and have some top level equipment to compete on.
Yeah, getting all those PCs in there and, not only for those sponsors, but we had actually some representation from some of those sponsors earlier to come out and talk on an IT panel about some of the jobs and other industries that involve all of these things. And for some of the esports players, before they actually went on and played their games, they actually got to talk to this panel and maybe get an insight into what the job market would look like in case, all right, if my Rocket League career ends and I've got my degree, what do I want to do next with that after it?
It's that talk about how can students be student athletes, Yeah. Student will always come first in that. And I think that's the best part about collegiate esports is the opportunity to go pro. If it's there, absolutely take it. Run with it while you can. But it is a known fact that the careers for just professional esports athletes tend to be on the shorter side. So you're building something for yourself, both as a competitor, but also as a potential job prospect or a career once that time has passed for many of our competitors. And it really is a fantastic option for those who, even if you're not at that level to go pro. Like for example, I am Diamond in Overwatch. I still played on a collegiate team. I like to say my 6 free friends that we still talk to, and it's great to know all of these people you get to be around. It makes your college experience all that much better.
And it's super cool as well to see, the entire team behind this. I mean, this event wasn't just set up overnight. It wasn't just like, okay, let's put all the PCs up in 1 hour in the morning. No, this took hours. This took days before the actual event was going. So would be remiss if we did not give a massive shout out to not only all of the build-up team for setup, teardown, and managing millions of wires at this point for all of those hundreds of PCs, but also for all of these players to get to be involved and be able to have that support from our TO staff to our admins to even our streaming team here today.
Yeah, there's behind every one competitor, there's 10 other people that are doing the work behind the scenes. So if you see him, wave hi, say, hey, you're doing a great job. It really does mean a lot because these events, they do get chaotic. There's so much that is going on. And even as I'm looking at this now, shout out the cable management. Like, this is fantastic. I need to learn how to do cable management from our event organizers over at LANFest. And this looks fantastic out there. No tripping hazards. And really do love to see that the students are enjoying the competition, even if they're not actively in the game. They're taking the time to sit down, see all the stuff that is happening on the stage while this is going on.
And it's super cool to not only see, again, all of that, but all of what our sponsors do to help out the educational projects. I mean, for Extron, they're kind of committed to education, and everyday schools and colleges are using Extron audiovisual products around the world to power some of their multimedia to enrich educational programs and experiences in different ranges of settings. Now, if you guys at home want to check out Extron and what more that they can do, you can visit their website at extron.com/esports and learn more exactly about what they provide.
Yeah, Extron, along with a lot of other sponsors, do a fantastic job in supporting these events. Like, I can't even begin to imagine the technical piece that goes behind running this much internet connection between the LAN cables, beyond just the PC itself, to make sure that everything does run smoothly, and especially audio. I think that's a big one. Got to be able to hear your teammates. Got to be able to hear your comms in a lot of our games that are very filtered around the fact that this is built for teams. This is built for people to communicate and do so efficiently. So again, shout out to Extron for making that very much possible. And I do gotta say, I'm trying to pinpoint different jerseys that I'm seeing walking around, because it's one thing that I've enjoyed over the last couple of years, Llama, is how we're seeing the different a lot of different esports programs. They're getting pretty creative with how their jerseys are. I saw a baseball themed one walk across not too long ago. So this is cool. I'm learning here about jersey design.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see all those different jerseys, and it's also cool for me. I've worked a lot in the tier 2, tier 3 Rocket League scene, so to see some of those players that have grown from just, okay, I'm playing for $100 weekly tournament to now being on a collegiate team, no matter what level it is, and especially here from some of these players here in the big esports conference. Opbomb was a player that I saw as just a lonely little rank B+ player before he actually hit his A-Day. And it's really cool to see their growth over the course of years, and they've actually found a place to call home. And I mean, more importantly, a team that can guide them through it.
And that's what a lot of these schools have done, is they've given direction to these players that, might not exactly know what the best path for them is as a competitor. Is it better to follow through, more on the degree side? Do I even have the potential to push higher? And there's so many collegiate programs out there that have done an excellent job at not only enforcing that, but providing different direction to what they might have access to.
Different access, different places, obviously a lot of these teams, and looks like possibly our matchup on stage of that crew is getting overall wrapped up, so we're getting ready to go here for our next matchup, Maryland versus University of Minnesota. As we're still prepping out that lobby, again, this is a big one for terms of some seeding overall. Again, this is a full round robin, so there are 6 teams overall. They play 5 rounds. They play each other team once. You only get one best of 5 chance to close it out. If you lose it, I mean, we've seen teams, if you go back even to the other brackets, in terms of our regular Rocket League Collegiate Invitational, like Maverick Esports, like University of Minnesota State, that actually went 4-2, but because they lost just 1 or 2 extra matches, they got a really tough seeding path.
Yeah, and that is not an easy one to have to look forward to. And again, this is all about setting yourself up for tomorrow. And not only that, but taking the opportunity to get used to this crazy busy environment. Being on the stage for some of our broadcasted matches will be huge for a lot of these players, even if it might be a bit of a wonky matchup in terms of the power there. We do have a bit of an update to some of our round robin games, however. We did confirm that Michigan State and Maryland wrapped up their game. It was a 3-1 for Michigan State. So Maryland, one of the very few teams that have managed to take a game off of the Spartans. Didn't happen at all last year, but this might show that there's a little more contention to be happening.
And to be honest, I think Maryland is that next up team. They've got Hexy, who is a really good up-and-coming player as well and has performed time and time again. So expecting that possibly that could be a look at our grand finals in terms of Maryland versus Michigan State. But at the same time, I mean, you look at some other really good teams. Wisconsin, Minnesota have already played in that round number 2. Minnesota won that, just a 3-2 overall. Ohio State took a victory over Wisconsin early on, but they've only got that one match under their belt. So a lot of these different teams still trying to battle through early, and you know, every single matchup matters, but it's kind of funny. It feels like these, you know, around 3, 4, 5 matches matter just a little bit more because you have more results under your belt. We've got players in. We've got the match ready to go here. And for all these players, they're ready to play for some big esports conference action.
Heading into round number 3 of the group stage, all for the seeding, both teams at 1-1. And I think from here on out, especially for the University of Minnesota, taking down a team or even just taking games off of a team such as UMD here is going to be a massive achievement in itself. They've positioned themselves as the prime team to move on. Of course, University of Minnesota, they finished 3rd last year, falling short to UMD in the lower finals. And they're going to want their revenge, and this would be a great spot for them to get it started.
This would be awesome. You get yourself onto the 2-1. You get yourself right up there with the best of the best. And you still got lots more games to play. So for all these teams, you recognize that, sure, your rounds later might be harder. If you haven't played Michigan State, you probably have to account for that loss unless you can step up and do the impossible. For these two teams, a classic rivalry, a classic setup here for the both of them, and so much on the line. I mean, this could literally decide where the rest of your day goes. And as we wane closer and closer into the night, that's what we'll have to find here for these two teams who can win a best of 5.
And we're likely looking at this is the number 2 seed matchup, which would mean you would be positioned on the opposite side of the bracket of Michigan State, assuming this follows what many are thinking is the plan for the seedings, and being able to do that would be fantastic. Whoever manages to grab it, and we know neither have been slouches. Maryland finding a ton of success for their Rocket League team within their other league competition throughout this year, and as you mentioned, having Hexy on this roster, Turtle as a veteran, Cozy P coming in. It's been the year of the Terps. Gophers are no slouches. We head straight in to game number 1.
Let's hop in. Well, best of 5 here. Late night, big esports action. A long shot early on. Hex is going to go up for that save. And Turtle and the rest of the crew are going to need to rely on each other. Basing their defense here off of each other and being able to get those rotations is going to be ideal for the University of Minnesota. We talked about how much wealth they bring in terms of the resources of offense. Turtle's going to go long range and already force a double commit.
Alex and I both forced to meet the ball, and not a great sign on the defense if we want to start that out. Redmond, a little bit of an opportunity towards the front half as University of Minnesota looking to get something going on this offensive side. Turtle, though, couldn't quite find the ball midair, leaving it up to a 50-50 to Cozy P. Now just toss it up to the backboard, and that one, Turtle will be much more prepared for.
Good work here from both teams. In the first minute gone, nobody scored. That means very well fought through this first one, and I think that's the benefit of playing this round robin stage. You get other games under your belt, you stay very warm through the course of things, and right now that's what both teams are doing. For Cozy P, though, has a chance here with 60 boost in the tank, makes one jump, gets the low ground 50, jumps for the last one, can't get the score, but a demo from the teammate sets them up in the offensive zone. Without that corner boost steal, though, they get stranded on an island, and that's a 1v1 save with the demo on top.
Yeah, Turtle getting the 2v1 there, getting the demo too. It opens the door wide for Hexy. Trying to pitch it in the corner. He met with two of the Gophers players. ALX not having much luck when it comes to these corner balls, and it's kind of as we suspected, the Terps having the majority of the possession, but they're taking their time. They're not rushing anything. They don't want to have any mistakes that are forced. Very controlled when it comes to these rotations, having one in, two behind.
At the same time, with all these forced bumps, forced demos, and overall shots, it leaves the net wide open. One shot there. Cozy P's got the long range save. And once again, we stay deadlocked. Hexy has got that aerial mechanics. You've got to watch out for it. Ends up being a pass. The double off the backboard isn't there, but guess what? They've got yet another demo. Excited to see the tally here at the end of this game to see how many they truly have. We've expired half of this game, and nobody has yet to break into the lace.
So, taking our time through our game one. I think both these teams coming in fresh off of previous matches, so they're warmed up. They're ready to go. They're not taking any risks. They don't have these crazy jitters that you might going into a game one in an environment like this. Although being on the stage this time might make a bit of a change to it. Cozy P, carry off the wall. Attempted ground pinch, just couldn't have the momentum behind it. Attempted pass over the wall to Pi. Don't quite connect as the Terps looking for yet another clear. Turtle centering the ball, but Cozy P loses the win with Pi.
KLX's position there, but just couldn't get it past Turtle. And it's a forward shot. Another long save, though. This last third man save is really putting some troublesome on the back burner of University of Minnesota. For Cozy P and the crew, that's a nice touch. It's a post shot. It's not enough for the save away. And Turtle strikes first blood.
Yeah, persistence will break through. It was a great hit from Cozy P. Abandons the ball, goes for the bump instead. And that works out perfectly in Turtle's case, who was sitting and waiting for the chance to strike. Terps now in the lead. With just under 2 minutes left to go.
And pressure on. Under 2 minutes here, and just an update for those of you following the rest of our round robin stage. Ohio State actually got the win against Michigan, so that was the match we were seeing on stage. They moved to 2-0, so right now, if you're Maryland or University of Minnesota, you don't necessarily control your own destiny, but winning this matchup really will help boost up and possibly play for that 2 or 3 seed.
And you don't really want to lose these lower games here. Hexy almost took that one in completely by himself. Lost it at the goal line. It was Turtle. Happy to get in on the action. His last semester now, competing for the Terps. And I know that they would love to end it with him getting a win on this land. Getting a win in this series would certainly help lead closer to that cause. Pi gets it carry over top, looking to even it up. Goes off the backboard. ALX to receive. Ton of this play, but Minnesota can't keep track of it themselves. The University of Maryland been patient on this defense, not overextending in that demo onto Hexy, though. Leaves things open. ALX soars up and strikes it down to tie us up.
Unfortunately, Turtle is just out of boost and then out of a body. Demoed away. ALX, a really good timing on that overall contest. Gets a great 50-50 victory and puts this game on ice. 1-1. Tied up here. The Terps versus the Gophers, as ALX wants to repeat their success in the sky. But it's not this time, as Cozy P gets a victory. It feels like the Terps have been in control the entirety of this series already, but that single goal on the board right now leaves us all tied up.
And that might be all that it takes. If someone manages to score in these next 20 seconds, game one might as well be theirs. It'll be another demo, very focused from the University of Maryland. In this last couple of seconds, Turtle has an opportunity at the net. Will be caught, not enough height or boost behind that one to have the momentum of a shot. Final seconds, Cozy P setting up for one final carry, drops it down on the Hexy, looking for Turtle, set up in the center, already pre-jumped, get the spike, ALX to intercept. Cozy P wanted to pick up again, but no, it'll just barely touch the grass. We find ourselves in overtime for game one.
Nothing better than this. A single goal to decide things for our first opening game of this series. Round 3 of the round robin for the BEC. Extra time here, long shot from ALX, dealt with well from Hexy. They've got to get this follow-up. Not a ton of boost here on this Maryland side. And instead, they find a nice sidewall dig that'll allow the rest of the team to reset on those rotations. The problem, a centering feed sends it right back down off a waterfall. It was open for both of them, but they both jump and neither of them get it. A blown mistake and definitely should have been the overtime enter.
A double commit and a double whiff. Not what the Gophers wanted to see. Maryland giving the biggest sigh of relief right now, knowing they still have a chance to close out game one in their favor. Exy, though, it's just a lot of dangerous situations we're watching for the Terps over and over. They're committing on this defense. You can tell they want to take the forward space almost too preemptively. Hexy manages to beat out two of these players. Turtle, last bit of remaining boost for this team. This one's got to be done almost completely within the neutral. Cozy P happy to take a short dribble just to buy some time.
When you get a double commit there towards the corner, plus the boost steal, you get everything there off that single drive away. Turtle's got the flick up. Hexy wanting to finish this one off. He gets the pancake, and it's not chocolate chips on top this time. The syrup will miss the plate as well from Turtle. Nothing can go from Maryland. Both teams have had missed opportunities. Cozy P trying to remedy it, and they will! Hexy delivers the overtime winner!
And Cozy P to Hexy, threading the needle on this play. Everybody was getting back, but kept it just ahead of Radman. It'll be the Terps after a long, well-fought battle in game number one to take this one away. And I have a feeling, Llama, that we might be going to more than just 3 this time.
Please don't tempt me. I need more. After that high school championship and going 6 games, I cannot see another sweep here today. But I think Turtle might be happy with a sweep. 8 shots on goal.
Wow.
Only one of them connects, but an incredible source of offense here for Maryland. He had as many shots as the entirety of University of Minnesota.
That's just sentiment to Maryland's playstyle. This team was actually founded by Turtle. It was built around Turtle for the longest time when he started as a student. And as he said, it's kind of his last hurrah going into this tournament, going into this final spring semester. A true veteran for this team and one that is bringing plenty of value as we head into game number 2. Maryland with the series lead, but the Gophers know that they are not far behind.
I mean, especially in overtime that was as tight as that. You can't give them any opportunities, and especially an overtime that realistically Minnesota should have won off of that double whiff. So you cannot count your chickens here before they hatch. And Maryland trying to hatch up a play and a score on the other side. They can't get the read on the side wall, but Hex is still able to get this steal of the boost. And resource management has been a troublesome point for them, and it's one of the reasons that Maryland scored that overtime goal.
It's worked so incredibly well for Maryland. Has been both these demolitions and got it left to pie there for a second, but wasn't enough Terps on the field to make that happen either. Alex back up and ready to go, and yeah, I think this defense for Maryland has looked solid. It's almost been University of Minnesota becoming their own worst enemy.
That's not what you want. Can't be scared of your shadow right now in such a big stage of this round robin. Obviously a big tournament day tomorrow. Everybody's going to make it there, but your seeding will matter more than anything else. And you talk about for this demolition setup, both teams have really tapped into their physical natures. And for Maryland, I think that just helps you out more for how many more demos you've been getting, how many more touches you've been getting. And look at this back wall waterfall. Can't get the second angle on it, but University of Minnesota have been spending a lot of time in the defense, and Turtle finally makes them punished for it.
Turtle adding yet another shot to his already ridiculously high count. Saw the bounce, read it from a mile away. He barely touched that with the tip of his tire. That's all that it took for Maryland to get themselves on the board first 90 seconds in.
I want to see how Minnesota responds in these next 90 seconds. I mean, whether or not they can will mean whether or not they crack here in this series. The Gophers have got to find a consistent source of offense, and realistically, they've got to shut down some of the speed that Maryland is bringing at every single angle. From Radman and crew, they look for a centering pass. But once again, that defense of Maryland not only gets the touch, gets it to Turtle, gets it upfield, gets a boost steal, they get everything they want.
Maryland are winning this resource game time and time again. Every time we look out, you're just forcing the University of Minnesota to panic. They're not exactly sure what is coming next out of the Terps. The Terps know it. They've used it to their advantage at times, like the demos that we just saw on to Turtle, that are really going to help you break through some of that, perhaps slow the game down just enough for you to get your bearings back. Fantastic dribble from Hexy, sailing over Radman's head there. We'll just get Maryland right back where they want to be.
Right back in that offensive zone, half this game to work off of. And once again, another corner boost steal. Hex, that is a crazy angle on the shot still. gets saved away from Pye. And now as they work backwards, Minnesota, once again, the boost meters are just empty. Cozy P puts to the backboard, and ALX has to put that one up towards the high ground, trying to reserve it. We're playing a game of chicken, but this is a game of Rocket League, and Turtle puts it right back up to the waterfall. Hexy gets yet another touch, and it feels like Minnesota is just waiting to be killed.
Yeah, Turtle, not a fan of chicken. Turtle wants to play the game of Turtle, and so far, I gotta say, it's worked out pretty well for him and the rest of Maryland. As Minnesota, they've remained on the defensive side of things for the vast majority of this game number 2, and these 90 seconds haven't fared all that much better. Their defense has allowed them to hang in the game, but Maryland, their pacing, their speed, and individual mechanics will set them up. The flip reset from Cozy to drop it to Turtle is a perfect example of that.
I mean, this is just incredible. The timing on this, catching
Wow.
Pye in a forward position, and then being able to lock eyes together into the goal. That is just incredible. 90 seconds left to go in Maryland. It doesn't seem like the lead is controlling, but this entire game has been played in the half quadrant of the Gophers, and they've had no real answer. The one scary thing, too, is if Minnesota drops this game, they've not only got to find answers, they're going to have to find them 3 games in a row for a possible reverse sweep.
And that is the last place you want to be in a round robin, especially with a team who's kept the tempo at 200. And the Terps, Turtle breaks it past a couple of defenders again. Great 50 and the read on 2 of the bounces. And it's just fantastic seeing the experience that Maryland has. Minnesota doing their best to keep up, but it's so difficult to watch the pace that the Terps are playing at. The follow through, Cozy P again, getting a little bit fancy with the mechanic pitch off the wall, and in it goes, solo goal for Cozy.
Once again, it feels like it had been started as a defensive masterclass, but that slight pinch off the ground is insane. I mean, lands it inside the post, lands it between 2 defenders, and Maryland with a 3-0 victory overall so far in terms of scoring output. This is a 2-on-1. They can't even get the bump. They can't even get the shot. Maryland, rock solid defense from Hexy. They just whack the finger no.
Hexy, a brick wall on his own right. Loki, the unofficial goalie of this Maryland team. And hey, I think winning a 1v2 right there sure proves it. Will be the one to receive the ball. As you can tell, the Gophers starting to step it up. They're taking more risks on this offensive side. 20 seconds to go and not much left to lose.
Just trying to find a goal at this point. I mean, this is a much different result than that first game going into overtime. The backboard has been under complete assault for the entirety of this second game. And Maryland, it feels like they just upgraded from game 1 to game 2. Now they find themselves on series point with 3 chances to bring themselves a series victory.
You remember how I said, you know what? I'm feeling like this might be our first non-sweep in a while. I might have to take that back. Maryland, you're making me eat my own words. Look at that. 7 shots compared to the 3 out of the University of Minnesota. Talk about possession, control, and overall resources. You're talking about how well the boost management is making the University of Minnesota play jumpy. They're playing reactive, and it's costing them in this long run of a game.
Now they've got to work off a possible reverse sweep. Again, you do have more games left in terms of your round robin stage, but we talked about how pivotal this is. Right now, it is clearly a line of separation between these 2 teams. And if Maryland is able to close this out and move them up to 2-1 on a really good possibility, not only because they've been succeeding, well, I mean, we already talked about it. Maryland already played their match against Michigan State, and we're already getting goals.
Yeah, and that's the one that you needed for the University of Minnesota, ending that drought of a point. And what a flick from Radman to get it past both of the Maryland defenders. It's the Gophers. They're back in this series. We're only 5 seconds in.
They get an early goal. Can they keep it up? I think is going to be the bigger question. Obviously, Maryland, looking back to that game number 1, they were comfortable in the overtime. They were comfortable on just delivering a relatively low-scoring game in game number 2. And if Minnesota lets them dominate the offensive quarter for all of the game, it's going to be a long day. Cozy P looking for the double, can't find the angle. His teammate finds it anyway, and they've once again put the Gopher squad on the back foot.
Minnesota, they have the point now. You can play the defense will win us game strategy. But I guess a team like the Terps That is a risk and a half that you would be willing to take with how Onslaught, their offense has looked thus far. Cozy P, when you get it towards Hexy, you can see the coverage from the Gophers players now. They're not leaving Hexy or Turtle unattended in these moments unless they absolutely have to, which this is the point. They're out of boost, couldn't make the jump. Hexy delivering it, looking for this team play. It was a nice attempt from Cozy to connect with Hexy. But ALX has had enough of it. It's Radman again to escort it home. 2-0 now for the University of Minnesota.
Really big job to take Hexy out of that play. And then for Admin, just put this one on target. That's all you have to do off that rotation. Hexy doesn't even move, his wheels glued to the grass in front of him after getting exploded. The Gophers finally finding an answer here, and it's off of these kickoff setups from Hex. He wants to get revenge, trying to take it off the nose. Cozy P really didn't get the touch they want either. Very heavy commitment from Maryland and almost another punishment on a long goal.
Yeah, Maryland starting to realize, hey, the Minnesota that we played last round might not be built the same here as Pi. Went for a soul carry across the field, which bought a ton of space with that demolition, courtesy of Hexy. Starting to get a little bit scrappy on the field with who is remaining. Cozy had to jump for it, but was in an awkward spot, couldn't get there. That's a third now for the Gophers.
Their midfield presence has really grown, and I think being able to take out key critical members has been so much of their success point. And we talked about it, the demolitions in games number 1 and 2 were clearly helping out Maryland. They were getting them tactically in. For University of Minnesota, we had a lot to ask for because every single time they would go for a demo, it was, okay, we're demoing just a demo. This time around, they are finding real threats. They are getting demos that matter, and they've got a 3-goal lead. But with 3 minutes left to go, we know Maryland can break that anytime. Turtles got there first.
Yeah, Turtle swooping in to be the hero of Maryland. Nothing short of shocking at this point. Look at that angle he had. He had so much trust in Hexy to get the ball exactly where it needed, and there's still 3 minutes left in this game. A 2-goal lead for the University of Minnesota. It feels good, but there's still so much left to be done, and with Maryland getting that first point, you gotta be careful. They find one, they're gonna work their way into others.
And if they can develop, again, that aggressive onslaught offense, dangerous 2-on-1 here. Cozy, nice setup on the back end, cleanup. Janitorial duty as he mops up the mess that his teammate has created on the 2-on-1. Backboard again is messy, and Pi just finds the score. That's a lead extension back to 3.
Yeah, completely banked off the ceiling. Look at that from Pi. Not sure if that was meant to go in or not, but either way, you take that result. And actually like that, back to that comfortable, extremely comfortable lead of 3 as we approach the second half of Game 3.
Trying to push the effort, trying to keep that lead, and those demolitions have continued to go either which way. Both teams trying to invest in them and get themselves a good positive player scenario. That goes down as a shot. It was well defended by Cozy P. This second one, we'll see how well it is defended. Radman goes to the post, doesn't find anything off that second touch. As the University of Minnesota very happy with just delivering possession after possession. Radman's put on the back foot, but they've got the boost, and realistically is just going to clear this one out the zone.
Well, that's all it's going to take. I think Redman and Pi have looked fantastic in this game, especially with finding each other on the pitch. Alex taking more of a defensive role when it has been needed, similar to what Hexy has done for the University of Maryland. But right now, it's actually the Terps who are struggling to get out of their own side of the field. Look at this pressure that the Gophers have been applying. Have not been allowed to do this at all within games 1 and 2. It's like night and day watching these teams.
It's a brand new game, it's a brand new day. For Minnesota, the one big problem, even if they win this game, hate to be a doomer on this one, is they've got to win 3 games in a row to take the entirety of the series, and that's what matters more than anything. We talked about how good series score is going to be in terms of taking single games, but at the end of the day, if you're not winning series, you're going to make things tougher for yourself tomorrow. Hex, nice setup. No shot there. Turtle goes a little bit too power heavy.
Yeah, Turtle was there, but almost a little bit too much, as now the entire team of the Terps races back to deal with Pi. It's been a menace if they're able to set up these hits, but that's the one that will land from Maryland. It's always the things you never expect coming straight from the back half.
I really like how they've set each other up for success, and when one player makes a mistake, they're able to get back to it. Cozy, I don't even think was planning on assisting that shot. It just bounces off their car. And for University of Minnesota, still 1 minute left. They've got to cross their T's and dot their I's. And Radman will dot one to center field for their 5th.
Radman's favorite number is 3, and for the sake of University of Minnesota, I think they're happy to keep that 3-goal lead exactly where it is. The Terps, every time they try to answer back within 15 seconds, well, guess what? All of your work has been undone, and perhaps they're hole too far down to dig themselves out of at this point in time.
It's a big hole. 45 seconds as well. You do wonder, for Maryland, obviously you've got the big overall series advantage that you brought in. ALX is going to take yet another shot. This game is relatively over unless Maryland can do something phenomenal. I think they've got to go back to their basics. This isn't a horrible game to lose, especially considering the first 2 that you won. But at the same time, it's also not one of your compact, low-scoring games, and it's where you kind of let University of Minnesota just run absolutely free and do whatever they want. That has to be shut down in this next game if you want to turn it on its head. And especially for Minnesota, this is going to go down as a really big win.
And Maryland managed to keep the Gophers on a leash for this time, but they've been let off the reins here in game number 3. They're going to take it 5-2, and their hopes of a reverse sweep very much alive.
They win this next game, and it becomes much, much more likely. And again, it's the shutdown of specific players. Turtle still had a 5-shot game, but it was only 7 shots in total. University of Minnesota decided, all right, we don't need to slow down the game. We need to speed it up for ourselves. 5 goals across 2 players, an assist on 3 of them, and 4 saves to boot as well. They were doing good all around the field, and they were using those demos concisely. Now the question is, can they repeat that for possibly the most important game? Because if you win this next one, you've got full momentum in your back pocket.
And that's all it might take. If you're Maryland here, winning the first 2 and then going down in a rather rough defeat compared to how the other games have been, going to game 5 here, not a thought for the Terps. But the Gophers, they know that they have the potential, and they're going to look to run for it as we are setting straight to game number 4. Hexy and Pie battling for that mid. Jason Turtle, fantastic hit over the wall. Great touch right under the car, and Turtle will start it out right for Maryland.
This is a beautiful backboard setup.
Wow.
Fakes it so ALX jumps it and then steals it from his own teammate to score the goal. Wasn't going to go in either way, but that's an incredible start, especially considering Minnesota was the one that scored that very early goal last time around. Controlling these kickoffs, controlling the early moments, and more importantly for Maryland, they had a lot of offensive time in that last game as well, even though they lost. If they can do that from a leading position, it will cause Minnesota to make a few more mistakes.
And it has so far, and like, look at the amount of demolitions that are going on in just this first part of the game. That and the bumps, as the physicality has taken a massive step up in just these first 30 seconds of game 4. I think teams are realizing, they have these rotations under lock. Minnesota are fully here to play this game. We need to start moving pieces from that puzzle that is working so well for the opponents. That's been how it's been going so far. As Cozy P struggling to get control in that corner. Yet another demo of Turtle on the goal line, but Cozy P quickly to clear.
Almost scores that clear off the right post, and Hexy's going to take a demo. Won't find the angle for the double. Hexy's got a double kill. Who else wants to step in front of him? He's going to center back up as ALX will knock them off their line. Turtle can't even get the 50 on that low ground. Cozy's got an extra one. These demos are starting to come out in absolute force from Maryland. But they've got to watch the back line. Cozy P gets it out cleanly, not just the save, but the clear to the corner.
Yeah, Maryland out for blood here in game number 4. The amount of demos that we have seen, it still won't matter. Radman and Pye still find a way to get this shot set up. It was a great touch to do it.
It's a nice corner work from ALX. It just finds that centering feed. I mean, Maryland had overcommitted towards their resource management in that right side corner and just could not get the job done. So what becomes of it is a tied up game, 90 seconds off the board, and one of the most important moments of the entire series for Maryland to see if they can step back. Radman's got the demo, 2v3 on the other side. This Pie's going to put it back towards ALX. It wasn't a good enough centering, and they didn't have enough boost to really get the power under it. Radman's going to go again. Corner boost steal. Cozy P's got the deal. And with all that extra effort, Maryland is just going to try and battle it for these low 50s, and Hexy's got the win down court.
Yeah, I'm watching Hexy play this game fully locked and just marking one of the University of Minnesota's players, bumping them around, not allowing them to take a jump if it is there, and then going back to follow his teammates. That's the kind of play style the Terps want. They want to control what the University of Minnesota are doing. Again, at an even score line. We went to overtime once. Let's see if they manage to do it again. We're going right into the second half. Momentarily, ball dancing dangerously in front of the net. Redmen, yet another shot that goes wide.
That could have been the one to deliver them the lead. I will say Maryland not in a great spot in terms of boost, but Hexy just gets a free clear. ALX doesn't get to it in time. Hexy's going to find the score off the long range, and an overcommittal from Minnesota costs them their tied game.
Yeah, this is what happened last game, is that those ones that are coming from downtown, you always have to make sure that there is coverage there. Any team, regardless of how good, you can't outrun how fast that ball is with no boost in the tank. So lesson learned, Maryland back in the lead. And the Gophers looking for an answer.
And it's got to be an answer here in this game, or else the series is going to just fall through their hands, especially in two of these teams that are 1-1 right now. Such a matchup for ALX going back center. Wants to try and find a teammate, but just didn't get there in time. And Turtle's got a really good 2-on-1 the other way. It's a retake from the midfield. Turtle's back up. 1, 2, 3 down middle. The demolition causes a smoke screen, but Cozy P can't quite get the shot on net. And with Hexy respawning, we'll do it again. Back to middle here for Radman and crew as they try to look long range. They continue to put these long shots on, but it continues to be dealt with by the Terrapins.
And the longer the shot is, the easier it is to read because you have the time to do so. The one thing that hasn't been readable is where Turtle has been going on these demolition missions. I had to play the 50, but yeah, instead this time it's Turtle who's taking the brunt of that extra force. The University of Minnesota, they're happy to work with that Turtle, but having one heck of a series so far today for Maryland. You see how many touches he has on the ball, and if he doesn't have the ball, well, guess what, Pi? You are up next. Everybody is cleared off with the ball. There wasn't even anyone home to defend that.
I mean, Turtle should be arrested for that assassination right in the paint. And then Hexy's like, oh, free goal. Thanks, teammates. Did the job, and their physicality has become very, very dangerous. Maryland has found themselves 2 goals unanswered right now. And Minnesota, they've got a minute to answer said call. If they don't, they're going to be calling 911 to drag them out of the series.
There's one thing we've learned from Maryland, it's that violence is the answer. Minnesota, it had some great bumps, great demos here and there. It's just not in the timing that the team is able to take advantage of it as much as Cozy P attempt to pass the Turtle. That hit would have been seeing ourselves for a 4th double demo once again. Coming up as we approach this final hour, it's yet another one for University of Minnesota. It allows them to keep this offense active, but you got to convert on it.
15 seconds, they need to score right here, and it feels like Hexy is just going to cover this one, get it to the corner, get it away, and end this game with an aerial touch. It's up over top of everybody. It was Minnesota that found their way back in that game number 3, but this game was not enough. Maryland's physicality and their offense brings them over the line as they are the only team that is now 2-1.
Yep, going over 3-1, the University of Minnesota, very likely in our second seed matchup as we have previously witnessed. So Maryland, they'll be moving up, only lost to Michigan State. If they can keep on that type of streak, well, that's exactly where we'll find them in the playoffs tomorrow. Hopefully moving on to those uppers, which is their goal. And Minnesota, they put up the fight, but they almost found themselves a tad bit too late. Rough start to that series, and it couldn't eventually make that full comeback.
I think good showing from that game that they did win showed that they could control things and really kind of match the pace that Maryland was doing, but all they were really doing was just mirroring everything Maryland was trying to do, and they never had truly any good drives downfield in those 3 games that they lost. And part of that was, I mean, I'd be angry if I was playing a team that was just demoing me every single second, but I mean, we've also got to mention that these players have probably been practicing or playing in some of those open brackets all day. I mean, even in Central Time, it's 8:30 still there, so definitely a long day for these players, and there's still going to be some arduous places in front of them.
Yeah, the fatigue absolutely starting to kick in for some of these squads as it gets later in the night. And this was only round number 3 of a round robin tonight. We still have 2 more to go for these teams, and our next one to come up here on broadcast. I just got word we're looking at the University of Michigan taking on the University of Wisconsin.
That should be a good one. I think these are 2 teams that are kind of fighting for some of those bottom couple seeds. So especially when you're playing a team that might be one of the other bottom seeds, you've really got to win it. Not only to, again, improve your overall morale, but also if you're a team that's down there trying to avoid Michigan State in that first matchup or that first place matchup of the overall day, that is probably ideal to not get that 6th seed.
Yeah, and it's likely looking at, too, that we're going to see the play-in matchup to go into that first seed. If you're able to avoid that, that would be great. But I think University of Wisconsin and University of Michigan, 2 teams that have not competed within the BEC, at least as of last year. So as they're kind of getting used to it, they're having their opportunity to play on land for this one. I really am excited to see what they have to pull out and show for us today.
It's going to be exciting. I do think that overall we've seen dominance from overall places from Michigan. I think that Wisconsin has struggled at some point, so kind of butting of heads from these 2 offenses overall. And I mean, we've got another update towards our bracket. It looks like Michigan State cleaned off another team. They'll take down Ohio State and deliver them their first loss on the overall round robin stage. They're 4-0. I don't think they'll lose their 5th matchup, so they're probably on pace to be that number 1 seed.
Yeah, Michigan State following through with expectations, only dropping 1 game by the looks of it so far, that being to the University of Maryland, and on track to do a 2-peat here in the big esports conference. And now it's less a matter of who can actually stop them, it's who can manage to get up into actually that finals match where we will likely see them be in tomorrow. For the time being, as you said, this will be one of our lower placing matches. I think Ohio State will find themselves smack dab in the middle of where these teams are at. I would love to see the result against the University of Minnesota. I believe that they play in the last round of our bracket today, but that one will determine what the center of this field looks like.
Yeah, Ohio State's actually got the tougher half towards their back 3 matches. They have to play Michigan State as their 3rd, which they just ended up losing. Then they have to play Maryland, who's looking like one of our top teams, just took a win, and their only losses against Michigan State as well. And then they've got to play Minnesota, who we're probably considering that's our top 4 right there. But who is going to be 2 through 4? Who's going to be, again, and that 2 to 3, I think, is really the sweet spot to try and avoid Michigan State for as long as possible. Again, if you want to be the best, you're going to have to beat the rest. You're eventually going to have to beat Michigan State. Probably not once, but probably twice, realistically, if you really wanted to beat them.
Yeah, and it is a double elim bracket after all, and if you're able to get there in the first place, there is a chance. Of course, it's a little harder in the grand finals, especially if you're coming up from the lower bracket. While we don't have resets, you will at least have a bit of an advantage going into that matchup. But of course, we're really talking way down in the future. That is all for tomorrow's to be played for 16 double elimination as we head into that. But we first, of course, wrapping up our 5 rounds of group stage, where it's an everyone plays everybody kind of scenario. I don't believe it is mathematically possible for the University of Wisconsin or University of Michigan to make it past the top 5 or 6 seeds. It might depend on some tiebreakers here and there if things get fishy. For the time being, it looks like they may be the ones in the play-ins.
We'll have to see what they can do. I think also we're going to take some time here as we get set up and ready to go for this next matchup. For us to take a break, for the players to take just a short break as well. So we've got more big esports conference action right here at the Midwest Battlegrounds after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the Midwest Battleground in Illinois. We've got even more big esport conference action. Myself, Llama77, joined by Tiny Shiny up here in the booth. And we've had some really good matches. We've had a really good set of round-robin play. And now we've got a best-of-5 that could possibly decide our number 2 seed.
There are only 2 and 1 teams remaining, University of Maryland and Ohio State. And Ohio State, new to the Big Esports Conference as of this year, been putting up numbers. They still have their match to be played against the University of Minnesota as their final round. But if they can beat Maryland here, they might put us in some crazy tiebreakers.
That'd be super fun. I mean, you go back to our regular collegiate invitational, we had no tiebreakers. Everything ended perfectly where everybody was just going out of the round robin stage. I want chaos, I want tiebreakers, and more importantly, I want to see this matchup go as long as possible. Because for these two teams, I mean, they deserve it more than anything. But for Maryland and Ohio State, we talked about how late this series is actually for them in the regular timing of the day. The faster it goes for them, the better. But the longer it goes, the better for us.
We're always here for some good Rocket League. University of Maryland and Ohio State looking to deliver for game 1 of their series. A great pinch off the ground from Gaines. That is going to be a wake-up call for the University of Maryland early on in this series. We've seen how dominant they can be if they are in control of the possession. They can get physical if needed, but it hasn't been the case just yet.
State moving quick here, but Maryland, especially with how fast they scored with those demos, Hexy is right back to it. And Gaines has got the coverage on that back line. You need to make sure your third man is in a good position to save the ball and make sure there's nobody hounding them down. For Dan Watt, is going to go straight back to the sky. Has a really good angle in that shot. And Cozy P forced to make the save. And Turtle's got his coverage. 1, 2, 3. Backboard setup. It's delayed and punched away before Maryland can get it. But I'm loving the speed from these two teams.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to watch, and even Bungo trying to get these corner spots. We kind of talked about this in our last match. The University of Minnesota struggled because they couldn't keep up with the pace the Terps were setting, and Ohio State have done everything to make sure they are right on par, toe-to-toe with what the Terps are laying down, even setting the pace themselves. It's a long one from Gaines.
So far, no scores. Very concise first matchup here between the two of them. And again, you're not wanting any mistakes from either one of these two teams, but at the same time, you want to see plays like that. Bunko gets the demolition, and they're going to re-jump this one up in the sky. They get just barely a piece of the shell of the car on that one before backing off towards that middle of the field. For Maryland, trying to put this on target, but they have had some struggles here in this game number 1 of getting out of their own defensive. Hexy, that's just a dump into the offensive zone, actually gets a second on it, and it follows coast to coast for no score.
And now Danwald showing that the Buckeyes aren't afraid of a little violence either. They'll get down and dirty if it is needed to do so. Hexy, great carry, and this independent, strong mechanical player for the Terps, as long as been a part of the roster. Always there to cover. Will be Cozy. You can see how fast and how heavily Ohio State are committing to some of these offenses, but also keeping players back. They know that Maryland are looking for any mistakes, just as the Buckeyes are. In fact, they'll be the ones to catch them lacking. This will be Ohio State on the board first.
I'll give Danwad some credit on that one, trying to go for the psycho in such an important matchup like this, but the red and gold just never got back in time. That rotation caught them off guard, and especially that forward bunch for Ohio State, what they've been able to do off some of those really big clears has been very, very good. The question is, how much more can they get? Half this game left to go. We know Maryland can score. We've yet to see it here in this series, but we've seen it in series as past. And Ohio State's done a really good job of avoiding those bumps, avoiding those demos, and staying on their lines and the back lines, even when they're getting pushed out.
Yeah, they're being very resilient. They're not allowing themselves to overextend, and it's that kind of gameplay. I'll leave very few cracks in the armor for Maryland to try to poke at. In fact, it's ones that they're going to rip away from the Terps. Games out of nowhere. Even the Terps weren't ready for that.
I mean, this is Cozy P needs to get this ball out of their hands sooner. You talk about time and how much time that Ohio State had overall for Gaines to just read it, send it, and score it. And by the time that he already had that time, I'm saying time a lot, but read it towards the backboard, the other teammate for Maryland had already overcommitted. So right now the Buckeyes in a 2-goal lead. Maryland has got to find some answers, and they've got to find them fast, or it could be a really quick series.
Yeah, even this game number 1, it's been Ohio State all the way. this confident Maryland team that we've witnessed nowhere to be found as the Buckeyes. It started as an even tussle, you know, this consistent back and forth, but it's only been the Buckeyes to capitalize on some of these smaller errors by the tiniest margins that the Terps have been making. Of course, now they have a little bit of time on the offense. Of course, very short-lived gains. Is that anything to say about it? Look how aggressive they have been. Both the bumps getting the maximum value out of their boost.
Every single time they make a move, it feels very calculated from Ohio State. Nothing very awry, I say that, and then they double commit towards the skyline and miss a touch on the back line from Bungo. Hexy's going straight back to it, looking for a centering fade. Coates's got the shot, but no goal, as that left post is just a bit too wide and Bungo just a bit too big. Another double commit towards the back line. Maryland has them exactly where they'd want them, but they just can't find the goal, and towards the other way, they're almost bumped off their back line.
Not gonna quite make it. We have hit that final minute now. The Terps still nothing to show for their efforts in the scoreboards. This Buckeyes again so consistent when it comes to this defense. I don't think I've seen a double commit from this team yet, just because they haven't needed it. They've been that calm, cool, and collected thus far. Bungo not afraid to play off of their own backboard here as Cozy struggling to get this ball centered up for anywhere. The Terps to follow through. And a lot of gains, having his hands all over the ball. 3 saves to their name and a ton of these large carries downfield.
Hexy has had a pretty good game for themselves in terms of the shooting potential, but no goals. And Maryland, the same can be said for the entirety of their team. Turtle relatively shut down, was relegated to just 2 shots throughout this entirety of game number 1. And the time is already too little. Ohio State threatens again with Gaines jumping up for it. They're going to go to the backboard. They're going to play this Rule 0 out to its full force. Woo! And they're going to score their third. Everybody eats for the Buckeyes.
Now one more for the road and one more. Why not? To spread it around. Danwad getting their hands in on that scoring potential. And what a first game to showcase what this team can do. It was largely said that University of Maryland, they're coming into this as that second favorite. They have the past experience here, but the Buckeyes want to make sure that their name is also thrown into the mix. What a game for them to start off the series.
Completely even in terms of overall shots at the end of the game. Ohio State walked away with a lot more saves, and that also meant that, yes, Maryland did have shots on target. They did force them to make the saves, but also they just could not fit into their game plan that we literally saw them play exactly last series. Ohio State was dodging away from a lot of their bumps and demos that gave them so much of their presence, and Hexy, one of their big stars, was shut down through the air. Now, all that could change going into this game number 2, but the problem is if you don't win this game number 2, for an Ohio State team that, again, has only lost to Michigan State, is that enough to give them the series?
And that might just be it. Remember, 2-1 is the record both of these teams hold in round number 4 of the round robin. And for Iowa State, they'll have to win out if they want to make that second seed, but getting as good of a look as they have at Maryland so far might just be what it is. Maryland, they win here. Second is all there is for the taking. It's going to take some massive turnarounds from what we witnessed in Game 1. A large part of it, I think, getting Turtle online. He's one of the main instigators for this team and entirely silent throughout Game number 1.
Only had those couple of shots to be able to say anything for it. Nice bump at least from Hexy. That's going to start something for Turtle. But Bungo's immediately got themselves into a 1v1. And Cozy B has to regenerate that full boost tank with still about 60 left to go. Definitely a waste of resources, but as they go forward, is this a waste of an attempt? Hexy's got to put on a 1v1 for a waterfall try, but again, they've got nobody there. They don't have the backboard resources to work off of, and although that Maryland has played damage control in this first minute, they still have yet to find that really big standout goal.
Now, they've looked better. They've had more presence on this white half of the pitch, which is certainly the positive turnaround you were looking for. Just not the result to show for it, because all it can take from Ohio State, one good offensive push, one good touch could set them off, and the scoreboard, all that work that Maryland did to be on even footing would be for nothing.
3 minutes 20 left to go. Ohio State with a nice little try there as Hexy is doing a lot of work swimming throughout the rest of this pitch. It's a good 50 contest as Turtle's going to battle for the corner. They will get a good touch on it and recenter it up. But guess what? Bungo's already looking for a teammate connection. They've already found themselves the center, and it's 1v1 on the backboard that Cozy B does deliver on the low ground. 3 minutes left to go. No scores in 2 minutes.
Woo!
That'll change as XC strikes first.
The individual mechanics of the Terps shine through as XC is superstar. You know him for it. It's these impossible shots that you just can't break. Impossible angle to try to defend from, and Ohio State bit off more than they could chew. Will be Maryland on the board first in game 2.
They've got 3 minutes to hold on to this lead. Turtle, that is phenomenal towards the backboard, putting Bungo on a last-second chance. Cozy P doing good as well, looking for the boost steal, and they'll get it. It's a long clear that Turtle has to pick up the pieces too. Broken shards on that last play, but they make a rainbow of it. Danwad gets the demo, and it's once again a miss setup for Cozy P, or is it? It's all just a fake setup, long-range clear. Could have been an open net. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. No good as Danwad steps up for the goal save, and then goes for the one-on-one. Low ground push, but doesn't score it.
Oh, genius, but slightly off target. It was great from Danwad. This guy can make incredible solo plays if given the materials to do so, as we just witnessed. Speaking of incredible solo plays, it has been Turtle, rather the setup for some of these players. Not able to do nearly as much. I'm gone a demolition dare in previous series, but Maryland straying away from that, not committing nearly as heavy to being destructive. They want to find these passes. They want to find these team plays in and out. You can see that ball just barely breach the surface of the line.
It's about 25% gray there. Long shot may just score, and it will! Bungos from a sniper range pulls out the scope and ties this game up.
From downtown, jumped at it from their own goal line. Ohio State, they are ready for that one. Hexy, not so much. Maryland's lead has evaporated, and we have just over a minute and a half remaining in this game. And it's just going to be a kickoff goal. Ohio State, they've got the lead again.
I mean, the classic Cardinal sin, you do get the first touch on this one, but Hexy is just misplaced. I don't even know if he could see where Gaines' name tag was at that point, so was just predicting where that second touch was coming from. Lost the 50, didn't have a player back, and Ohio State has built themselves up a 2-goal straight setup. They've got the infield pass, and Hexy needs to answer this one. With 90 seconds to go, what could have been a Terrapins win is now looking good for the Scarlet and Gray.
Terps, such a strong start to this series. They've looked more confident. They've looked more in control. Yet the scoreboard says everything but that. Still time to get themselves back on the board, to even this up and force either an overtime or potentially a win here in game number 2. But it's Bungo taking a play out of Turtle's book with these demolitions that we've been witnessing to deny any opportunity the Terps might get. Hexy dribbles it over 1, gets over 2, but can't find the 3rd.
Danwad had no boost there. Maryland needs to keep up this offense. They'll get a demo from it. Hexy's going to go too high off the bar. Secondary. Good for the goal. Maryland back to tied even.
And what a great read from Hexy. Realizes he's got a little too much heat. Parks his car and taps it right back into the net. Maryland tying themselves up in style as we are well under a minute remaining in this game.
Now it becomes sort of this silver goal territory as the shot off the kickoff misses. You score here and it puts your opponent really much on the back foot. Both teams, it could be a coin flip which way it goes, but that's also the series as a whole. For Ohio State, they win this game, they're on series point immediately. For Danwad, going to jump that one early and force Maryland to invest a lot of boost. It's a recenter, but immediately it's going to be turned to the side, and Cozy P gambling on a 0 boost play. 1, 2, 3, crossbar hits the...
The crossbar sound never was so loud to the eardrums there. Maryland, they had their chance, but they want to take one more. 10 seconds remaining for game number 2, either an overtime or a last-second goal in the field. Danwood looking for the shot. That one will be deflected by Hexy. Maryland posted up in net. They don't want to take the risk. They're killing it. We're in overtime for game 2.
Turtle put that one in a bad spot, but the teammates were able to clutch up. It's an early demo off the kickoff, and Turtle has had enough of Bungo shenanigans. Extra time here. One big goal will define this one. It's a much different result than that first game. But an infield look from Turtle. 1v1, can't get the double off of that setup save from Gaines. You now look for Ohio State, who's going to jump this one. It was an over-the-head pass to Bungo. I think that miscommunication cost them just a little bit, and the demolition will go double.
Demolition starting to come back up here for both of these teams. As we know, forcing mistakes is most often how overtimes can end. A lot of it overcommitting resources, doing these demos at the last second, forcing your opponent to strain their resources out will be key as this goes on. About 1 minute in now, and spend these big passes. Ohio State resetting themselves, seeing Gaines on the backboard, but it's also an opportunity for Cozy to get in there, although his second shot in Hexy is well gone.
Ohio State low in boost here. They've got to be very careful. That backboard need to get it cleared, and they will. Cozy P goes right back up for the contest, and Bungo will use every single ounce of boost they have left to get a really good 50-50, and Cozy P's now on the back foot. No goal still yet. Just about a minute and some change on the board of that extra time here in overtime. Nice demo setup. Can't get the fadeaway. Hexy just didn't have the space. The play developing, though, even further. They've got to drop to the low ground. Double commit. Neither of them connect. Bungo's got to get this out of there. Hexy shoots but will not score as Gaines is too big.
Ohio State saw their life flash before their eyes. No defenders with a boost, but they're going to manage to hold on just barely. Give it another chance. Hexy manages to intercept and keep Ohio State at bay for the time being. Cozy, perhaps a bit of a misread on the attempted pass there as Hexy looking to pick it up. Dan Wad, now yet another opportunity, decides to back off, not commit too hard as Hexy sends it downfield, moving to get past Gaines, gets the bump onto Cozy, up to Turtle, but met with two.
They haven't been able to find any on-field shots and haven't really been able to get that passing game going for Maryland. Ohio State not threatening, though, really in this overtime. They've been playing a lot of defense. That could change quickly. Bungo's going to secrete one over towards the corner and will send his teammate in Gaines there. It's a really good centering feed. The setup, though, is better from Cozy P. They just want to follow up on terms of it. Bungo, did they overcommit? The answer isn't quite sure yet. They're going to get a forward touch, and it's a nice low ground 50 that sets Maryland on the back foot.
Yeah, Maryland getting pushed around in their own half of the field. They want to change that as much as possible, but they can't. The double commit won't be enough to stop Bungo. 2-0 now for Ohio State in the series. 2.5 minutes in OT.
Sorry, all I can see is Ohio State's third man of Danwa just bullying a Maryland player out of the net as they set up that do-si-do finish. A 2-0 start from Ohio State. They get the job done in overtime, and realistically, they got outshot. They got outplayed that game, but Hexy was the only player that could convert on the offensive side, and that's just not going to be enough. Maryland is on their final life here in the series.
Ohio State may have fewer chances, but the ones that they are getting have been quality. It's reverse sweep for Maryland, now required to secure themselves a second seed in tomorrow's BEC Double Elim playoffs. Ohio State, they want to ruin those chances and leave it up to a tiebreaker pending their win against Minnesota later on this evening. Already, Bungo layering in the shots. These are the demos that we are likely going to need to see for Maryland. It's how they made their comeback before, and likely what they're going to need again.
Bungo is so good at delivering these off-timing shots, and it has helped out Ohio State so much for their offense. I mean, the first 2 minutes of that overtime were completely defined by Maryland, and then Ohio State was able to do it through Bungo as that spearhead, and here they go again. Nice read on the low ground tire setup. Now they've got their teammate, 1, 2, 3, not quite, but it is going to be further pressure. Bungo doesn't have a ton of boost, but still gets the centering feed, and Gaines is going to go right back to it. A little bit too fast for their own good for Ohio State.
Hexy, though, can't maintain the aerial dribble for as long as he would have liked. To Cozy now. Bounces off the corner a tad bit, but a great hit out from Gaines. Even forces a shot or a save from Hexy. We're back and forth. We're seeing these demos fly. Almost playing a game of ping pong downfield as Bungo feeling violent.
I mean, they should. You go back to that last game before this one, it was an infinite amount of demos. 1v1 here. Gaines wins the PK, checks the right side there with a boost. And it will be a weird setup for Maryland as a clear from Bungo. A nice shot on backboard. No one there to double it. That could have been absolute and pure filth for the highlight reel. But it's 90 seconds off the board. No one has really found the way to tap into the back of the net, and it's kind of an extension of what that overtime was. Very solid low ground play, demo heavy from Maryland, but right now controlled and concise on that defense from the Buckeyes.
Precise is what we see from Ohio State. They make the opportunities they do have, but even if they are far and few between, count for what their points are, and still manage to hold it down on this defense. You can see how aggressive they are in taking the pushes, and at the times they aren't, it'll be Cozy P to find the goal that slips right past.
This one was just weird. I mean, Ohio State, 2 players get caught up in the sky, pulling the old hug your teammate. Not the strategy you want to do, especially in a game number 3, and Maryland punishes off that forward committal. So, Scarlet and Gray will have to find their way back in this game. They are only down 1, but for the Terps, they have got control now. Hexy's going to look for the infield pass, and Gaines has got that controlling touch, but just can't get that secondary off the side. Whoa! Oh boy, a post shot and a second denial from Hexy saves a nightmare from reoccurring.
And Maryland, they've been in this position before. They've been up 1, and then it's Ohio State who lays it on heavy. The Buckeyes said, we're back to even.
I mean, Gaines with a half tank of Booth deciding to jump forward on that side wall is a crazy moment for themselves. They lose that. It's definitely a goal in the back of their own net, but they don't. They win it. They tie this game up, and we're just about halfway through. Ohio State has had the answers. Maryland has never been the one to really build up a super massive lead, and that's mostly, okay, Hexy just blocks his own teammate's shot there, couldn't get the redirect, not in the best place for it. Ohio State has also materialized a lot of opportunities off of Maryland's mistakes.
Now, Maryland have been a team, you're so good, but if you can manage to pull these small things apart, that is what can separate good teams from great ones. You're not looking to do the best that you can, but how you can pull apart your opponent's strategy, and that's what the Buckeyes managed to do for the entirety of this series. Is why they're up to match a point, on the verge of putting Maryland in a risky contention for the 2nd and 3rd seed that they didn't think that they would find themselves in.
Yeah, especially after getting that last win. I didn't expect they would be here either. But boy, this Ohio State team has just stepped up time and time again. And now they're in a tied game. They've already delivered in overtime. They've already delivered in a close-fought game number 1. However, for Maryland, you could say as well, you've been right there with this Ohio State team in every single one of those games. Now the question is here in the biggest one of them all, in this game number 3, can you find a forward play as Gaines delivers off that backboard?
And they're making this work, but it's kind of angry Hexy that we've been looking at. Been the one hunting for dim holes, that time the one to get hit by his own flame. Minute remaining now, still at an even score. We ended the last one in OT. What will be the fate for game number 3? And for Maryland, they need this one to go their way. For Ohio State, it could be the upset, a dangerous bounce and a roll, and Bungo there to sweep it away before anything bad could happen.
Bungo, can they find the 1v1 on the other side? Not quite yet. Infield pass, gotta play the defense. Hexy runs into the post but makes the save. Body on the line is what they call that one. A half minute before overtime connects. OSU's going to spend it by going on the offense. Bungo waiting patiently, but this is bad. A clearance. Gaines needs to get back, and they won't! Turtles got the lead for the Terps.
Turtle chases this ball down. Look at that pinch from the backboard between 3 players from combined both teams. It'll be Turtle that will win the race, and the race that will win Maryland this game if they can hold on for another 19 seconds. Ohio State, they might be on match point, but they don't have the lead here. Turtle knows how important it is to keep the ball away. A demo for Gaines helps Ohio State, but the ball is at the wrong half of their field.
They need to control possession, most importantly here when it's going to hit triple zeros. Dan Juan goes aerial, looking for the backboard. They need to work off of Bungo now to keep this one alive, and they are dead. So University of Maryland finds their game, gets the job done with a 1-goal late advantage, and they will play on, not dead yet, here in this series.
Barely hanging on till the very end. And this is the first time, too, when we get to look at these stats that it is Ohio State in fact, that have a lead in such a close game as it was. So Maryland, you can tell the value from their pushes. It's starting to land. They're starting to find the rhythm that works, but just barely. You still have 2 more games in a row to win this one out, to get their reverse sweep, but Ohio State, they are not going to make that easy.
They are not. You're trying to build up your crops agriculturally, and they're going to salt the fields, tear them down, demo the farmers, and I don't even know what else. That's a nice bar down. Ohio State on this defensive side continues to strive for success. That's another post. I don't know who paid that post, a nice little chunk to their PayPal, but we got to check that one out. Ohio State lucky that they don't have 2 goals in the back of the net.
Cozy has been on something so far this game. I feel like we've been spectating him every time, but even he cannot be perfect. Gain swipes it off of him, and the Buckeyes up first.
That's a devious lick of a shot if I've ever seen one. Long range from half court there. Ohio State University finds themselves a nice advantage, and I think for Ohio State, they've played a lot of these lower scoring games. I'd like to see if they can win this 4th game by doing it by just outpacing them, finding a few more goals, getting this game out of reach. And speaking of which, thought Danwad had a good angle there. Instead, it's going to be Bungo who works the 1-on-2, and that save immediately comes in towards that top shelf. For Ohio State, they'll go right back to it. They'll fake the low ground bump. It forces a double commit. It does mean Ohio State doesn't get the goal.
No, nothing there, but it makes sure that Ohio State are in a slightly more comfortable position. It's Cozy. We're going to change that, gets it across the way towards Turtle. Look at these cross-pitch connections that Maryland are going for. It's a very risky play. There's a lot of space for Ohio State to insert themselves. A demo, though, will clear the field just the way they want. Hexy, great bump on the backboard, and Cozy will be there to send it on in. The Terps make it even.
Turtle was just playing patient the entire time, and that's a double commit towards the backboard. One of those 2 has to not jump, and you've got to play that angle just a little bit better. It is angles like that, it is moments like this that will define the series and define whether or not you have an easier tournament bracket going into tomorrow. Danwad open net, just pitch it off the ground. Highlight reel for Ohio State.
And that's all it takes. Look at that hit. It was a ghost touch from Dan1. Gets it past the final player. Does the pinch. Didn't really even need it to finish it off. But it looked fancy as it did. Maryland's lead, or rather tie score, evaporates as it's all Buckeyes as we are officially 90 seconds in.
It's been an exciting game number 4. Lots of goals. That's a fast one that scores as well. Cozy's got the speed, got the goal, and we're all back to tied up.
And this has been the game of Cozy. It's been the game of Ohio State working on Damwad to get these individual plays, but even that won't be enough. The Terps proved if we're going down, it won't be without a fight. As the most goals scored between the 2 teams before the half-minute mark thus far.
It's a lot of goals, and I want more here in this game number 4. I'd love a high-scoring affair, especially for how many low-scoring games, the overtimes we've had through the starter. I mean, my only other wish is that we get all 5 games here to see what these teams can truly accomplish. For Ohio State, though, if they lose this 2nd game in a row, it would definitely cause a loss of momentum that they don't want to give away. And these 2 teams are possibly battling for that number 2 seed in the overall bracket play for tomorrow. The good news, nobody's eliminated, but somebody's going to be sadder than the other.
Now, if you do, you're likely, you might be facing this very same matchup. If it is between the 2 and 3, of course, all pending Ohio State's result against the University of Minnesota. Right after this match concludes, but Maryland, they already got that win. They know the bar that they have to hit, and if Ohio State are going to play like this against Minnesota, I do fear for their chances going on in. But for now, Maryland giving it their all. It was a great bounce over to Cozy, a little handoff action. We're still going to remain at 2-2 as Gaines brings it back.
It's a nice setup here and just a calm down of the game. I mean, we talked about how fast those goals are being scored. Both teams have adapted well here into these final couple of minutes. It is half the game, less than it now left to go. Bungo misses the touch in the sky, and so does Gaines. Cozy's going to attack that corner, steal away the boost, and set up their teammate well. Hexy's got the shot and got the goal! The Terps once again steal away the lead.
Yeah, Turtle knew he had to find a way to get him going, and Might just be that 50 to set up Hexy. Hexy loves using the floor for these types of hits. Those are the ones that are a little bit more difficult to get a read on. 3-2 now for Maryland. Not much time left to go here. Ohio State, they've been quick to answer before, and it's been Danwood every single time. Eternal will deny the first chance.
Red and gold still have to have some answers for Ohio State in their offense. But overall, a lead is a lead here. Nice bump there towards the middle. Hexy's got another. It was not enough feasting on one. They'll find the second in a row.
And Hexy floored it on this one. Saw it from downfield. Like, this is my time. Jumps for it. All three Maryland players are basically on the back wall there. 4-2 Maryland. They want to take us to 5.
Be awesome. I mean, the comeback that we thought wasn't going to be possible after that overtime. Give him the hat trick. Nobody can stop Hexy.
Hexy all over. Game number 4 here of Maryland. Make it to a game 5. This guy better get a cookie or something, because it is so well deserved. The goals that he has been putting up, the positioning and the time. The consistent backbone of Maryland will always be there as Ohio State. Their chances in game 4 begin to crumble. Well, let's see if their play style can still match what Maryland has managed to put down outside of the Hexy factor. The answer so far is no. Turtle says
Cozy is so good off the backboard, consistently finding scoop and scores the other way. Maryland is on an incredible run here. The unanswered goals tallying up to 5 as Ohio State just have not been able to find their offense. And realistically, all the tries they've had as well have been set to nod. At this point, I mean, this game looking very dire for Ohio State. They still have the series advantage, and as you mentioned, will force a game 5 if Maryland does end up winning this game. But boy, oh boy, they're going to have to find some changes, some momentum, and they're going to have to find it quick. Hexy, a filthy double touch. It won't score, but it's just a show of offense of exactly what Maryland's been doing all game.
Ohio, they had an answer. They had one at the start of this game, but they had enough time for Maryland to go back to the drawing board, and this is what they have managed to cook up, and my goodness, is it spectacular to watch. Danwood still will put one in for Ohio State, slimming the lead, and at least gives a positive sign for them as we're heading into a likely game 5.
Danwood will make sure they don't walk out with nothing. And I think those close-range shots are actually an important part of their game, so to see it work out here late in this game number 4 does give me some confidence. Early demos either way, and Gain's going to be put on that back foot as they 1v1 Turtle. They do lose out on the boost battle against Hexy, but it is just cosmetic timing left on the board. Hexy is insane! The psychopath of danger delivers another to the net!
Over half now of Maryland's goals belong to Hexy. This guy putting up the numbers. And at a time that Maryland needed that boost of confidence. They'll be going to a game 5, that's for sure. And they're going to do it with the wind in their sails. If this Hexy can stay around for one more game, I fear, for the Buckeyes. They had a great start, but they themselves now might find themselves falling to a reverse sweep as this ball will hit the ground shortly. Hexy, one more, seeing if he can add to this already stacked roster of points, and he managed to pull up, but that will be plenty for the Terps to take it away. We're going to a game 5.
What an incredible scoring performance there from Maryland. I mean, Ohio State, it wasn't for a lack of trying. Still 9 shots from their overall team, but Hexy as an offensive weapon, 4 goals on the game. No assists, but at the same time, his teammate did the assisting for him. One more game that will decide this series and decide the possible fate of these two teams in the championship playoffs tomorrow. Let's find a winner. It's game 5.
Maryland, they've been in the second place. They know what it feels like. They want to get back and have the best shot at Michigan State, but Ohio State, the newcomers, the BEC, giving them a run for their money plus some. But if they found the answer, then it was lost. It's on to game 5 to see what Ohio State can throw at them with the swiped clean. It's already Hexy back to his usual shenanigans, but it's in and out.
Man, Ohio State has had a couple of those where their defense just recovers in time. They get a little bit too fast on their own rotations, and they need to calm things down more than ever. You do not want a mistake goal at this point. Double commit forward. This is a very weird low ground play. Hexy's going to try and go off of it and find themselves a double, but just out of boost here. Backboard double available as Turtle puts it back. Setting up for Bungo. It's a nice demolition as well that takes a player out of it from Maryland, but it's a rotate back from Gaines. They never had the boost to follow up that play, and it was really just a one-man drive.
But Hexy, he's been a one-man drive for this Maryland team in terms of the goals. By the way, 80% goal conversion rate on shots in game number 4. And already putting up 2 in just this first minute of game 5. And all over the ball, Cozy gonna look to pass it up to Turtle. Will lose the race towards the ball, giving it over to Bungo, 50-50, but Hexy, he can play defense too.
Good defense, good offense. Hexy's trying to play this 1v against Gaines, who had to jump backwards. Gets the bump off their line as well. Bungo's going to punch forward. 90 seconds off the clock and still the tension burning like a bright flame here. The offense of neither one of these two teams shining bright quite yet, but it is the defense that has stepped up on both sides. Dangerous touch there from Gaines as they have to pop themselves into the back of the net on the back foot. Nice read from Bungo. Is anybody back in time? The answer is no! Scarlet and Gray strike first.
Yeah, Danwan and Bungo connecting on these cross-field plays are the ones that have worked the best. If you can hit it from before the midfield, Maryland likely overcommitted. The Buckeyes will take that opportunity. But a word of caution, this is how they started their last game and they let it slip away. You need to be consistent from this point on to maintain your advantage.
And it's still 3 minutes off the clock. Gaines is going to wait for the double. Everybody fakes. It's a crossbar. Somebody put it in. Danwan can't score. It's once again a backboard attempt. 3 shots that all should have scored, and Ohio State is definitely kicking themselves for that one. Sure, it's more time off the clock, but for Maryland, you keep the lead within 1. You bank off your defense, and even though that Bungo is taken out of the field, Ohio State's still relatively set up here in the defensive side. This is the longest time I've seen the ball on the ground, and finally Cozy takes it back into the air.
Now, we played an incredibly aerial game. I see it go so low. Quite a shock. So Ohio State had a good spurt of defense there, as Danwad wants to keep it more towards Cozy, keeping him on his toes. But these pops up, Gaines can't quite maneuver in the midair that he wants to, and the demo on to Bungo opens that door wide for Maryland. Get on the offensive. But how long can they keep it up? Well, see, goes to come back up for this team. But the Terps still searching for a point.
Ohio State is limiting their chances. They are playing a very aerial game, but they're also playing for possession. Bungo waits for that drop down. Bungo 1v3 there. Danwa, do you have it? No. Gaines, do you? No. The defense finds 3 straight stops and keeps Maryland within this game. But Bungo wants a second chance at the buffet. They will not get a chance to eat. And Ohio State, they've got chances for days, but they need scores. They need goals. And Maryland's defense continues to answer the questions.
Maryland running on fumes. They're happy to get a breather. The demo on the games would have helped Danwa. Didn't just snap the ankles of the Maryland attacker there. Cozy P picking it up along the midfield line. We're approaching those final 60 seconds. Gonna look to do it himself. Bit of fancy work. But Bungo says, too cool for this stage. We're gonna bring it right back at the 2 now for the Buckeyes.
It's just overcommitted. That's a triple commit on the offensive side. And Gaines is just, for some reason, sitting in the opponent's half. Gets the cherry pick, gets the goal, and Ohio State are up 2-0. I mean, Maryland, at this point, they've got the offense, they've had the chances, but single-player mistakes have really cost them this game so far.
No, and that's all it takes is Ohio State University. They'll play as a team, but they have an eye for any little slip-ups, and maybe that's why they're called the Buckeyes. I don't know. It's working out for them, this play style of picking apart their opponent piece by piece. 30 seconds now. It's now or never for the Maryland squad to make something happen, to secure that number 2 seed or leave it up to the University of Minnesota and a couple of tiebreakers along the way.
Their fate is in their hands if they can find 2. Ohio State with the control. Gaines is going right back to that side wall. And even though Bunko gets demoed, they will take one back. Gaines will wait for the flip. And they'll go down low. Calling game. Gaines scores the third. And Ohio State looking to avoid the reverse sweep.
It looks like they're gonna take it. It was starting to look a little grim. Maryland had so much momentum behind them heading into game number 5. But the Buckeyes, they rallied in the final hour. They're going to deny this reverse sweep. And what a game this has been. Out of all the games we've watched today, it's been the only one to go to 5. And what a treat it was to watch. Gaines giving us one more, the cherry on top of a fantastic series. Ohio State, they're moving on. Seed.
Hattie for Gaines. Ohio State shut out Maryland in the closing moments of the series. They come back after their worst loss of the entire series to get that job done. And there's a reason they call them the Ohio State University. They found the W, and they found probably one of the best seeds going into tomorrow's bracket. Again, barring their final matchup, they have looked really, really good. And to bounce back from losing to Michigan State and perform like that, it's got to feel good.
Not only you're coming off of a rough game with Michigan State, but you almost get reverse swept here too. Ohio State, their first time at this Midwest Battleground event, first time in the Big Esports Conference for these playoffs, and I would think anything but that. They are here to take a title. They are here to see if they are the team that in fact can take the swing at Michigan State in the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan State still looks, I think, miles and bounds above everybody else. There's a reason they've got one of the best varsity programs in the country. You already talked about their CRL accolades from all their many different teams. So it's going to be exciting going into tomorrow. And obviously for a lot of these teams, still getting some overall land preparation for themselves. But to compete in an event like this, and even to make it onto the podium amongst so much other really good talent, it has got to be such an award. And obviously for Maryland, they've got the structure there. I think Hexie is one of their strongest players and such a young star that is still growing into what he is going to become. But they're going to need to perform tomorrow if they want to get the job done.
Yeah, there's still much more to go for the BEC stage. We have one more round robin that will be happening tonight to finalize the seeding off broadcast, and then it's straight into playoffs. We'll be having those first thing tomorrow morning for our BEC teams, followed by the grand final. So it's a late night and an early morning for all 6 of these squads.
It's pretty cool. I mean, tomorrow is actually going to be jam-packed with not only our BEC action, we've also got our action in terms of our regular Collegiate Invitational that we've got to crown a champion for as well. And don't worry, it's not just Rocket League. There's going to be teams playing from all across of Rocket League, Smash, Valorant, Overwatch, League of Legends, and I don't even have enough fingers to name the amount of games that they've got going on there from all the open tournaments and more. If you're there in person, make sure to check out all the panels, check out all of the amazing things that they've got there at the Midwest Battlegrounds. It is a once-in-a-lifetime event. For those of you watching at home, get your tickets ready for next year because there is going to be so much more of this action. Same for that next year, 2027. But for today's action, that's going to finish us up for the Midwest Battleground stream. It's been a long one for us. I know we need some rest just as much as the players do, but before we do, we get the fun job of just yelling at some amazing Rocket League up here in the booth. We've got to shout out our entire admin team from figuring things out, from setting up the entire event, from setup to teardown to the TO work to even our producers on this stream, from Constantly and Jaden running things from the Landfest side, giving them all of our love. But for Tiny Shiny and myself, Llama77, that's going to wrap us up for the Midwest Battleground day number 2. Make sure to return tomorrow, though, for more esports action.